Han Jiao looked at the 4 drip and felt even angrier inside. She rushed forward, yanked the 4 out, and slapped it onto Haifang's face. The needle flew out from Haifang's hand, causing her to cry out in pain and curl up. Ho Tian also panicked. Han Jiao, you crazy person. What are you doing? Junshan was stabbed and hasn't even had his 4 yet. Who do you think you are to give glucose? If you want to die, just do it quickly.
Don't bother me.
Haifang, holding her hand and feeling wronged and unwilling, curled up on the bed. Just as Ho Tian was about to curse, Han Jiao grabbed a towel from the foot of the bed and sharply slapped it onto her face. Immediately, a red mark appeared on her cheek. Han Jiao warned her, "Don't think just because your man is the team leader of the farm, you're special. I tell you, if Junshan has an accident, I can make the village leaders step down. Do you believe that?" Ho Tian was so frightened she trembled. She looked at Gan Farong, the village chief's wife, who nodded slightly. Only then did Ho Tian shut her mouth. She had been fiery since she was young. The village chief was the highest official, and although there were higher authorities, she had never seen them and didn't understand the hierarchy. Before, she only thought Shin Junshan was promising, but now she realized he was so powerful. Suddenly, she felt scared and worried, holding Haifang's hand tightly. Han Jiao still felt unsatisfied and remembered a news story she saw before. A female graduate student from a medical university had avenged her ex-boyfriend by stabbing him 18 times, carefully avoiding vital areas. She also wanted to do that now, 36 stabs, so Haifang could deeply experience Shen Junshan's pain. "What are you doing?
Why did the needle fall out?"
The nurse interrupted Han Jiao and quickly went to check the 4. Han Jiao sneered. "Some people want to die and waste glucose? Better to save money for a coffin." After saying that, she left and went back to Shin Junshan. She saw him reach out to touch the water cup. She stepped forward to help and handed it to him. "Your right hand just got bandaged. Use your left hand for now." Shin Junshan looked at her with a hint of anger in his eyes and whispered, "The wound isn't deep.
It's okay.
It's summer now. If you get infected, it will be troublesome. You're not too young. Can't I just worry a little?" Shin Junshan nodded obediently and quietly. Actually, he didn't mind the injury. When Haifang stabbed at him, he could have knocked her away easily, but he worried about hurting her badly. Afterwards, the Haifang family caused trouble and delayed his plans. He knew how to control his grip on the knife, so he only scratched her muscles, not her nerves or bones. Shin Junshan didn't dare speak, afraid it would make Han Jiao angrier. Han Jiao brought a cloud silk quilt and 2 pillows. After taking care of Shin Junshan, she placed an empty glass bottle by his bed. "I'll go out for a while. If you need anything, this should be enough." Shin Junshan. "What's wrong? Not enough? Then drink less water. You shouldn't drink water after surgery. I only let you have a few sips because of your skin injury. Don't drink too much." Shin Junshan felt a bit uncomfortable being told that. Han Jiao saw that the tips of his ears were slightly pink. She touched his ear with her finger. Shin Junshan nervously hugged his pillow, shrinking his neck. Han Jiao was annoyed. Her expression. Was she shy? She chuckled and said, "You're really interesting." Shin Junshan didn't understand what she meant by interesting, but he noticed a thin new scratch on the back of her hand. He reached out and took her right hand. "Where did you get this?"
"Oh."
"When I was removing Haifang's stitches, I accidentally scratched her." "Don't worry, I was careful and didn't hurt her." From a physical point of view, she didn't cause much harm. But emotionally, it was hard to say. Shin Junshan said, "Help me find my 3rd uncle. Tell him I want to settle things the day after tomorrow." Han Jiao was quite proud. "Okay, I'll go now. I also need to go back, once. Once I finish, I'll take you to a guest house to stay." The hospital environment was terrible, with a strong smell of dog. She couldn't let Shin Junshan recover in such a place. Shin Junshan guessed what she was planning. He didn't stop her but warned, "Be careful. Don't be reckless. If things go wrong, run quickly. I'll help you vent your anger."
Don't worry.
I know what I'm doing. The Shen family men were all loud but cowardly. They were all timid and weak. They talked big but couldn't fight, even with 10 men. Han Jiao was very angry today. She planned to show Jin Guizhi her true strength. Jin Guizhi didn't know danger was approaching, and the men of the Shen family had also returned. After learning what happened, Shen Dami was so angry he almost wanted to hit Jin Guizhi. He said, "How dare you do such a thing? Are you crazy?" Jin Guizhi cried and said, "I was just trying to find a good marriage for little third. I didn't mean any harm." "Nonsense. You just want to make more money." Shen Dami saw through Jin Guizhi and said, "Little third only gets about 50 yuan a month. He still cares about the little money from the Ha family? You have saved up quite a bit, haven't you?" "It's not the time to talk about money now." Jin Hong pushed Shen Dami away. Shen Dami got even angrier and scolded his wife too. "It's all your fault. You spoil her everywhere, and that's why she is like this." Jin Hong was not convinced and said, "Talking about this won't help. The Ha family will come for us sooner or later." "Humph. Before we even split the family, she's already trying to take everything for herself. Anyway, I won't use her money. If the Ha family comes to settle accounts, we'll just hand her over and let them deal with her slowly." Jin Guizhi heard this and suddenly knelt down, holding Shen Dami's leg and crying loudly. "All these years, I've been supporting the family with my money. Jin Bao and Jin Feng want to get married, and I need to prepare for my grandchildren too." Shen Dami wanted to push her away, but couldn't. He was annoyed and kicked her hard. But even though he was angry, he knew they were family. Most importantly, little third was also hurt. This matter couldn't be kept secret. Shen Dami frowned and said, "First, go kill a chicken. Prepare it and send it to little third."
What?
"A chicken? What are you thinking?" "I don't have one." Jin Hong sat cross-legged on the bed, making a sharp and sarcastic face. The whole family could only afford to eat chicken twice a month. She refused to raise a chicken for that wild girl. Shen Dami was so angry, he went over and slapped her twice. "Stupid woman. Your eyelids are so shallow. How did I marry someone like you?" Jin Hong was not convinced and jumped up, grabbing Shen Dami. "I won't do it. Dream on about raising a chicken for that wild girl." Even Shun Prim couldn't stand it anymore. "Mom, you should take Jin Guizhi to see Junshan. It's better than causing trouble later." Jin Hong cursed, "You useless guy, always thinking about others. Your wife is crying so much and you're still worried about outsiders." Jin Guizhi also cried and said, "Without our Shin family, where would he be today? We would have lost him long ago. We've done everything we should for him." Shun Damao shouted angrily, and the room fell silent. No one dared to speak. Suddenly, there was a loud bang at the door. The main gate was kicked open halfway. Han Jiao came in from outside, holding a round stick in her hand. Jin Guizhi saw her and quickly hid behind Jin Hong. Seeing her, Shen Damao immediately asked, "Did you hear anything?" Han Jiao looked around, and when she saw Jin Guizhi and Shen Jin Bao, her cold eyes narrowed slightly. Without saying a word, she raised her stick and rushed toward them.
"Ah!
Murder!" Jin Guizhi jumped up and ran around the room. Han Jiao struck her stomach with the stick, knocking her down.
Run!"
"Even with 6 legs, you can't outrun this stick." She swung at Jin Guizhi's arm a few times, causing her to cry loudly. Seeing this, Shun Prim hurried over to try to pull Han Jiao away. She felt someone approaching, turned around, and jabbed her stick into his chest, knocking him over. Shen Jin Bao saw his father being knocked down and wanted to run away even more. Han Jiao grabbed his collar and sneered, writing love letters and trying to escape? "You're quite clever. Third sister-in-law, let's talk nicely. I was just about to kill a chicken to cook for third brother. We don't need that." Han Jiao single-handedly pushed him down and fiercely struck his limbs with a stick. "Stop causing trouble, writing love letters. Lazy, good for nothing. Trying to cause trouble, playing tricks."
"Ouch.
"It hurts so much. Mom, save me. Grandpa." Shen Damao stood there dazed, Watching women fight men, something never seen before. Han Jiao Jiao forcefully overturned a table, which hit Jin Hong. She grabbed him and threw him to the ground, then stomped on Jin Hong's chest. Shen Damao was now anxious. Girl, what are you doing? Can't you see? I'm hitting someone. Han Jiao Jiao smiled sweetly, her pretty face making Shen Damao feel very scared. He shouted, What are you all looking at? Quickly tie him up and hang him outside. A woman daring to make trouble in front of me. She's rebellious. Anyone who comes closer, I'll break their teeth. Shindali and the others, who didn't want to get involved in the second brother's affairs or get beaten, moved toward the door. Shen Damao tried to gather people, but none of his sons dared to step forward. Shindali whispered, Dad, Han Jiao Jiao is simple-minded. A fool can kill without breaking the law. The Shen family seemed to find a reason to justify themselves and avoided further discussion. Han Jiao Jiao sneered, showing she was afraid of the weak and liked to bully the strong. She grabbed Jin Hong and slapped her hard several times, calling her old hag. Bad-hearted.
Ah.
Old man. Old man. Shen Damao stepped forward to pull her away, suddenly feeling a burning pain on his face and a bit of metallic taste in his mouth. He covered his face and widened his eyes. He had lived his whole life and was now bleeding because of a woman. Han Jiao Jiao hated Jin Guizhi and also hated these two old people. If they hadn't spoiled the second son's family, Jin Guizhi wouldn't have had the strength to cause trouble. She swung her fists left and right, hitting Jin Hong until her face looked swollen like a bun. Breathing hard, she stood up and smiled at Jin Guizhi. So, are you done now? You weren't afraid to be tough before, keep going. Jin Guizhi's cheek was swollen like a steamed bun, and she cried out loud, covering her face. Shen Jin Bao also curled up by the wall. Han Jiao Jiao patted her shoulder with a smile. Jin Guizhi twitched and begged, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I swear I won't. Second auntie, I always seek revenge for wrongs. Junshan is generous and doesn't want to fight with you, but I'm different. I like to cause trouble. I was wrong, I really was wrong. I'll make roast chicken for Xiao Lao San right away. Han Jiao Jiao grabbed her wrist and quickly dislocated it. Jin Guizhi screamed and rolled her eyes, fainting. Shen Jin Bao also fainted, a yellow liquid coming out from between her legs. After finishing with them, Han Jiao Jiao felt much better. She walked to Shen Damao and said, The third uncle will bring the village chief to see you the day after tomorrow. You know what it's about. You can't split the family.
Let's see about that.
Han Jiao Jiao brushed past him and, when she reached the door, looked back with a cold smile. I advise you not to think about causing trouble at the police station. It won't do you any good. She left the house with a proud expression. Jin Hong crawled to his feet and said, Take him to the police station? Absolutely. Take your mother. Shen Damao, feeling angry, slapped Jin Hong twice again. Most women in the village have been hit by men, but after being beaten by son's daughter-in-law and then scolded by her husband, Jin Hong was the first to experience it. The villagers outside the yard were all laughing loudly. Old Shen lost face and angrily shut the door, shouting, Don't mention this again. Otherwise, I will hurt him. Old Shen knew deep down that they had no reason to complain. If they reported Han Jiao Jiao for hitting someone, Shen Junshan would use all his connections to settle the matter. If the little third son got really angry and completely broke ties with them, it would be the Shen family's bad luck. Old Shen muttered, It's okay. As long as he's still our grandson, it's fine. Han Jiao opened the car door, and Enqing carried her wash basin down. Behind her, two boys followed, one older, about 12 or 13, and a younger one, around 7 or 8. Enqing said, I prepared some brown sugar for you to give to Junshan to help him recover. Han Jiao knew how precious brown sugar was. Sister Yunxia wanted to get some, but it would take more than half a year to save enough. This small packet of brown sugar must have taken a lot of effort from Enqing. Han Jiao hesitated. No, Junshan is in good health and can recover. But it's a knife wound, and we can't ignore the bleeding. Enqing threw the brown sugar packet into a porcelain basin. Seeing her sincere expression, Han Jiao couldn't refuse anymore. It's rare to find someone in the Shen family who cares so much about Junshan. Han Jiao also remembered her kindness. By the way, Along and Ahu, come here and call third sister-in-law. The two children came over obediently and called out. Earlier, Along heard Han Jiao had returned and wanted to bring cow dung back to set off firecrackers under her bed. He believed others' words, thinking that this fool had drugged his third brother, which was why his third brother couldn't return to the village. Today, seeing how fierce Han Jiao was, he was so scared he threw the cow dung into the ditch. Obediently, Along picked up half a roasted rabbit and handed it to her. Third sister-in-law, we bought this with our wages. Han Jiao didn't want to take the kids' gifts for free. She was thinking about red envelopes, and her palms had 2 more, each containing 5 yuan, which she handed over. The two children were still afraid to accept, but when they saw Anqing nod, they happily took the red envelopes. Anqing smiled and said, Jiao Jiao, you really helped me out. Fourth aunt, which is better, being happy for a moment or forever. You should think carefully. Some things can't be done by others. Han Jiao finished speaking and drove away from the Shen family. She was worried about Shen Junshan and didn't want to stay there any longer. Anqing frowned as she looked at the two children and silently made a decision. Han Jiao returned to the hospital room, where Shen Junshan was flipping through a book. She was surprised and asked, a German original book? You can read it? Many things in the army were made there, including the manuals which are in the original language. Wow, I admire you more and more. Han Jiao turned and saw a bunch of bananas and apples on the bedside table, along with some canned food and a bouquet of flowers. She smiled and asked, did the village officials come? You know, since you're a county official, I heard the village is trying to get some awards. If this gets out, it might cause trouble. Did the village head come to speak for you?
Shen Yunshan nodded.
Just after Han Jiao left, the village head, along with the village secretary and the team leader, came over loudly, causing a commotion that gave him a headache. He worked hard to pretend to be sick so they would leave. Han Jiao took an apple, slowly peeled it and cut a small piece to give Shen Junshan. He probably cares about Haifang. He must know I plan to report his daughter, so he came here to beg you. Such behavior. He frowned and asked, it's really annoying. Do you want to report him? It's just a talk. I'm not trying to scare her, but she thinks she's the best in the world. You're the same. It's so frustrating. Shen Junshan blinked innocently, looking quite aggrieved. Han Jiao chuckled and pinched his face. Your health isn't good. You tend to attract troublemakers. If I'm not careful, someone might take you away. To protect this young sprout, I'm exhausted. You need to treat me even better from now on. Okay, I will. Shen Junshan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. She seriously said some flirtatious words, which always made him feel unsure, but deep inside, he felt warm and excited. Shen Junshan felt like his heart was being pulled tight. He couldn't stand Han Jiao's soft, gentle voice. Han Jiao fed him half an apple. Outside, it was getting dark. She reached out to touch his forehead, making sure he wasn't feverish. His wound was stable and not infected. She wanted to take this chance to check Shen Junshan's eyes and borrowed a flashlight from the nurse. The village leaders just came by earlier. Now, the doctors and nurses at the health clinic are very polite to them, even showing respect when they see Han Jiao. As colleagues, Han Jiao wanted to be nice to them. But thinking about how her husband was left behind and ignored earlier, she couldn't give them a friendly look. She grabbed a flashlight and some tools and went back to Shen Junshan. It's a bit bright, bear with it and don't move. Han Jiao softly comforted him, opening his eyelids. The strong light from the flashlight shone in, and Shen Junshan instinctively tried to dodge. He remembered her words and forced himself to endure it. She was very close to him, and her breath hit his face. When he looked up slightly, he could see her slightly curled eyelashes. Shen Junshan's ears turned red, and his neck also blushed, causing his hands to clutch the blanket. When Han Jiao touched his face, her palm felt warm. She was surprised and asked, you don't have a fever, do you? I am fine, Shin Junshan stammered. He turned his head away. As long as he didn't look at her, his heart wouldn't beat so fast. Han Jiao Jiao often saw Shin Junshan in this state and wondered if he had a chronic illness. She borrowed a thermometer and said, "Let's check just in case. A low fever can cause more trouble." She lifted Shin Junshan's shirt and slipped the thermometer under his armpit. Her hand brushed his chest, and before she could react, Shin Junshan's face turned even redder. "What's wrong? Like steaming? Are you feeling very hot?" "No, I want some water," he quickly said. Han Jiao Jiao hurriedly poured him a glass of water. "When I went back to scold a few fools in your family, I also gave 2 red envelopes to Ah Long and Ah Hu. Do you think I've been spending too much lately?" Han Jiao Jiao was biting an apple, thinking about her expenses over the past month. It seemed she was spending money every day, but there were few ways to earn it. She wondered if Shin Junshan felt any pressure about it. Shin Junshan shook his head calmly. "The money I give you is for you to spend. Besides, most of it is for necessary expenses. I promised to give you a salary to buy a dress, but now we probably can't afford high-end ones. I'll dress better, so other girls will be jealous. After all, I look pretty, right?" Shin Junshan quickly nodded. Seeing how handsome yet simple he looked, Han Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smile. She stopped smiling and softly said, "I just went back and gave those people a good lesson." "Did you hurt them badly? Apart from that, is there anything else you want to say?" Shin Junshan guessed what she was about to do. With her hot temper, if she went home and met the Shin family members, she would definitely lose control and start a fight. When Han Jiao Jiao returned, he was already mentally prepared. Shin Junshan asked, "It doesn't seem like anything special. Do you have anything to say?" "No, I just want to tell you that I was a bit rough this time and might have broken a couple of bones. As long as no one dies, it's fine. You don't need to worry about the rest. I am here." Han Jiao Jiao looked down and secretly smiled. Her words made people feel comfortable inside, and she liked that. She packed her things. When borrowing the wheelchair, the doctor and nurses came to help and also prepared some crutches for them. When they arrived at the guest house, the staff there were very friendly. Han Jiao Jiao knew that the village chief had probably made arrangements, so she specifically prepared the quietest and most ventilated room on the first floor. She parked the car in the backyard and helped him into the room. Han Jiao Jiao checked the room and said, "It's really newly renovated. Luckily, there's no musty smell." Shin Junshan sounded a bit angry. Han Jiao Jiao asked, "Are you hungry? I'll go cook now. It'll be quick, wait for me." "Buying 2 steamed buns with some canned food is okay." "No, that's not good. You're injured. How can you eat preservatives?" "Wait for me, I'll be quick." Han Jiao Jiao helped him sit on the bed and hurried to cook. Shin Junshan looked back at the bed. It was a twin room with 2 beds, each about 1.2 meters wide. He frowned. Today, he would have to sleep separately from Jiao Jiao, which made him a little unhappy. Han Jiao Jiao went to the kitchen and saw some loaches in a basin. After asking, she learned that the staff caught them in the fields in the afternoon, planning to raise them overnight and cook them for lunch tomorrow. Loaches are good for nourishment. They're more common in spring, and now that summer has started, some remaining ones are fat and large. Han Jiao Jiao picked up a big knife and quickly cut open the loaches, removing the internal organs. After removing the fishy smell with cooking wine and garlic water, she fried them in hot oil, then added tofu and simmered everything together. Outside the kitchen, there were a few chickens in a cage. Han Jiao Jiao picked a black chicken, killed it, and then dipped its feet into a barrel of asphalt to remove the feathers. She cut open the chicken's belly, discarded what she didn't need, and kept the heart, liver, and other parts. She carefully separated the skin, meat, and bones along the skeleton. The waiters at the door were all stunned. They had seen chickens being disassembled before, but never with a cleaver to separate the skin like that. It was impressive. After cutting the chicken skin, Han Jiao Jiao fried it in oil. "Anyone free to help me wash 2 large green onions? Scallions and garlic sprouts are fine too." "I'll do it. I just pulled some big green onions from the field at noon." "Are 2 enough?" The girl held a green onion as thick as a child's arm, which startled Han Jiao. These green onions are really well grown. Half is enough. Help me wash and cut it, then get some greens and garlic.
Thanks.
The village has plenty of vegetables. The girl casually grabbed a cabbage bigger than her head, peeled off a few outer leaves, rinsed it in well water, and it was ready. Han Jiao prepared the seasonings. She grilled the chicken until both sides were golden, then added a special sauce and cooked it on high heat to reduce the sauce. She wrapped chicken ribs and necks with a few pieces of zongzi leaves, drizzled sauce inside, and roasted them over charcoal. She chopped the chicken hearts and gizzards, mixed them with the green onions, and added pickled radish and pickled peppers from the kimchi jar to make a tasty appetizer. When the dishes were ready, she set some aside on a plate. Little girl, the leftovers on the stove are for you. If you can't finish them tonight, remember to store them in a cool place so they don't spoil tomorrow. The girl swallowed her saliva and quickly filled a big bowl with rice, then ate eagerly with her companion. No way she would leave such delicious food for tomorrow. Han Jiao carried the rice back to the ward. Shin Junshan had already smelled the aroma of the food. Han Jiao handed him a spoon so he could eat with his left hand. When she prepared soup for Shin Junshan, she only gave him broth and tofu. She used chopsticks to pick out the meat from the loach's belly and placed it on her own plate. Seeing him enjoy the meal, she felt her effort was worth it. She bit into a chicken rib, and her face relaxed with satisfaction. No wonder these free-range chickens from the countryside have such crispy bones. Smells so good. Shin Junshan dabbed at her lips with his finger. You're getting it all over your face again. I'll leave half for you. If you're hungry tonight, you can have it as a late-night snack. It's okay, I already ate. Of course, my wife's cooking should be eaten hot. Shin Junshan wolfed down his food when there was a knock at the door. Is that Jiao?
Ha!
Auntie? Han Jiao saw someone she knew and immediately got up to help. Du Ling, smiling happily, came in leaning on her cane. She was also carrying some fruit. After placing it with the other fruits, she smiled and said, My name is Du Ling. Thank you all so much during the day. Annie Du, you're too polite. Please sit down. Han Jiao offered her the only small stool. Du Ling didn't refuse. After sitting down, she explained the situation. I also live on the first floor. After dinner tonight, I heard the village chief talking about work. I just overheard the name Jiao, and I thought, that must be you. So I went out and bought some fruit to bring to you. After saying that, Du Ling looked at Shin Junshan playfully. We just met this afternoon, and now we're already like friends in need. Isn't that fate? Shin Junshan nodded. His eyes were only on the food his wife made. He didn't want anything else to distract him. Du Ling noticed and quickly said, Eat quickly, or you won't digest well tonight. Andy Du, did you see a doctor? Is your foot okay? I'm a doctor myself. This small injury doesn't need a visit to the clinic. But your husband's injury looks serious. If you don't mind, I can check it later to thank you. Han Jiao smiled. She was also a doctor, so she didn't think this small injury needed someone else to look at it. But the medicine at the clinic wasn't good enough. When Shin Junshan was discharged and went into the guest house earlier, he was sweating. It's best to change the bandage tonight. After he finished eating, Han Jiao went to get a basin of warm water and laid out the prepared medicine and tools in order.
Du Ling nodded.
Very professional. Did you learn this at medical school? Yes, I also worked in clinical practice for several years. Han Jiao thought to herself with a smile, just copying what I saw. Who hasn't been to a hospital? It's all arranged like this. Du Ling smiled but didn't reply. She had been traveling with the military since she was 17 and had been a doctor for 22 years now. Many young people sent from the military lacked basic skills, and they often had to be reminded of the simplest things. The young girl from the countryside looked at everything and made the preparations so neatly. Was she fooling around? Han Jiao didn't notice Du Ling's gaze. She wrung out a hot towel and helped Shin Junshan wipe his upper body himself. She uncovered the gauze on Shin Junshan's stomach and gently dabbed iodine solution with a cotton swab.
Suddenly, Du Ling leaned over, almost knocking Han Jiao over.
Shin Junshan trembled nervously, almost pulling at his wound. Han Jiao Jiao was a bit annoyed. Annie do, what are you doing?
Huh.
I just think the stitches on this wound look so good, I couldn't help but want to look more closely. It's a professional habit. But you can't just do that suddenly. Please sit aside. Du Ling slowly moved back to sit nearby, but kept stretching her neck to look forward. Han Jiao Jiao was about to apply medicine when she felt a shadow covering her wound. She frowned helplessly. Annie do, you're blocking the light.
Oh, sorry.
Du Ling moved back further. I just want to see if there's anything on his stomach. The light is too dim to see clearly. Maybe we should get a flashlight. It's just medicine, no need for bright light. Du Ling vaguely saw a red spot, but after mixing with the iodine, the colors were very similar. Plus, the dim lighting made it even harder to see clearly. Shen Junshan only liked Han Jiao Jiao looking at him. When others were around, he became shy and covered his stomach with his hand. Jiao Jiao, hurry up. Okay, almost done. Han Jiao Jiao finished applying the medicine, wrapped the gauze, and then put on a full-sleeve cotton pajamas she had prepared for him because it was a bit cold at night. She added some hot water, wrung out the towel, and was about to pull down his pants. Shin Junshan nervously held onto his waistband, looked at Du Ling, and quickly looked down. No, I can't take it off. How can I clean you if you don't take it off? Be good, don't make trouble. Shin Junshan pressed his lips tightly, glancing at Du Ling. He kept his waistband clenched, and his breath grew hot. Han Jiao Jiao paused, seeing him stubbornly biting his lip, with big eyes darting around, looking shy and like he had been teased. With this little look, who could resist? Anyway, Han Jiao Jiao couldn't stand it. A surge of impulse rose in her heart. She really wanted to go up and hold him, teasing him wildly. Han Jiao Jiao gently comforted him. Be good, let go. Once we're done cleaning, we'll go to sleep. Shin Junshan really didn't want to let go. It was already embarrassing enough that his wife took off his pants. But there were other people present. Although he was a doctor, he still felt a bit shy. Han Jiao Jiao pretended to be angry. If you don't behave, I will sleep next door tonight and won't stay with you. Shin Junshan frowned and reluctantly let go. Shin Junshan pulled the blanket over his head, and the warmth inside the blanket gradually increased. Han Jiao Jiao didn't notice and quickly took off his pants. When she reached a certain area, her face turned red with embarrassment. She hurriedly covered him with the blanket. I'll get you a new pair of pants. Han Jiao Jiao quickly found a new pair of boxers from the luggage. Shin Junshan wanted to sit up, but his core was strained and his abdominal wound was pulled, causing his eyebrows to furrow. Han Jiao Jiao quickly helped him back onto the bed, turned her head to reach over, and helped him put on the pants. Then she put on long pants outside and covered him with a silk quilt. Du Ling laughed loudly. It's totally normal for a wife to help her husband wash up. Are you newlyweds? That's why you're shy?
Yes.
Han Jiao Jiao let out a long breath. She didn't expect Shin Junshan to be more delicate than a model. Truly, real things are more lively. Du Ling wanted to chat with them a bit longer, but saw Han Jiao Jiao get up to tidy the mosquito net. She tactfully said, Young man, you rest first. I'll come see you again tomorrow morning. Uncle Du, take your time. Han Jiao Jiao was worried. She helped Du Ling out and watched her return to her room. Afterward, she picked up the shorts Shin Junshan had taken off to wash them. In the backyard, there was a gray and white stone sink with a row of faucets above it. When Han Jiao Jiao came out with soap to wash clothes, Shin Junshan's window at the bedside just happened to show her profile. She washed for a while, and Shin Junshan watched her for the same amount of time. Han Jiao Jiao also rinsed her face with cold water. As she straightened up, a gust of cold wind hit her. Shivering from the cold, she hurried back to her room. She locked the door, inserted a bolt, placed a stool behind the door, and left a porcelain cup on the edge of the stool. Shin Junshan said, You're very cautious. Better to be cautious outside, in case a crazy person breaks in at night. Han Jiao Jiao checked the window again, which looked even sturdier than the door. Han Jiao Jiao squatted down and lit a mosquito coil between the two beds. The mosquitoes here are big and fat. Even with doors and windows closed, they still fly in. It's really annoying. After lighting the coil, she placed 2 empty bottles beside Shin Junshan, poured water for him, and added 2 more pillows to support his waist. She carefully tucked in the mosquito net and said, "You should be able to sleep well tonight. If you want to get up, just call me. Be very careful not to use too much force, or the wound might reopen and get infected." "I understand, Jiao Jiao. You're so reliable."
Of course I am.
"Not many people are as dependable as me." Han Jiao Jiao turned around on the bed. After tucking in the mosquito net along the edge and resting her head on a pillow she brought from the space, she felt quite comfortable. She exhaled and asked, "Junshan, what do you want to eat tomorrow morning?" "Let's have yogurt with beef, rice noodles. I saw someone eating it on the street today, and it looked pretty good. Add a fried dough stick, a glass of soy milk, and some crispy fried dumplings. There will be sweet, salty, and sour spicy flavors. It should be delicious." Shin Junshan turned his head seriously and asked, "Jiao Jiao, will you finish eating?" "Well, you're here, so you can eat what I can't finish."
I'm sleepy.
"Let's sleep." Han Jiao Jiao yawned loudly and drifted off to sleep. In her dream, she was back in Shun's yard, which was full of people. There were also her third uncle and a man who looked like a leader gathered around. They argued fiercely for a while. When Shin Junshan and her third uncle stood up to leave, suddenly someone rushed out from behind, swinging a large iron pot to hit Shin Junshan. Han Jiao Jiao sat up quickly from the bed. Shin Junshan heard her scream and immediately woke up. He pulled back the mosquito net and rushed over. "What's wrong?" "It's that dream again. Why is it always about Shin Junshan getting hurt in my dreams? But yesterday, when he was stabbed by Haifang, I didn't have a premonition dream. Could it be because it wasn't life-threatening, so it didn't appear in my dreams?" Han Jiao Jiao slowly calmed down and held Shin Junshan's hand.
I'm fine.
"Are you okay to get up? Did you pull your wound?" "It's fine. Are you really okay?" Shin Junshan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with the back of his hand. "Are you used to sleeping on the ground in the countryside?" "No, I wasn't a country girl before." "What's there to get used to?" When Shin Junshan heard her awkward tone, he knew she was trying to comfort him and felt a little sorry inside. Han Jiao Jiao forced a smile and said, "I'm serious. Besides, I love having nightmares. I even had one back in the county. Don't worry, it's only 3:30. Go back to sleep. Now is the time to take care of your health." Han Jiao Jiao pushed him back onto the bed to rest and carefully tucked the mosquito net around him. She looked at Shin Junshan's sleeping face and remembered the scene from her dream, which still made her shiver. Although she knew he was attacked and hit on the head with a metal pot, she couldn't see the attacker's face. She only remembered that it was a man. Han Jiao Jiao thought about the attacker and couldn't fall asleep. Before she knew it, morning came, and the sounds of birds and insects outside were very loud. By 5 a.m., she couldn't stay in bed anymore. She got up to wash and then went out to buy some things. People in the countryside wake up very early. When Han Jiao Jiao left the house, many families were already sitting at their doorways eating noodles and steamed buns. She finally found a place selling breakfast and spent 7 cents on sour rice noodles and soy milk, then 4 cents on fried dough and crispy dumplings. When she returned to the guest house, Shin Junshan was already awake. He leaned on his cane, washed up, and changed clothes. Han Jiao Jiao brought out 2 stools and placed them by the window, setting the food on the windowsill so they could sit in the yard and eat together. Han Jiao Jiao picked some mushrooms and black fungus from her bowl and offered them to him. "These look fresh and good for health. Eat more. Do you like these?" "I like all tasty food. These mushrooms are thick and meaty, but too bad they don't have meat. When we go back, I'll make a version with meat for you." Han Jiao Jiao opened her fried dough and split it in half with Shin Junshan. She took a bite of the crispy dumpling, which was fried very well, coated with a thick layer of sugar powder, and had a fragrant osmanthus scent inside. Han Jiao Jiao was very satisfied. "This is really good. I wonder if they have this snack in the county. There's a place on East 2nd Street that makes good fried dumplings. Have you tried it? Zhong Shun often goes there to buy, and he's tried it for me. That kid really knows how to eat. Han Jiao Jiao took a big mouthful of rice flour and felt the spicy oil make her eyes water happily. Shin Junshan didn't quite understand whether she was happy or upset. Oh, having breakfast? Looks delicious. Du Ling came out of the room with dark circles under her eyes, looking like she didn't sleep well. Han Jiao Jiao didn't buy him his meal either, feeling a bit embarrassed for no reason. Du Ling saw Shin Junshan's bowl piled with wood ear mushrooms and mushrooms, nodding repeatedly. This wife is very caring young man, don't you think? Shin Junshan quickly nodded, a slight smile on his face. He totally agreed with that. Han Jiao Jiao stood up to let her sit, but Du Ling quickly pressed her down. I'm fine. The girl at the front desk already bought me some food. You all eat your own. I left early today and forgot about you. I'll bring you a portion tomorrow. No need, really. How old are you two? You both look quite young. I'm 19 and Junshan is 25.
25.
Such a good age, the perfect time to build a career. What about your parents? They passed away in a car accident.
Du Ling est fastifend.
Han Jiao Jiao quickly said, Auntie, don't take it to heart. We know you didn't mean it. Shin Junshan said, I don't mind. You don't have to worry. Du Ling looked at him thoughtfully, a strange smile tugging at her lips. Han Jiao Jiao didn't understand what she meant and just thought Du Ling was a bit odd. Maybe elders like younger people. As long as they don't bother you, it's fine. Han Jiao Jiao chatted with her for a few words when noisy sounds came from outside the door. Shin Junshan frowned impatiently. So annoying. They're here again to persuade us. Who is it? Village officials? Han Jiao Jiao asked. Shin Junshan nodded. Their third uncle must have gone early in the morning to arrange things. Once the village officials found out, they would come to persuade them. Shin Junshan expected this, but didn't think they would come so early. It's really annoying to be disturbed before 7 a.m. Han Jiao Jiao got up to deal with them, but Du Ling stopped her. You all sit and eat slowly. I'll handle them. Sit and eat. Du Ling, leaning on her crutch, hobbled to the door. After a while, the noisy sounds outside disappeared. They spent a quiet day. The next morning, Han Jiao Jiao changed his medicine. After taking antibiotics, she helped him get into the car to go to the Shin family. The Shin courtyard was already crowded with people. Shin Damai hadn't slept well for 2 days. He looked much older, with his beard turned white. The other small issues weren't much better, especially Shin Fugue. His eyes on Han Jiao Jiao looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Han Jiao Jiao helped Shin Junshan out of the car. When they entered the yard, she looked around but didn't see the iron pot. Since it wasn't in the yard, it must have been taken from the kitchen. As long as she kept watch over the kitchen, nothing would happen. Han Jiao Jiao decided to stay there and block the door later. The village chief saw him and quickly helped a middle-aged man support him inside. Junshan, my daughter is sorry about what happened. Please don't take it to heart. Or maybe you can give me a couple of punches to vent your anger. Captain Hai, I'm here today to handle family matters. We can talk about everything else later. Hai Ting nodded politely and helped Shin Junshan inside to sit next to the third uncle. The third uncle said, I called everyone here to witness the division of the family. We need the fourth household to bring out Shin Junshan's old household registration. After we cancel it, the village chief will submit the documents, and everything will be settled. Shin Damao frowned and asked, Old son, are you just dividing the family? Do you decide everything, or does he? Sun Yumin wasn't afraid and said, When the sky is cloudy, the rain will come. Shin Junshan wants to split the family, and you can't stop him. The people in the fourth household should be honest. This good boy wouldn't cause trouble if he didn't have to. The first household, Shin Daqing, and the second household, Shin Dahai, were present. The third household's members were out handling affairs in the village, and his wife had brought their 2 sons. Everyone agreed with the third uncle's plan, especially Qin Lianhua, the wife of the third household. She was straightforward and immediately started scolding, Junshan grew up with us. He's such a good kid. If it weren't for you people being so unreasonable, he wouldn't want to leave. Shin Fugue was unhappy and said, "Auntie, I don't like hearing that. It's none of your business, so don't talk nonsense. Second fool, don't talk to me." Shin Junshan is surnamed Shin.
He's part of the Shin family.
I don't get any benefit from him, but he still makes us proud. Do you think I want him to leave? It's all your fault, so annoying. Nonsense. It's only because he married that silly wife that he wants to leave. Shin Fugue still wanted to argue, but Shin Changming stopped him. Han Jiao Jiao had just saved a child a few days ago, and the story was already spreading in the village. At this point, calling someone foolish would only make others look down on her. Shin Changming said, "Junshan, life in the countryside is hard. Everyone is struggling. Even if you feel wronged, we are all family. Can't you bear it?" Han Jiao Jiao sneered. Is the expected ending just being stabbed by someone? Haifang looked down and shyly moved to the side. Shunda Mai coldly said, "Is your man dead? Is it your turn to speak, little third family?" Shin Junshan held Han Jiao Jiao's hand and looked seriously at Shunda Mai. "Jiao Jiao is my wife. We are one family, so we don't need to talk about two families."
Haha, your family.
Did you change your surname again? This time it's Han, right? Shunda Mai suddenly became angry. You only know that we used your money, and you didn't tell us about matchmaking you and Haifang. Don't you remember what happened before? You've forgotten all those kindnesses? Shin Junshan had already expected them to use kindness as an excuse. He calmly took out a small box. A few days ago, when he was sleeping at his uncle's house, he found it still under the desk, so he tidied it up and took it out. He opened the box, which contained several small notebooks. They were made from pieces of paper he had collected and glued together, then sewn with thread or grass string. The pencils on them were quite worn, so they were hard to read, only faintly visible. Shin Junshan read aloud. February 1st, today Grandma didn't let me go to school. She asked me to help Fu Gui herd sheep. When I came back, everyone was resting. I was very hungry, but Aunt C left me half a steamed bun. February 3rd in the morning, my cotton coat was missing. Second aunt said I am older and have thick skin to resist the cold, unlike Jean Bao who is weak and sick. But I still had to go to the team to help Fu Gui herd sheep, so I wrapped myself in a bedsheet. February 11th, it rained heavily. The house was leaking. I went to my parents' house but was chased out and scolded by second aunt. Grandpa made me kneel on a washboard to reflect. I didn't know what I was supposed to reflect on because that was my parents' house. Why was I punished for going home? February 15th, the new year is coming soon. I hate the new year because I have to wash many sheets and blankets. Although Aunt C helped, the water was so cold, my hands cracked. February 21st, I had a fever and felt dizzy. The firewood hadn't been collected yet, so I couldn't rest. February 25th, school is about to start, but I can't find my household register and student ID. How can I register without them? February 28th, Han Jiao Jiao sniffed and said, Junshan, stop reading.
Let's stop reading.
She interrupted him, took the diary from his hands, closed it, and tenderly held his face, hugging him. She no longer wanted to hear these stories. They made her too angry and sad. The entire yard was silent, with no one making a sound. Haifang felt more and more embarrassed. He had never been so harsh with his own daughter, but the people of the Shin family were so strict with their son. He thought he must have been crazy back then to believe Jean Guizhi. Luckily, he didn't marry his daughter into that family, or she would have been completely taken advantage of by the Shin family. Shun Fugue awkwardly scolded, "Why are you so mean? You're still holding on to this." Even if Junshan didn't keep a diary, someone would remember these things. Qin Lianhua had known about the Shin family's issues for a long time, but their third branch couldn't control the fourth branch. Now that Shin Junshan had caused a fuss, she decided to tell the story as well. When Shin Junshan's parents died, the second family said they wanted to be his guardians, moved in to control his house, and even took his position. Is that true? Shun Peng's face turned pale. He used to work as a bricklayer, which was hard work and paid little. After his third son died, he took over his position, and his wages doubled. Everyone in the village knew about this. Many people admired him at the time, and Shinpeng didn't have the chance to explain or defend himself. Qin Lianhua continued. Jean Guizhi took over the position of the third daughter-in-law but didn't do her work properly. She hurt herself and then stepped down. She caused trouble at home every day, forcing the youngest son to move into the fourth brother's house.
How old was the fourth family then?
They were still living in a thatched hut, and Qing lowered her eyes. When it rained, the roof leaked. We couldn't do anything about it, and he got frostbitten. Jean Hong angrily pinched in Qing. You little brat, try saying one more word. And Qing shook her off and said angrily, You can do things, but I can't speak? Cold in winter, sweaty in summer, that's what you did. When I was 16, I was so thin I looked like a monkey. I dug sweet potatoes and came back, only to be scolded by you. Village chief, what I'm saying is true. My husband and Ah Long can both testify.
Ah Long was only a few years old then.
He doesn't remember anything. Nana, I was 4 years old. I remember that third brother was always injured, hungry, and often beaten. Han Jiao didn't know what being beaten meant. And Qing quickly explained, it means being whipped with a vine. Old thing, you really laid hands on him? Jiao jumped up and knocked over the stool. Jean Hong was beaten so badly that her nose was swollen and her face bruised. Seeing her, she was a little scared and quickly hid behind her sons. Shun Junshan also grabbed Jiao and said, Sit down. No, they are bullying you like this, and you can still stay so calm? Let go of me. I will peel her skin. Shin Junshan held her hand, feeling his heart filled with sweetness. It didn't matter what others thought when they spoke for him. Shin knew Jiao was just worried about him. All the pain from the past was healed in that moment. Shin Junshan said, I don't want to bring up old things. I just want to make things clear. You raised me for 2 years and I repaid you for 8 years. That's enough.
Damai sneered coldly.
They say kindness is greater than the sky, but he only remembered when they treated him badly. Why didn't he remember when they were good to him? Like what? Jiao really disliked this shameless old man. As the head of the fourth household, she knew exactly what Shin Junshan had done for the family, but he didn't care because of interests and pride. Jiao sneered. Give an example of how they treated him well.
Damai suddenly looked embarrassed.
He moved his mouth but couldn't think of a single good thing to say. The village chief felt ashamed. When Jean Guizhi wanted to be Shin Junshan's guardian, I thought since we are family, I should handle it. I didn't expect you to be so shameful. Truly shameful. Damai shouted angrily. Shame on what? Every boy grows up hungry. He was lucky someone looked after him. Back in our day, he would have starved or been taken by wolves. Stop wasting time. Nonsense. You're just living off your grandson's blood. Jiao had never been this angry before. She clenched her fists tightly, wanting to rush forward and hit Damai. Jean Hong was anxious. You're the one talking nonsense. He's not even my grandson.
Damai glared fiercely at Jean Hong.
Jean Hong immediately covered her mouth and hurriedly moved aside in fear. Jiao suddenly remembered what Jean Guizhi said the night before and connected it with Jean Hong's words. Something felt strange. Third uncle chuckled softly. Damai, everyone knows what happened back then. Why hide it? What happened back then? I don't know. Hey, you old rascal, do you want me to tell you to your face? At 14, Sun Yumin joined the army. Although his rank was low, he was a retired officer, and the village chief was always polite to him. No one in the village dared to offend him. Shin Damao was standing in front of him, acting like a mischievous child, and his words carried no weight. Sun Yumin cursed, I've never liked you. Such a good kid, but if he's not your kin, you treat him like he's not human. You're really worthless. Third uncle, what are you saying? Han Jiao was very surprised.
Not their kin.
Isn't Shin Junshan a Shun family member? The others were also shocked. The village chief said, back then, the third family's wife was often sick. She took the child to the city for treatment. After 3 or 4 years, she came back with Junshan. Isn't he not their biological child? Sun Yumin sighed. The child was born with some issues. When the third wife's heart was broken, she was walking by the river and found Junshan. She took him as her own. Han Jiao frowned, looking at Shin Junshan. He nodded and said, "I'm not my parents' biological son." Everyone started talking loudly. Han Jiao's mind was in chaos. A young boy lost his biological parents and then his adoptive parents, ending up in the hands of these cruel relatives. Just thinking about how he must have felt at that moment made tears fall uncontrollably.
That.
Shindamao, you good for nothing. Han Jiao grabbed a grass fan nearby and swung it at him. Shindamao quickly dodged. Han Jiao rushed forward, grabbed his collar and punched him, but was stopped by the village chief. Sun Yumin laughed loudly. "I like this girl's fiery temper. Follow me, ha ha ha." Han Jiao cursed. "I've lived so long and never seen such cruelty. If he's not your real kin, why do you refuse to feed or clothe him? Where do you get the face to ask for this or that? Without you, he'd be better off." He didn't expect Sun Yumin to reveal everything, nor did he expect Shin Junshan to remember. Shindamao cursed, "You little brat, you've been pretending all these years. I knew from the moment I woke up. My adoptive parents told me everything, so I always knew I wasn't their biological child." Shindamao was surprised that the third family was hiding things. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He hated that he was born into the third family, that even in death, they wouldn't let him live a good life. Shinpeng pulled Shindami aside. "Dad, we really are in the wrong." Shindami suddenly slapped his second son. "Even if we're in the wrong, it's your wife who is at fault. What does that have to do with me? If it's too much, just divorce Jin Guizhi and let the little third son have some peace. No need to split the family over this." "No, she's my wife. I can't just do that. If she hadn't caused trouble in the county town, would we be splitting the family today? Just divorce her. Find someone new." He touched his face and glared fiercely at Han Jiao. That girl was surprisingly strong. Han Jiao didn't expect Shindami to be so unkind, even worse than Jin Guizhi. He was willing to tear apart his son's family just to get close to Shin Junshan and take advantage. Inside the house, crying could be heard. Jin Guizhi, with a swollen purple-blue face, wanted to come out but was pulled back by Shun Jinfeng. "Mom, don't go. You might get hit." "I won't leave. I've given you 2 children to the Shen family. Why should I be driven away? I won't leave." Jin Guizhi looked up and cried loudly, sitting on the ground and clutching the doorframe tightly. And Qing muttered coldly, "Serves her right." It felt so satisfying. Han Jiao was furious. "Whether they divorce or not is none of our business. Don't think you can just cover it up with some excuse. So, what do you want?" "What do I want? I want to cut you into pieces and bury you alive." Shindami was also frightened by Han Jiao's fierce attitude. He didn't expect her to be so ruthless. He almost lost his breath. Han Jiao turned to Shin Junshan, angrily scolding, "You're just as useless. If you knew about all this, you should have cut ties with them when you were 18. If they don't give you a household registration, report it to the authorities. If the authorities don't help, you should make it public. If they try to stop you, print thousands of copies of these diaries and post them all over the streets. Let's see if they still have the nerve to come looking for you." Shun Junshan quickly nodded, calming his righteous anger, and gently took Han Jiao's hand, pressing it to his face. Han Jiao was so angry her chest hurt, but seeing Shin Junshan like that, she couldn't bear to push him away. She hit him twice hard. "Idiot! Stop being so stupid. You really are an idiot. I'll go get you a glass of water." Han Jiao walked past them, glaring fiercely at Shindami. If she listened any longer, she might end up hurting Shindamao. Also, she was very worried about the premonition dream, so she had to go to the kitchen to stop him. Shin Junshan took out a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it. "Take a look." "Look at what?" "I can't read." The village chief glared at Shindamao, then took the paper and said, "This is a notarized document. Shun Hao's family left it. Junshan doesn't want it. From now on, 3% of your monthly wages will be sent to you as a pension for 5 years, but he has one request. What request? To move Shun Hao's grave to the county town and have it follow Junshan. Everyone fell silent when they heard this request. Thinking back to when Shun Hao was alive, life was hard, but he truly cared for his son. He often let Junshan ride on his shoulders to buy food. It used to be quite warm and loving. Han Jiao sighed heavily at the kitchen door. She was so frustrated. Shin Junshan was too gentle. If it were her, she would first scold them, then accuse them of illegal theft, then abuse them, making them return all the benefits they had gained over the years, and finally drive these bloodsuckers out. That would make her feel better. Han Jiao was so upset, she almost cried. Shin Damao was also very annoyed. We used to have 50 or 60 yuan, and now you only give us a little over a yuan.
Dream on.
Shin Junshan said, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just informing you. You ungrateful wolf. I'm giving you a way out now. Be sensible and step down, or I won't be polite later. Shin Junshan nodded at Sun Yumin, who responded with a greeting. A few strong young men stepped forward and headed straight to Jin Guizhi's house next door. After rummaging through the house, they found Shin Junshan's old household register. Shin Damao went up with his sons to stop them, but a few young men blocked the way.
Sun Yumin held his small notebook.
Over the years, this household register has helped your family get about 8 or 9 yuan a month in subsidies. Do you feel good about deceiving the village and taking this money? Do you have a conscience? The village chief's face darkened.
He didn't know about this.
Shin Damao was slapping his face. The village chief was angry too.
Shin,
you're deceiving the organization. How can you betray the trust they placed in your family? Shin's family members panicked. With such a big accusation hanging over them, their whole family would be in trouble. Shin Damao immediately backed down. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Sun Yumin said, Junshan, what do you think? Hurry up and settle this. I don't want to pursue the past anymore. It's so embarrassing now. What else is there to argue about? If I don't agree, can't you handle it? I'll tell you, Shun has been Shin all his life. Don't even think about escaping us. Village head, finish the process. I'll go to the county town to publish a notice to cut ties, then find someone with a nickname, Black Pigeon. When Shin Damao and Jin Hong heard this name, their faces turned pale and they froze. Shin Dali also knew this person. He nervously asked, Junshan, how do you know? I know everything. I know all about it. Shin Junshan's cold eyes showed sharp hostility, like a leper hunting. Shin Damao, no matter how capable, was just an old rural man. Facing Shin Junshan's cold stare, he was already struggling to hold on. Thinking about Black Pigeon, he suddenly felt deflated like a burst balloon. Shin Junshan added, once we find Black Pigeon, I will settle accounts with Shin Jinbao properly. Shin Prung panicked. His wife, Jin Guizhi, had told him about his son's situation. Being a troublemaker was a serious crime before, and it still wasn't good now. It must not be exposed. Dad, let's split the money. At least we have a few coins. Old man, Jin Hong looked embarrassed. Even though he didn't want to, he had no choice now. When Shun Hao and his wife died, they thought Shin Junshan wasn't family, so they kept him at home just to waste food. After Jin Guizhi took the house and money, she planned to find someone to sell Shin Junshan. They even agreed on the price, taking 10 yuan from others. But the next day, Shin Junshan was found in the mountain by Sun Yumin, covered in blood and burned for 3 days.
It was terrifying.
Sun Yumin was watching, so they couldn't do much. And Black Pigeon was gone. Shin Junshan woke up and didn't say anything. They just let it go. But they didn't realize that this wolf had remembered everything, just holding it in, waiting to strike back. Sure enough, the third brother raised a rebellious son, just like him, born with a rebellious spirit, a vicious little wolf. Qin Lianhua couldn't stand it anymore. It's already like this. Do you still want to keep arguing? What's the point? Exactly. While there's still money, just take it. Doing such shameless things repeatedly, aren't you afraid you'll hurt your back walking? Be quick about it. I'm tired just listening. Fourth brother, act more like a man. Don't let everyone look down on you anymore. Shin Damao's face was already lost. He knew deep down that continuing to argue wouldn't do any good for him or the Shin family. Even a little bit of money is better than none. Gritting his teeth, Shin Damao shouted, "Let's divide everything today. Don't regret it later. From now on, none of this has anything to do with you. Except for Dad and Mom's ashes, I don't want anything else." They had already used up the money, and they had lived in the house for so many years. It was filled with the scent of Jean Guizhi's family. Shin Junshan still felt sick just thinking about it. Sun Yumin took out the notarized document he wrote last night. "Old Shin, sign this so we won't owe each other anymore." "I can't write." "Then just make your mark." "Still got 10 fingers, right?" Third uncle rushed forward to grab him, but Shin Damao pushed him away. "I'll do it myself." He slapped the paper hard. Sun Yumin took the document, handed it to Shin Junshan, and said, "Everything's done. If you try to bother Junshan again, I'll be the first to break your legs." Shin Dali and the others huddled together, too scared to speak. They all felt sad about losing this money-making opportunity. Without it, they wouldn't have enough to eat or spend. Where could they find support now? Shen Jinfeng felt dizzy and slowly sat down by the door. Her household registration and dowry were completely gone. Jean Guizhi hurriedly ran to the kitchen and bumped into Han Jiao. She coldly said, "So it was you." Han Jiao forcefully pushed Jean Guizhi away. She rolled on the ground, crying out in pain. Jean Hung quickly ran over. "You little brat, why did you hit her?" "I was about to go out when she suddenly rushed in and bumped into me." Han Jiao took a bottle of mineral water from her bag, poured it into a porcelain cup, and walked out. "If you can't watch where you're going, don't blame me." She returned to Shin Junshan and handed him the water. The person who secretly attacked Junshan in her dream was probably Jean Guizhi. Now, Junshan probably won't be blamed for the mistake. Han Jiao happily linked arms with him. "Run Chun, let's go home after we clear my throat." Shin Junshan nodded and helped Han Jiao stand up. The village chief was about to dismiss everyone when Enqing suddenly pulled Shindali forward. "Village chief, wait, I have something to say." Enqing pushed Shindali out, and he awkwardly hesitated, not daring to speak. Feeling he was useless, Enqing pushed him aside and said, "Report to the village chief. I also want to split from the family." "Fourth aunt, are you crazy?" "Old fourth, listen to what your wife is saying, and you don't say anything." Shen Dali shyly lowered his head behind Enqing, not daring to make a sound. Enqing firmly pulled him out and said, "I discussed with Dali yesterday. Along and who are grown up and need money for school. We don't want to keep supporting the whole family anymore. We need to think about ourselves." Jean Hong trembled with anger. "You ungrateful person, stop talking nonsense. When did I ever let you support us?" "Dolly's mother, I get 3 Jean of grain tickets, 3 ounces of meat tickets, and 12 yuan each month. Dolly gets a little more than me. When you add it up, we spend over 20 yuan a month just on ourselves, not counting supporting everyone. I am his mother. You are everyone's mother. Raising you is everyone's responsibility, not just ours." And Qing coldly stared at Jean Guizhi. Some people have hands and feet, are young and strong, yet they steal from others and rely on others their whole lives. Why should we? Shindali didn't like the tense atmosphere at home, but he didn't say anything because of feelings. However, he didn't share the same feelings with Jean Guizhi. "The second family's daughter-in-law always makes my wife wash her underwear. That's too much." The older family's members also complained. "Guizhi is the darling of her parents. How can we compare? Big sister, you don't have to say cold words. Over the years, you haven't helped with laundry or dishes." Qian Guihua's face turned red, and she looked at Enqing with resentment. Enqing said, "My 2 kids are working to help the family. Look at this room, my eldest is just a gatekeeper, happy enough with that. He only earns a little each month, barely enough for his own food. His 2 sons are married into other families, and their earnings and food are considered the bride's families. As for wealth, you all know.
Shen fugui grindum pleasantly.
Why are you saying all this? What's the point? What's the point? You are already 21 years old and still don't have a proper job to earn money. Are you expecting us to pay for your marriage? Shindali quickly said, we don't have any money. And Qing nodded and continued. Second brother took over his father's position in Junshan, and he gets a special allowance, a bit more than before. But with 3 children at home, sons and daughters, who only eat and spend money, we can't save a thing. We, the 2 of us, go out every day to work, and when we come back, we still have to cook and do laundry for the whole family. Look at how long he only eats a little bit of cornmeal, and he gets whipped. See his hand? That's from last night. And Qing excitedly raised her child's hand to show everyone. Suddenly, she started crying. As a teacher, I can't raise my children well or find time to teach them. I feel guilty for my kids. Han Jiao understood, and Qing had been holding back for too long. Her words from the day before were the trigger, and today's success in dividing the family gave Qing courage. And Qing hugged her 2 children and cried, I'm doing this not just for myself, but for my children. I want to split up the family. Split up?
What's so good about that?
Every family has someone who gets taken advantage of. Why are you so particular? Jin Hong was really panicking. She had already lost Shin Junshan, her money source, and now losing in Qing, who works hard. How could she survive? Shin Dami also disagreed. What's the big deal? Just pay less in the future. It's not about paying more or less, and Qing said calmly. Our parents aren't just dollies. We'll take turns. The support money will be 9 yuan, and our family will contribute 1/3. In the village, vegetables cost almost nothing, just some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and meat. Most families of 5 only spend about 7 or 8 yuan a month, and the rest can be saved. The 2 elders also have their own income, so 9 yuan is enough for them. Shin Changming and Shun Prim weren't happy. Losing Shin Junshan was already hard enough, and now they wanted to squeeze money from them? Dream on. Before they could speak, and Qing cut in, this month, we'll only give 3 yuan. The rest will be saved for Ah Long and Ah Hu's education. My children shouldn't spend their whole lives working hard for others. Shin Dali nodded behind his wife. Shin Dami really couldn't do anything now. Why were everyone turning against him? He didn't understand, really didn't understand. Sun Yumin patted his shoulder. You all should be fair and honest, with more integrity. Then today's situation wouldn't have happened. The middle child works himself to death for the family, while the younger ones are lazy and careless. 4th brother, don't let your house fall apart, or you'll disappoint our ancestors. The eldest uncle from the main family stood up, and a few young men who came with him also stood. Han Jiao looked at them. They seemed confident and respectable, which made her feel comfortable. The head of the main family spoke first. I agree to split the family. I agree too. Your house also needs repairs. Both older brothers agree, so I do too. Qing, if you have trouble in the future, just come to me. Qin Lianhua smiled happily. Although today's events were dramatic, she felt excited watching everything unfold. Shundamal looked embarrassed and waved his hand. Do whatever you want. I can't control it.
Dad, don't worry.
We'll still do household chores from Friday to Sunday. The rest of the time is theirs. Han Jiao watched and Qing looked so excited, and she silently sighed. This small progress was already a big surprise for Qing. Qin Lianhua said, what a good family, but look at what it's become. It's all because of your selfishness and favoritism. The village chief put away the household registration papers. Today, these 2 matters are settled. Everyone should live peacefully from now on. If anyone causes trouble again, don't blame me for being harsh. The village chief glared fiercely at Jin Guizhi and then left with a few officials. Jin Guizhi knew everything was over. She collapsed to the ground, unable to move, even forgetting the iron pot. Han Jiao helped Shin Junshan into the car, and Qing hurried over with her family. She gratefully said, Jiao, thank you. And Qing patted the heads of the 2 children. If it weren't for you, I might have been like this for the rest of my life. Now I can save some money for them to study, and maybe they'll have a bright future. Studying doesn't guarantee success, but it's the most reliable way to improve yourself. Han Jiao took out 2 candies and handed them to the children, who had never seen such big candies before. He immediately put one in his mouth, his eyes shining. Along looked at Inqing and, after getting her permission, also ate his candy. Of course, candies are sweet. Han Jiao gently patted his head and said, "Remember both the sweet and the bitter, so you can live better than others." And Qing thought about her words and suddenly smiled. Jiao, you're so kind.
Don't just praise me.
You won't have an easy time in the future. Here's my phone number, stay in touch if you need anything. And Qing's family is worth knowing. Han Jiao also didn't want Shin Junshan to end up alone. She wrote down the reception room's phone number for Inqing. When they were about to get in the car, Sun Yumin came over carrying a basket and placed it on the back seat. Everything's inside. After we're done, let's go to Uncle's place for a meal. Shin Junshan nodded. He looked at Han Jiao with warmth and tenderness in his eyes. Jiao, let's go somewhere first. Han Jiao followed his instructions and drove farther away, heading west from the village into a field. Han Jiao saw a few graves. Shin Junshan got out of the car, carrying the bamboo basket, and walked to a mound of earth, trying to bend down and pull weeds. Han Jiao worried he might hurt his wound, so she quickly stopped him. "Let me do it." She worked hard to pull out the weeds, her hands turning red. Shin Junshan looked at her with some tenderness in his eyes. She smiled. "I'm fine. It's probably your parents' graves, right?" When Shin Junshan heard her say parents, his whole face softened with warmth and brightness. He smiled and nodded. "Their graves. I want them to see you. Really, you should thank your parents. It must be their blessing that you could marry such a good wife." Han Jiao playfully smiled. It was just a joke, but Shin Junshan blushed, nodded, and showed a shy, innocent, warm smile. Han Jiao felt her heart melt. Oh heavens, how can a man be so handsome, cool, adorable, sweet, salty, and spicy all at once? She couldn't take it anymore. Her heart was about to go haywire. Han Jiao covered her chest and took a deep breath, telling herself to stay calm. No matter how good he is, he's her man, and there's nothing to get excited about. Shin Junshan slowly knelt down and used thick leaves to wipe the grave, clearing a clean spot. He gently touched the words on the tombstone, his mood sinking. "It's been many years since I last came." The paint used for the name on the tombstone was still from Uncle San. Cao Jiao said, "It's okay if the characters are worn out. When we move to the county town, we'll carve new ones with marble. Every year, we'll go to paint the characters, add gold, and make it look rich and grand." Shin Junshan felt a bit bitter inside, but luckily, Han Jiao was there, so he didn't feel too sad. Han Jiao knelt down with him. When her knees touched the yellow earth, Shin Junshan felt a little pain. Jiao, you don't have to do this. Burning paper money, you either kneel or stand. You can't bend your waist. That's basic common sense, I understand. Han Jiao took a pair of candles from the basket, lit them with a match, melted the wax, and dripped it onto the ground, sticking the candles to the ground. She arranged small buns and fruits, opened a bottle of white liquor, and placed it nearby. She handed the paper money to Shin Junshan. "You light it." Shin Junshan didn't cry or make a fuss. He quietly watched the paper money burn away. The firelight was very faint under the daylight, with only a few reflections on his face. Han Jiao vaguely saw the reflection in his eyes.
She didn't say anything.
After they finished burning the paper money, she helped him up and brushed off the dust on his pants. The relocation of the grave will be taken care of by third uncle. When it's done, Sister Shueihua can help send the remains. Let Sister Shueihua send them? Shin Junshan quickly understood her intention. You want Sister Shueihua to get checked in the county? Yes, I mentioned she has heart problems. This kind of surgery should be done early, not late. You're sure she needs surgery? Shin Junshan already got the answer from Han Jiao's tone, so he didn't ask further. He nodded. Okay, I'll prepare. Sun Shueihua's household registration wasn't in the county, and she didn't have medical insurance. She would have to pay for her treatment herself. In Han Jiao's time, a typical stunt cost between 30,000 and 50,000 yuan. Many domestic brands were quite good, but she remembered that when she was 8, the hospital director used a stunt costing 120,000 yuan. Back then, there were no domestic options, only imported ones. Now, the prices are probably very high too. If she really needed a stunt costing several tens of thousands, their family couldn't afford it. Han Jiao bit her lip, thinking about how to secretly get Sun Shueihua into her medical space for surgery. Maybe she could knock her out and then operate? That's a good idea. If Shen Junshan knew she was planning to cause trouble for Sun Shueihua, he probably wouldn't have encouraged her. Back at Sun Yuman's house, Shen Junshan asked her to wait for a while. Sun Shueihua hadn't been to the county town and felt a bit embarrassed. I've never been there, so I don't think I should go. Han Jiao said there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a pity you can't go back together this time. You'll have to take the bus, which is a bit tiring. Taking the bus is much more comfortable than a cart. It's not hard, I just worry. I worry that if I go to the county town, I'll embarrass Shen Junshan. Sun Shueihua rubbed her hands, her clothes almost worn out and torn. Sitting with Han Jiao, she looked like a beggar. If she went to the county town dressed like that, people might laugh at Shen Junshan. Sun Yuman chuckled loudly, just go. It's his reputation that gets hurt, not yours.
Dad, what are you saying?
I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Ask him. If he's not afraid, you'll be laughed at. Shen Junshan quickly shook his head. It's lively with more people.
Come on.
Sister, don't push it. First, only you can trouble others to send the ashes. Second, if you go to the county town without looking around, it might seem like we have no manners. Shen Junshan just moved out, and if negative rumors spread, it wouldn't be good for him. Don't you think? Sun Shueihua thought about it and agreed. Shen Junshan encouraged her a few more times. She finally nodded. All right, I'll go. I'll make sure to safely deliver your parents' ashes. After Shen Junshan and Han Jiao felt relieved, she went to cook. For lunch, they kept it simple. They peeled thick round eggplants, sliced them into strips, and mixed them with vinegar, soy sauce, a little salt, and chili. Then added sesame seeds and a pinch of sugar, topped with sesame oil, and mixed everything cold. There were also chives in the yard, already grown quite tall. Han Jiao finished frying the last batch of eggs and filled their egg basket again, then covered it with cloth and placed it in the cupboard. She was worried Sun Shueihua wouldn't want to put it away if she saw it. Sun Shueihua went up the hill, plucked a few cabbage leaves, rinsed them, and tore them apart for later. She spread a piece of pork fat in the pot. Cabbage tastes better with pork fat. You should eat less pork fat and take care of your health.
I'm perfectly fine.
Han Jiao shook her head helplessly. She was thinking that soon she would need to have surgery, and working now felt pointless. But Sun Shueihua would take care of herself when the time came. Sun Shueihua took down the cured meat hanging on the beam. It was a mix of fatty and lean pork, and the fat looked like beautiful amber glass, very pretty. Han Jiao carried the steamed cured meat to the table. Shen Junshan said, "Thanks again to Uncle for the gift. It's been many years since I came back. This little bit of meat is a much. I'll rest here this afternoon, and tonight we'll eat at Uncle's house. There's a mud pond behind here where we haven't planted rice seedlings yet. This afternoon, I'll go catch some freshwater snails for you. You loved eating them when you were little." Shen Junshan's face slowly turned red, and Han Jiao saw his ears turn pink too. She thought this man is really cute. He gets shy when someone cares about him. Today, Shen Junshan had a very good appetite. He ate 2 bowls of rice. The big eater from Uncle's house was making a big hole in the rice bowl, and Uncle was happily laughing. After the meal, the weather got warmer. Everyone took out rocking chairs and bamboo beds, placing them in the cool shade inside the house. They sprinkled water at the door, and a torn cloth was sewn into a small shelter under the eaves. Summer in the mountains isn't very hot, and after opening the front and back doors, there was a cool breeze flowing through. Han Jiao was worried he might catch a cold, so she covered Shen Junshan with a tall blanket. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the sun moved to the mountain edge, blocked by the mountain corner. Han Jiao Jiao and Sun Shuihua carried bamboo baskets and went to the muddy pond. Sun Shuihua took off her shoes. If you don't know how to catch them, just follow me. I'll share some with you.
Don't worry, sister-in-law.
I can do it, she replied. She had watched many videos about rural life. She remembered how cute and fun they looked during meals, very entertaining. Han Jiao Jiao followed the methods shown in the videos to find freshwater snails. At first, she failed many times, but later she got better. After half an hour, her small bamboo house was filled with snails. She struggled to straighten up. My back is almost broken. It's not easy to get this food. You should eat more tonight to make up for it. This stuff is spicy. Do we need to buy more chili? It seems we don't have enough at home. Sun Shuihua laughed loudly. Buy what? My little has plenty of chili. It'll make your mouth burn. Han Jiao Jiao also laughed. After catching 5 or 6 more snails, she carefully pulled her feet out of the muddy ground. Sun Shuihua brought a jar of water. The two washed their feet briefly, then put on their straw sandals. On their way back, they saw someone peeking around near Uncle's house.
Han Yao Yao hurried over.
Aunt Du, what are you doing here? Sun Shuihua also saw the village chief. Village chief, why are you here? Did you come because you know we're eating freshwater snails tonight? The village chief chuckled awkwardly. I met Ms. Du. She wanted to see how Junshan is doing. The old village chief's face twitched with a smile. This morning, when he returned to the village committee office, he was still complaining about some small problems. Then Du Ling stormed in and scolded him loudly. If it had been anyone else, he would have kicked them out already. But Du Ling, he didn't dare. Not even with 10 brave men. Du Ling smiled and said, I saw you guys hadn't come back, so I was worried something happened. Are you okay, Jiao Jiao? We're fine. Why are you all gathered here? Sun Yumin poked his head through the fence, happily calling out, Village chief, come up. We're having a good time tonight. That's great. I won't refuse. The village chief was sharp-eyed. He saw that Du Ling wanted to stay, so he went along with it. Sun Yumin was hospitable. He took out the wine Shin Junshan gave them and also brought out some special meat tickets, asking Shuihua to get more meat from the meat group. Han Jiao Jiao quickly stopped them. I still have some pork belly in my car. It's already prepared. How about we roast the freshwater snails and make crispy pork belly tonight? Crispy? Girl, you can do everything. Junshan is really lucky. Sun Yumin smiled with many wrinkles on his face, elbowing Shin Junshan. Everyone looked at him with warm smiles. Shin Junshan pursed his lips, his eyes shining like a deer's, and took the bamboo basket from her. I'll handle it. You go wash your feet. Are you planning to bend over and hurt your wound, then go back to ask for sick leave? No way. Don't talk nonsense. Shin Junshan looked innocent. He just wanted to help his wife wash the snails, nothing more.
Fool, I'm joking.
Han Jiao Jiao took advantage of her muddy hands, which were half-dried and sticky, and secretly smeared mud on Shin Junshan's face. Big cat, haha. Jiao Jiao, you really are. Shin Junshan shook his head helplessly and took her to wash the mud off. Sun Yumin sighed happily. Look at them. They're so good together. Yes, I think so too. Du Ling watched them, biting her lower lip slowly. Du Ling saw Han Jiao Jiao pour water on Shin Junshan's face and smiled happily. You're doing quite well. Of course, I'm glad we didn't get divorced back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't find such a good girl. Bold and caring.
Du Ling nodded.
Han Jiao Jiao helped Shin Junshan sit back down so they could chat in the yard. She poured all the freshwater snails from 2 bamboo baskets into a large wooden basin, added water and salt, and dripped a few drops of sesame oil. After washing them 4 or 5 times, she finally got them clean. Sun Shuihua had already cooked a few dishes. There was stir-fried wild mushrooms, stir-fried celery with wood ear mushrooms, fried eggplant, mixed vegetable salad, and a big plate of cured meats. Han Jiao Jiao smelled the delicious aroma and salivated. It smells so good. Come and eat. Shin Junshan set out bowls and chopsticks for her. Seeing her cheeks flushed, he kindly called her over. Han Jiao Jiao ran behind the car, pretended to tidy up for a moment, then took the semi-prepared pork belly. I'll finish these 2 dishes soon. Help me prepare some bamboo skewers and pick the snail meat. There were some leftover broken bamboo pieces in the yard from previous projects. Sun Yumin took the bamboo and 2 knives, skillfully splitting the bamboo, while Shin Junshan sat nearby, slowly preparing the meat. Han Jiao wrapped the crispy pork belly with large leaves, then covered it with foil. She placed 2 sturdy pieces of firewood under the stove and put the wrapped meat inside to roast. When Sun Shuihua came in, she couldn't see the pork belly anymore, only a pot of snails, and she smiled happily. This is the first time I've seen snails cooked so fragrant. How do you do it? It's just about adding enough seasoning. Sister, do you have much sugar at home? The men are drinking alcohol, and we could have some sweet drinks too. Stop talking about sweet drinks. Today is such a good day, let's just drink some soda. Wait for me, I'll go buy some at the grocery store. Sun Shuihua clapped her thigh and hurried out. In the past, they were reluctant to buy soda during the new year, but today they were much happier than usual, so they decided to buy some. Han Jiao let out a small breath of relief. For the snail dish, she added a bit of Sichuan hot pot seasoning to make the flavor richer. She didn't want anyone to catch her and question her. By the time everyone returned, she had finished cooking the snails and sliced the crispy pork belly. Sprinkled with cilantro and sesame seeds, then added plum powder and chili powder, drizzled with a special sauce. The snack is crispy to bite but not too hard. When the 2 main dishes were served, the village chief's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, you have such skills. You should work in a restaurant. Chefs might lose their jobs. Village chief, don't tease me. Everyone start eating before it gets cold. Han Jiao took a big sip of soda and then ate 2 more snail meats. Seeing her little expression, Shin Junshan offered her some snails. Han Jiao, even the juice from inside the shells. Shin Junshan smiled and said, take your time, it's hot. This is the first time I've had such fresh snails. No earthy smell at all. When I go back to the city, these are hard to find. Duling hesitated for a while, then finally picked one. She used a bamboo skewer to extract the meat, removed the black part at the tail, and took a small bite. Her eyes lit up. Duling praised, your cooking skills are really good. Today's dishes are like a state banquet. No, they're much tastier than a banquet. Sounds like you've even eaten at a banquet, Duling was quick-witted and said, I haven't, but aren't banquets all the same? Nothing as good as this. You're right, but I need to criticize Jiao. Han Jiao looked at her 3rd uncle strangely, still holding a bamboo skewer in her mouth. Sun Yumin said seriously, you make such delicious food every day, but Junshan just gets fat. What a waste of his good figure. Han Jiao looked at Shin Junshan from head to toe. He also seemed to sense her teasing look, and his normally serious face showed a slight. Shin Junshan forced himself to stay calm and said, 3rd uncle, don't tease her. 3rd uncle is just speaking honestly. Han Jiao reached out and pressed her hand on his stomach. Don't worry, 3rd uncle, I'll make sure to protect Junshan's 6-pack abs. Seeing their close interaction, Duling then noticed Shin Junshan's fair skin and how he looked even more charming. This kind of teasing words felt perfectly natural at this moment. Shin Junshan awkwardly pushed her hand away. Stop messing around. Okay, I won't. Han Jiao sighed. She was a bit clumsy and couldn't handle jokes well. Her eyes rolled around mischievously. Han Jiao earnestly leaned close to his ear and said, after you heal, practice sit-ups every day. Your abs will become more defined, and you'll sleep better at night. Shin Junshan almost choked on a snail. He looked at Han Jiao in embarrassment, unable to say a word out of shock. Han Jiao smiled because she liked his innocent, shy look. Sun Yumin laughed loudly. It looks like I'll be a grandpa soon. Duling almost sprayed her soda in surprise. Shin Junshan handed her a tissue, and Duling shyly took it to wipe her mouth. Village had grinned and said, Old son, you talk without thinking. There are women here. What are you talking about, having children? Why not? Jiao is already working on her abs. Can I talk about future grandchildren?
Han Jia nodded confidently.
Trying to comfort his stomach, Shin Jun-shan silently took her hand away. He just couldn't understand why Han Jiao was so obsessed with his stomach. Is having abs not normal? Everyone around him has them. It's such a common thing. What exactly is she so fixated on? Shin Jun-shan didn't understand. He took a big piece of cured meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Han Jiao leaned close to him, and Shin Jun-shan felt uncomfortable. Eat your food, don't cause trouble.
I'm serious, she said.
Serious about what? Shin Jun-shan pushed another piece of meat into her bowl. Han Jiao picked at her rice and said thoughtfully, I'm thinking about when Uncle San can hold his big grandson. Shin Jun-shan couldn't hold back anymore and shot her a resentful look. Her small, playful expression made Han Jiao laugh nonstop, and everyone else joined in. Sun Yumin even smiled kindly. Uncle Sen doesn't want to rush you to have kids, but if you do, I want you to bring the baby over, so I can give him a nickname, just like before. Let's give the first child a name from Uncle San. Dad, from Shin Jun-shan's words, it sounds like they want to have more than one child, right? Everyone started laughing again. Shin Jun-shan finally realized what was happening and blushed, not knowing where to hide. Han Jiao's face also turned pink. She was good at teasing others, but not at being teased herself. She quickly changed the subject. Did Jun-shan have a nickname before? What was it? Sun Yumin confidently said his nickname was Dog Hair, and his real name was Stone. He was originally called Shun Shirtu. Shun Shirtu?
Puff.
Ha ha ha, Stone, Dog Hair. Is that real? Shin Jun-shan, your nickname.
Ha ha ha.
Han Jiao laughed loudly, leaning back and forth, wildly patting Shin Jun-shan's shoulder, without caring about her image. Suddenly, she slipped off the small stool, scaring Shin Jun-shan, who quickly reached out to catch her. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Give me a moment, I can't get up. Everyone saw her laughing so happily and couldn't help but laugh along with her. Shin Jun-shan helplessly helped her up from the ground. Han Jiao was still giggling. That was so funny. Is it really that funny? Very cute. The big contrast is a bit adorable, right? Han Jiao wiped away her tears and panted. Why don't you call me by my nickname now? At work, who calls by nicknames? She thought about it and agreed. If her colleagues found out his nickname was Dog Hair, the whole office would burst into laughter. Everyone in the office called him by his nickname. Shin Jun-shan, Dog Hair. Han Jiao burst out laughing again, without caring about her image. Shin Jun-shan didn't see what was so funny about that name. Everyone's nicknames are pretty normal. Two dogs, Silly Zhu, and similar names are quite common. Shin Jun-shan helplessly said, everyone has a nickname. Zhong Shun has one too.
Really? What is it?
Dogsy? Haha, you two match personalities perfectly. Even your names go well together. Such a fate. Shin Jun-shan was afraid she might laugh so hard she'd choke, so he quickly covered her mouth with a crispy pork belly. Sun Shuahua also said, my nickname is Tadpole. Shin Jinbao's nickname is Fai Kai. They're both for easy living. Jiao, you must have a nickname too. No, I just call myself Jiao. You do have one. Shin Jun-shan seriously said your nickname is Silly Girl. How could you forget? Han Jiao. I just got caught in my own joke. Han Jiao lowered her head to eat, looking both funny and adorable. Duling asked curiously, since your nickname was Dog Hair before, why did you change it later? One time I got injured over at Liangjun Mount. The doctors said I was lucky to survive. The old officer gave me a name, Shin Jun-shan, using a homophone, meaning to bring me good fortune. Yesterday, when Han Jiao was helping him clean his chest, she noticed a small scar there. Sometimes I can feel it when I sleep. She said, is that the one on your left chest? The gunshot wound? Yes, someone who was smuggling and selling illegal goods got hurt during a fight. That's very dangerous. Luckily, he changed his job now. Otherwise, I would be worried every day about losing my husband. Shin Jun-shan didn't like hearing her say that. It's not normal to say such things at this time. Han Jiao stuck out her tongue and said, I'm warning you to think before you act. If you make me a widow, I promise I won't stay faithful to you. When she mentioned stay faithful, Shen Junshan quickly took a few sips of alcohol to hide his blushing face. Han Jiao smiled and said, drinking so much if you tonight and hurt your wound again, do you want me to give you more shots? This time, I won't give you anesthesia. You have to bear it. Du Ling agreed. Jiao is right. Alcohol can affect healing. You shouldn't drink anymore. Sun Shueihua and others didn't know about this. After hearing, they hurriedly took away his alcohol and gave him a bottle of soda. Han Jiao quickly stopped him. Mixing alcohol with soda makes you drunk faster. Just give him plain water. Sweet drinks are a waste. Really? Jiao, you know so much. Waterhua, stop being so annoying. Jiao is already very happy today. Han Jiao chuckled softly. Shen Junshan didn't understand what she was so happy about and just wanted to stuff something in her mouth to shut her up. So, for the next hour and a half, everyone watched as the couple laughed foolishly and fed each other. A small mountain of snail shells piled up on the table, and everyone was happily chatting. Suddenly Liu, the officer, hurried over and shouted, "Village chief, something's wrong. Someone got stabbed." "What? Stabbed? Again?" Shen Junshan pursed his lips and gently touched his abdomen. The village chief hurried down and asked, "Who was stabbed? Did they go to the hospital?" It was Xiao Shuang from the guest house. "She's already been taken to the hospital, but we don't know how she is now." "What do you mean you don't know?" "It's not looking good. She lost a lot of blood." Village chief Shin Zhenghui's head started to ache. The village was trying to be advanced, but accidents kept happening. What a mess. Then, should we send her to the city? It's too late. Han Jiao jumped down from the bamboo fence. Driving to the county takes a whole day. Xiao Shuang has already lost too much blood and died. Take us there. Right. Shen Zhenghui quickly said, "Isn't Professor Du here?" "Professor Du, look at this." Han Jiao was surprised. She thought he was just an ordinary doctor, not very old, but it turns out he's a professor. Professors are highly respected in this era, often from the best generation. She didn't expect to find such a treasure here. Stop talking and hurry up. Du Ling crutched his way into the car, followed by Shin Junshan. When Han Jiao arrived at the clinic, Xiao Shuang's breath was very weak. The doctor ran to the door like he was frightened. Xiao Shuang's mother ran out shouting, "Doctor, please help. If you don't save her, she will die." "I'm not the one who can save her. There's no medicine and no blood. How can I save her?" "Xiao Shuang. Don't scare her, Xiao Shuang." A voice suddenly called from inside. Han Jiao couldn't stand this kind of doctor. He had previously left a seriously injured Shin Junshan to go help Haifang, who was already bleeding. What kind of doctor is this? Han Jiao kicked him hard in the backside. The doctor fell flat on his face, furious, and turned around. Thinking he was the only doctor in the village, he considered himself special and looked down on Shin Zhenghui. He shouted, "What are you doing, crazy woman?" Han Jiao pushed him aside and rushed into the operating room. Du Ling hit his knee with a stick. "Who do you think you are? Get out of here." Du Ling also entered the operating room. They shut the drafty wooden door. Inside was very simple, not sterile at all, even filled with a foul smell. When Han Jiao reached the bed, Xiao Shuang's wound was still bleeding, and she was close to shock. She ignored the messy environment and quickly asked, "What's her blood type?" "A, probably A." "What do you mean, probably A? What exactly is it?" "Wrong blood type can be deadly." Xiao Shuang's mother shouted, "A. She was tested last year when she started working. It's A." Han Jiao reached inside and took out 1,000 cubic centimeters of blood to transfuse into Xiao Shuang. As she fell into unconsciousness, her heartbeat slowed down. Han Jiao gave her a shot of adrenaline to treat her injury. "One shot isn't enough. Give her 2 more."
Du Ling shouted. Han Jia fråned.
2 shots might be too much for her body. She was hurt near her spleen, and we don't know the full situation yet. What if it hasn't punctured her spleen? She's young. Take a risk. All right, I'll give 2 more shots. After Han Jiao finished the first shot, there was no response from Xiao Shuang. When she pushed the second shot into her body, Han Jiao's heart pounded in her chest. There were 3 shots in total. If her heart rate didn't improve after this one, it would be very dangerous. When she injected the 3rd shot, Xiao Shuang's parents seemed to sense something and started crying loudly, wailing. Doctor, Hu Hong muttered softly. She was stabbed so deeply. How can she be saved? It's useless. Xiao Shuang's parents cried even harder and rushed over to bang on the door. My little Shuang. Why does she have such bad luck? Who's the heartless person who did this to her? My little Shuang, my little Shuang. Old Huang's wife. Xiao Shuang's mother collapsed to the ground, trembling. They quickly stuffed a piece of grass into her mouth to keep her from choking. Shen Junshan stood at the door, glancing back at the operating room. Now, he could only trust Jiao. Her heartbeat is back.
Han Jia hotet excitedly.
When Xiao Shuang's mother heard her daughter's heartbeat, she suddenly relaxed. My daughter is alive? Really alive? She stared blankly at Old Huang. Old Huang nodded with tears streaming down his face. Her heartbeat is back. She's alive. Our girl is saved. Han Jiao looked happy but hadn't had time to celebrate when Du Ling immediately said, no anesthesia should be used on the injury site. Let the patient breathe in anesthetic. You start stitching. Life was at stake. She couldn't hide her urgency. She pulled out a tube and placed a mask on Xiao Shuang to give her oxygen. Du Ling had already treated the surface of the wound. When she removed the gauze, she couldn't help but curse. What is this?
Who taught this kind of technique?
Han Jiao put on gloves, looked at the wound, and was furious. Such rough technique. Someone like this is not fit to be a doctor. Xiao Shuang's wound was much deeper than Shen Junshan's, and it wasn't just a matter of handling the muscle air. She and Du Ling worked together for over 2 hours. Du Ling checked Xiao Shuang's heart rate and nodded. Stable. Han Jiao took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. Her parents rushed in, but Shen Junshan immediately blocked them. Xiao Shuang just had surgery and is still weak. She shouldn't be touched or disturbed. No touching, no doing anything. They covered their mouths and peered inside eagerly. Han Jiao stood for 2 hours until her legs felt weak and she stumbled onto Shen Junshan's back. She usually didn't think of herself as fragile, but now she realized her body was really not strong enough. She had undergone 7 hours of surgery before without issue, but now, after just over 2 hours, she couldn't go on. Du Ling came out with a cane, kindly saying, Jiao, you've worked hard. Annie Du, you're the one who's been working hard. Han Jiao looked thoughtful and wanted to speak, hoping to discuss medical space matters with Du Ling. But Du Ling didn't seem interested in talking. She pounded her old leg and asked, standing is exhausting. Is there any water? Shen Hui quickly handed them 2 basins of water. Seeing that Du Ling didn't ask further, Han Jiao didn't bother to ask either. After all, it was her big secret, and she didn't want to rush to tell others. Hu Hong secretly looked inside, saw that her breathing was steady, and she still hadn't 4 drip. He was surprised at first, then went out to check the medical supplies. They weren't from the local clinic. Could she have brought her own? Han Jiao rolled her eyes and muttered, yes, she brought her own. What's wrong with that? What? You brought your own supplies? You can even do that? Hu Hong couldn't believe it. Those aren't easy things to get. Suddenly, Shen Hong walked up and slapped him the forehead. Hu Hong was stunned. Village chief, what are you doing? What am I doing? Do you know who Ms. Du is? She's a professor from abroad, a doctor in the medical department. The higher-ups want her to be the head of the hospital. So, what if she has 2 4 drips? That's just like pulling weeds in her own yard. Not everyone is like you, a half-hearted relative who can't even tell blood types apart. Hu Hong's face turned pale from the scolding. I didn't have the medicines. If I had them, I could have shown off properly. He felt regretful and thought, if only he had known how impressive Du Ling was, he would have gone in earlier to help and show his worth. Now, it seemed hopeless to leave this mountain village.
Han Jiao secretly picked at Du Ling while snuggling beside Shen Junshan.
Since only half a year has passed since China and the U.S. Established diplomatic relations, she returned from Harvard to become the dean overnight. This is not something that can be described as ordinary. Her family background, personal ability, and diplomatic connections are all very impressive. It's over, it's over. Someone extraordinary has seen a big secret. Han Jiao also felt defeated. At this moment, the nurse came out holding 2 pieces of clothing. These are the clothes the patient took off. You can decide whether to throw them away or wash and repair them before wearing again. Are these my daughter's clothes? Impossible. These are not Xiao Shuang's clothes. The nurse frowned. When Xiao Shuang brought them, I personally helped her take them off. They are definitely hers. Old Mr. Huang also got anxious. We know Xiao Shuang's clothes very well. We definitely don't have these. They don't look like work clothes either. Old Mr. Huang unfolded the clothes, and Shin Junshan immediately snatched them away, his face changing instantly. Han Jiao also exclaimed, "Aren't these my clothes?"
Yours? Duling leaned over.
Han Jiao nodded. I washed them last night and hung them in the small yard of the guest house. Du Ling examined carefully and realized, it really is. Last night, when she helped Shin Junshan wipe himself, he was wearing this very piece. Shin Junshan sensed something was wrong. Aside from why the clothes were on Xiao Shuang, the real question was why Xiao Shuang, wearing Jiao's clothes, was injured. He asked who did this. Have they caught the culprit? Liu, the officer, quickly replied. Xiao Shuang went out shopping before dinner. As soon as she left the street, someone jumped out and stabbed her. The attacker ran away immediately. Only 3 old men playing chess and chatting by the roadside saw it, and they were the ones who brought her here. Are you sure they just jumped out and stabbed her without taking anything or stopping? Absolutely. They came from behind, stabbed her, and ran away. Nothing in her shopping basket was touched, no 3-cent coins or tickets. He took out the money and tickets to prove his words. Shin Zhenghui looked surprised. Not for money or love. Could it be revenge? Don't talk nonsense. You don't know what Xiao Shuang looks like? The village is so small. As a young girl, who could she have a grudge against? Everyone thought this made sense. Just as they were worried, Shin Junshan turned to look at Han Jiao. At this moment, she also felt a chill behind her. Shin Junshan held her hand, his handsome face dark and cold. This person was coming for Jiao. Although Han Jiao is usually very bold, she is scared this time because she's never faced something like this before. While a few of them are talking excitedly, Shin Junshan's cold eyes gradually turn sharp and fierce. He tightens Han Jiao's hand and says, "It's okay. We will catch them." Shin Zhenghui quickly nods and says, "Yes, we will definitely catch them. This kind of terrible thing must be investigated. It's outrageous." Han Jiao isn't sure if they can catch the person. The village is small, and all the outsiders are here. No one has time to commit a crime. But if a local person did it, those old men didn't recognize the culprit at first. Could they recognize them later? Just as Han Jiao is wondering, a warm big hand rests on her head. Shin Junshan's face is serious and expressionless, but his eyes are very determined. I will definitely catch the person.
Han Jia blinks.
Her mind goes blank for a moment, but she can't help but smile. Husband, you're so cute. Where is he cute? He looks very serious. Shin Junshan deliberately pretends to be emotionless and rolls his eyes at her. Stop joking. I'm serious about the matter. Han Jiao pulls his hand and presses it to her face, rubbing it. I'm not joking. Oh, I feel dizzy and hungry. I suddenly want to eat sweet rice balls and syrup. Shin Junshan. He hadn't realized before that she can eat so much. Du Ling says, luckily Jiao is here. With my current condition, I can't stand for 2 hours. Really? I didn't expect Junshan's wife to be so amazing. You're so young and talented. That's great. Junshan is so lucky to have such a good wife. Everyone is praising Han Jiao enthusiastically. She blushes shyly from all the compliments. Shin Junshan begins to think about where to buy syrup and rice balls so late at night. The village shops are already closed, And his third uncle's house probably doesn't have any rice wine or sweet rice balls. He pushes aside her bangs and looks a little sad as he says, "Let's do it tomorrow morning. I'll find you some syrup and rice balls then." Han Jiao Jiao is surprised and laughs happily at his serious look. Shin Junshan's face is a little sad. Xiao Shuang is still sleeping.
Sorry.
It's my fault. Han Jiao Jiao feels warm inside and no longer feels scared. However, Shin Junshan was afraid. He knew someone wanted to harm his wife, so he dared not stay at the guest house anymore. After a short discussion, they arranged for Du Ling to stay at the village chief's house, while Shin Junshan took Han Jiao Jiao to sleep at his third uncle's place. Fortunately, Sun Yuman's house had 2 spare rooms. They were usually clean and tidy, so after a quick tidy-up, they were ready. By the time Shin Junshan returned with her, it was almost 10 o'clock. Sun Shueihua helped fold the bedding and sighed. "Things in the city are so good. Look at this quilt, light and soft, unlike ours, which are so thick. My dad always complains about how heavy they are in winter. Winter in the mountains is cold, so thin quilts can't keep you warm. You need thick ones," Shin Junshan replied. "That's true. Without a stove in winter, it really wouldn't work," Sun Shueihua agreed. She took a deep breath, and even with this weather, it was foggy. Han Jiao Jiao also felt a bit cold. Tonight seemed colder than the past 2 days, so when Shin Junshan brought in 2 bowls of noodles, she couldn't help but lean closer to him. Shin Junshan looked helpless. "Don't move around. You'll spill the soup. Did you make this for me?" she asked. "Yes, it's for you and Shueihua." Sun Shueihua, being considerate, said, "I'll eat enough tonight. You and Jiao Jiao can have yours. I'll go heat some more water." She happily ran to the small kitchen to boil water. Adults need to have good judgment. Han Jiao Jiao chuckled. "Shueihua's running looks pretty cute." She noticed there was an egg in the bowl and poked it with her chopsticks.
It was a soft-boiled egg.
She blinked. "Did you intentionally make it soft-boiled?" "Yes," Shin Junshan admitted generously. He had seen her eggs before, runny inside, not fully cooked, but she enjoyed eating them very much. From then on, Shin Junshan remembered her taste.
Han Jia smiled happily.
Her husband was truly delicious. She took big bites of noodles, while Shin Junshan calmly added some tomatoes to her bowl. He had already given her half of his noodles, but she still seemed hungry. "She really can eat," he said with a smile. Having a good appetite was a blessing. It meant she wasn't scared anymore, which was good. "It's not that I can eat a lot. It's that your cooking is so delicious," she replied. "Of course. Even though it's simple water noodles with my love, it tastes extra good," Shin Junshan said. Han Jiao Jiao looked at him with a gentle smile, her eyes like crescent moons. Shin Junshan's ears and cheeks turned slightly red. A man who has been married for a year still looks innocent and inexperienced, like a young boy in love for the first time. Han Jiao Jiao giggled happily. "Husband, your ears are so nice." She reached out to touch Shin Junshan's ears. The moment she touched them, Shin Junshan jumped back as if shocked by electricity. His ears itched, and he felt very hot. He quickly moved to the window to cool down. "Junshan, your ears are soft and bouncy. If I bite them, they must be very crunchy and tasty." After saying that, Han Jiao Jiao looked teasing and playful. Shin Junshan glanced at her with a slight frown. That night, she wore loose, long-sleeved pajamas. Her small body looked even smaller and cuter, but she also seemed to have a different feeling, as if she had grown up a little. Shin Junshan realized he was looking at the wrong place and quickly looked away. He turned his head to look outside into the yard, but his mind kept thinking about Han Jiao Jiao. "She is really beautiful." Han Jiao Jiao stopped teasing him and changed the subject to talk about the evening. "Xiao Shuang probably saw my clothes and, while I was away, wore them for fun. The attacker rushed from behind, didn't see Xiao Shuang's face, and mistook her for me. That's the logic, right?" Shin Junshan frowned. "Yes, he was coming for you. There aren't many people who hold a grudge against me. If I count on my fingers, it's only a few. But there's no proof." Shen Junshan wasn't stupid. When he was at the clinic, he already had a sense of who might be involved. Han Jiao had only just returned a couple of days ago. If there was a feud, it could only be with some members of the Shen family. He guessed that someone believed Han Jiao was stirring trouble and that this affected their interests, so they took their anger out on her. The more Shen Junshan thought about it, the colder his eyes became. He cared about her feelings and didn't want to investigate everything in detail, but he didn't expect this to grow into something worse. Shen Junshan said coldly, "I will give you an explanation." "I don't want an explanation." "What?" Shen Junshan thought he had heard wrong. Han Jiao tidied up the dishes, then came over and took his hand. "It's not me who is hurt, and it's not me who needs to give an explanation. Besides, I don't want you to become a bad person." Shen Junshan was confused. He wasn't a bad person, but he couldn't be weak either. His wife was being targeted, and he wasn't doing anything about it. Isn't that unmanly? Han Jiao saw him looking so defeated and pitiful, and she chuckled. "It's not that I don't want you to investigate, but I want you to let the village chief handle it. If the authorities find out, they might use it against us and turn it around to blame the Shen family. I didn't do anything wrong." "I know. My husband is the most just, capable, and lovable person in the world, right?" Han Jiao made a move to kiss his face, but Shen Junshan quickly covered his face with both hands, scared. He then slipped over to the edge of the bed. She blinked. He's really quick. After finishing his noodles and rinsing his mouth, Han Jiao happily hugged his arm and fell asleep. While she slept peacefully, someone else was having a hard time. Shen Jinbao paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, he lost control, flipped the table, and smashed the kerosene lamp. The room was separated from Shen Demai's house by a yard. Shen Demai and his family were already asleep and didn't wake up, but Shen Feng and Jin Guizhi woke up. Shen Peng was exhausted during the day and was sleeping soundly, like a pig. Jin Guizhi had to take her daughter to check the situation. As soon as they entered, they saw the wreckage of the kerosene lamp. Jin Guizhi lost her temper instantly. "You useless thing. Why did you have to smash this kerosene lamp? You're good for nothing." She scolded and hit Shen Jinbao a few times. Shen Jinbao suddenly pushed her away. "Old woman, shut up. What did you just call me? Old woman. I should have gotten rid of third brother long ago. If he were dead, we could get some compensation, at least enough to get married. But now? What do I have? I have nothing." Shen Jinbao gritted his teeth and sneered. He was afraid of waking Shinprung. His father's temper seemed gentle, but he was very fierce when hitting. Shen Jinbao's body was already full of bruises. He didn't want to get beaten again. He clenched his teeth and cursed. That little still hasn't sent any news. What news? Shen Feng felt something was off. Ignoring the crying Jin Guizhi, she rushed to Shen Jinbao and asked, "What do you mean by what you just said?" "None of your business." "What do you mean, none of my business?" "If I don't get involved, something will go wrong." "Can I get involved?" "What do you mean by no news?" "There should be some news." Shen Jinbao quickly shook his head. "No, nothing. Don't bother me, or I'll beat you up." Shen Feng was still scared. Although he is her biological brother, no one in the family would say anything if he hit her. "You're a troublemaker. I tell you, if you get into more trouble, no one will help you." After saying this, Shen Jinfeng pulled Jin Guizhi back to her room to sleep. Shen Jinbao's hands were still trembling. On the way back, he had already thrown the knife into the woods, so it was unlikely anyone could find the weapon. That long knife, covered in blood when stabbed, she probably wouldn't survive. After all, last year, even a shallow wound from Erwa caused death, so Han Jiao shouldn't have survived. Shen Jinbao held his trembling hand and muttered to himself, "It's better if she's gone. She hit me, so she deserves it. I can go to the city and marry Xiaoing. That's great." Shen Jinbao smiled foolishly as if possessed, then suddenly started crying. After crying for a while, he laughed again. After tossing and turning all night, by dawn, Han Jiao was already awakened by the rooster's crow. She got up with sleepy eyes, and Sun Shuehua quickly brought her a bowl of fermented rice soup with rice balls and sticky rice chicken. Han Jiao Jiao rubbed her eyes. Where did this come from? Where else? It's from Junshan. He left at 4 in the morning and drove out to line up and buy it for you. Han Jiao Jiao's face turned slightly red. She quickly checked the time. It's not even 6 o'clock. He got up so early to buy breakfast. Sun Shuehua kept praising, Junshan is really a good man. I've never seen a husband so good to his wife. I'm so jealous. What's there to envy? You have your own too. Sun Yumin, with a towel hanging around his neck, came out holding a basin, smiling so broadly his front teeth were showing. Sun Shuehua said, I'm lucky to have Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Eat quickly before it gets cold. It won't taste good then. Han Jiao Jiao's heart almost melted like honey. She looked around, wanting to tease her husband by Jian, but she found no trace of Shin Junshan and the car was gone. Han Jiao Jiao asked, Where's Junshan? Did he go shopping again? No, he just left after breakfast. He said he'd be back later and told us to wait at home. Oh, I see. Han Jiao Jiao pouted helplessly. Shin Junshan must have gone to check on the injury incident from yesterday. She clearly told him not to interfere and to leave it to the village chief, but he didn't listen. Forget it. I can't argue with this stubborn person, so let him go. Anyway, she also wants to know who exactly is trying to hurt her. Early in the morning, Shin Junshan went to find Shin Zhenghui and took him to see the few elders from yesterday's crime scene. The 3 elders, although their eyesight wasn't very good and they couldn't see the face of the attacker clearly, all agreed that the attacker looked strange. He seemed to walk with a limp, and his movements were awkward. His hands also didn't move smoothly. Overall, he looked odd. They were all sure the attacker was a man. Shin Junshan immediately identified the suspect. Only Shin Zhenghui was still confused. Limping? That guy or Motzi, Chun the Zhao the limp, these guys all have trouble walking. Do you think it could be them? They don't know Jiao Jiao. Or Motzi seems to like Xiao Shuang. This morning, on his way to buy breakfast, he was probably bringing it to Xiao Shuang. Shin Zhenghui nodded quickly. Yes, he's been saving money to hire a matchmaker to propose marriage. But then neither this nor that made sense. Shin Zhenghui was puzzled. There are no more limping people in the village. Who could it be? Shin Junshan went around the crime scene. Although most evidence had been disturbed, the bloodstains and footprints were still visible, thanks to the village lacking sanitation workers, so the traces were clear. There was also a trail of blood dripping eastward. Shin Junshan drove after it and suddenly stopped. Just as Shin Zhenghui was wondering why, Shin Junshan got out of the car, ran into the woods, and came out holding a dagger. Shin Zhenghui was surprised. Wow, there's a knife in the wild? Is it the murder weapon? Let's go.
We need to talk to someone.
When the rooster's crow was loud and clear, Shin Zhenghui shouted loudly, Dapeng. Is anyone home? Come out, I need to talk to you. Shin Peng was about to eat a steamed bun when he saw Shin Zhenghui. He quickly came out, exchanged a few words, and just as he was about to go back, Shin Jinbao ran out and grabbed him. He saw Shin Junshan in the car and immediately knelt down. Not out of respect, but out of fear, as if death itself had come. Seeing his reaction, Shin Junshan picked up the dagger and coldly asked, Second uncle, do you recognize this dagger? Shin Jinbao saw the dagger, which was stained with dark brown blood. His heart tightened, and only 2 words came to mind. It's over. Shin Peng was not doing chores at home and didn't know much about what was there. He quickly called Jean Guizhi to come out. But Jean Guizhi refused to come out. She was so scared when she heard Shin Junshan's name that her legs trembled. She absolutely wouldn't meet him. Shin Peng complained, This woman doesn't know what she's doing. Junshan, wait a moment, I'll go ask him. No need, Shin Junshan said, putting the knife into the car. Last night someone was hurt, and this is the weapon. What? The weapon? This isn't from my house. Definitely not. Shin Peng was honest, but not stupid. At this moment, he had to deny it strongly. Shin Zhenghui was also shocked. Why did they think it was the weapon? He didn't realize anything and looked at Shin Junshan with admiration in his eyes, like a middle-aged man with a little bald head. Shin Jinbao felt like he was about to die. He sat at the door, thinking Shin Junshan hadn't noticed him. Shin Junshan looked over and made eye contact with him. Shin Jinbao immediately shouted, "It's not mine. I didn't do anything. I haven't done anything." "No one asked you," Shin Junshan said coldly, his eyes turning red with anger. He calmed down and said to Shin Peng, "Last evening, someone was stabbed. The situation was very serious. The village chief and I are investigating." Shin Peng trembled in fear.
Who was stabbed?
"Are they dead?" "It was Junshin's wife and Professor Du, who saved the person. Hu Hong refused to give medicine, saying there was no hope and it wasn't worth wasting effort. Luckily, they saved him." A few people hiding inside the house, listening carefully, had their ears pressed close. Hearing this, everyone was upset, especially Shindama. Han Jiao wasn't stupid. Could she really go on stage with the professor to save someone? When Shin Junshan announced their marriage, they didn't even know who Han Jiao was. Later, they only learned about her from Jin Guizhi. They had never seen her before. Now they saw that Han Jiao was not only smart but also capable. Thinking of this, Shindama cursed angrily. "It's all Jin Guizhi. She must have taken benefits from the Ha family and wants us to pressure them into breaking up so that Haifang can marry her." Jin Hong's face was still swollen. She was too lazy to reply, rolled her eyes fiercely, and sneered. Shin Peng chuckled. "As long as they saved him, that's good." "Who was the injured person? Is everything okay?" "The injured person is old Huang's daughter, Huang Xiaoshuang." "Who do you think it is?" Shin Jinbao ran out from the doorway. When he approached Shin Junshan, he was glared at with a cold look and immediately hid behind Shin Peng. Shin Peng disdainfully said, "Look at your cowardice. It's not like someone stabbed you, so what are you afraid of?" "No, I'm just surprised. Huang Xiaoshuang is hurt." Shin Zhenghui suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, Jinbao and Xiaoshuang used to be classmates. When she wakes up, you should go see her when you have time. They're classmates after all." Shin Zhenghui looked at their ages. Neither of them is married, so if they could match, it would be good. After all, Xiaoshuang was stabbed. If it got out, there would be gossip. It might also be hard for her to find a husband later. Shin Jinbao was confused now. He didn't think about anything else. He knew he was the one who stabbed Han Jiao. How could it be Huang Xiaoshuang? Shin Junshan said, "Yesterday, Jiao told me after she got home that Xiaoshuang, when she was confused, said she saw the attacker. I think once she wakes up, she should be able to tell us who the attacker is." Shin Jinbao's head was about to explode.
Seen?
"Oh no, this is bad." Seeing his expression, a cold smile appeared in Shin Junshan's eyes. "Second uncle, we'll be leaving now. Oh, by the way, Xiaoshuang told me she saw the attacker after she woke up. It's pretty scary." "Yeah, I understand." Shin Junshan drove away. Shin Zhenghui grinned and said, "You should have told me earlier that you saw the attacker. I spent all night thinking about it, and I've gone gray in some places."
Sorry about that.
"I'll treat you to a meal another day." "No problem, I don't need that meal. You're leaving the day after tomorrow, right?"
Come stand outside my house then.
"I have something for you." Shin Junshan nodded, first taking Shin Zhenghui back home, then heading to his third uncle's house. On the way back, he bought pea cakes and old tofu. As soon as Shin Junshan parked the car, the big yellow dog in the yard barked happily and wagged its tail. Han Jiao heard the noise and knew he was back. She put down what she was doing, ran over, and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her elbow. "You're back." Shin Junshan saw her look and paused for a moment, then smiled. "Yes, I'm back. I bought some small dishes. Tofu. Perfect, I was just craving homemade tofu. I was telling Sister Shueihua earlier that our green onions are growing well and would be perfect for adding when making tofu." Han Jiao happily ran away holding a block of tofu. She wore a patchwork apron made from old cloth, straw slippers on her feet, and a sweat towel on her head. Han Jiao was dressed like Sun Shueihua, a typical rural woman, but she looked quite cute. Maybe it was her natural gentle and calm demeanor that made her seem not rustic at all, but rather sweet and peaceful. Shin Junshan smiled softly and washed his hands nearby, then came over. "What are you doing? Let me help." "Oh, just forget it." Han Jiao quickly pushed him away. "Today, my uncle talked about delicious food from the past, mentioning lion's head meatballs. I tried to make some. It takes strength to pound the meat, and if you hurt your wound, that would be bad." Shin Junshan looked a bit annoyed. It was just a small cut on his stomach, nothing serious. Why was he not allowed to move at all? He felt a little useless. Seeing him bored, Han Jiao picked some scallions and handed them to him, then brought over and garlic. "If you're bored, help me prepare these ingredients. I'll use them later." Shin Junshan's face showed a satisfied expression. Han Jiao glanced at him. "Why are you secretly happy?" "Not at all. But I think you're smiling." Shin Junshan always had a serious, cold face, but she could tell his mood from the tiny expressions on his face. He was clearly smiling. Shin Junshan seemed even happier, his eyes shining with joy. Han Jiao cracked 2 eggs into the meat and kept mixing. She casually said, "Aunt Du asked the nurse to pass on a message. She said she'll check the ward during the day, so I don't need to worry. If anything happens, she'll let me know. She's very capable." "Yes, doctors have skills you can learn, but experience can't be taught. I think her experience is very impressive. I can't compare. We're leaving the village the day after tomorrow. Why don't we take Aunt Du along?" Han Jiao thought of that dream and shivered. Shin Junshan didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "Sure, I can take her to the county." Han Jiao's face lit up. "Why didn't you ask me why first? You just agreed. Aunt Du's background is fine. She gets along well with you. Plus, she sprained her ankle, and it wouldn't be good to squeeze into a car. It's fine to give her a ride." Han Jiao thought he was used to the brotherly bonds of the army and didn't have many thoughts about similar matters. Unexpectedly, his analysis was quite thorough. Since she could help Du Ling leave, she could save one more person. Han Jiao then remembered the scene from her dream. "Where does the big bus to the city depart from?" "I didn't see a bus station in the village. There is a stop. The bus connects several towns and has a schedule. When the time comes, it will arrive at our village stop to pick up passengers." "I see. That's interesting. Is the stop far away?" "Not far. It's near Uncle Wando Huang's stall. If you go a bit further, you'll find it." "Why do you ask?" Han Jiao quickly smiled and said, "I'm just curious. When the time comes, we can go from there too. We take the big truck and they take the bus. Isn't that interesting?" Shin Junshan helplessly tugged at his mouth. After showing off and getting beaten, he wondered if it was still fun. Han Jiao was thinking to herself that she would prepare a nail and scatter it along the road. If the car gets a flat tire, then those people can't go anywhere. This method is brilliant. Han Jiao was very happy. As expected of her, she thought of a solution so quickly. Shin Junshan watched her for a while, sometimes lost in thought, sometimes happy, not knowing what she was thinking. He casually picked some vegetables and washed them at the water pump. Han Jiao prepared the meat, but since she had never made lion's head before, she asked Sun Shuehua to help season it properly. The two shaped the lion's heads and placed them in small bowls to steam on the stove. Today, she decided to make some vegetarian dishes, since the meat was sorted out. There was the classic Chinese cabbage, cold marinated mushrooms, 2 freshly grown and peeled zucchini, a green tomato for soup, and finally a drizzle of sesame oil before serving. Sun Yumin happily exclaimed, "I've gained weight these past 2 days. It's just home cooking. I just need to prepare the tofu. You guys eat first." Han Jiao went inside to cook the tofu, while Sun Shuehua prepared a bowl of soup for each of them. She couldn't help but praise, "Jiao is such a good girl. You better not bully her in the future, or I'll come after you." "Big sister, I didn't do anything. I'm talking about in the future. Won't happen in the future either. She doesn't bully others, which is good enough." Shin Junshan was inexplicably reminded by Sun family's father and daughter for about 10 minutes. When Han Jiao Jiao came out carrying food, she saw his expression was as lively as a big dog. His eyes looked moist and slightly sad. Han Jiao Jiao sat beside him and said, "Why are you just standing there?"
Kom hit.
Third uncle's dishes are so fresh. Even the cabbage stems are full of water. Girl, you have good eyes. My vegetables are better than those grown on the collective farm. Take some home. They make great pickles. Then I won't be polite. The family of 4, plus a dog, happily ate and chatted. Shen Junshan ate steadily, with a smile on his face. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Han Jiao Jiao prepared dinner early, packed it in an aluminum lunchbox, and brewed a pot of tea to bring along. Shen Junshan said he wanted to go to the hospital. She also thought about Du Ling, who had been there all day, and felt it wouldn't be right for the senior to handle everything alone. Han Jiao Jiao insisted on going together and bringing food for Du Ling. Du Ling was very happy to see them. When they entered, she looked at them with a strange, curious expression, as if she sensed something exciting was about to happen. She felt that soon, a new family member would arrive. Han Jiao Jiao ran inside quickly.
Directeur du.
Have you started eating? I brought you some food. Oh, you're teasing me already. Just call me Aunt Du from now on. Whatever you call me in the future is fine. Du Ling's face lit up with joy, but Han Jiao Jiao didn't notice anything unusual. She hurriedly opened the lunchbox she brought. Suddenly, Du Ling's food didn't smell as good anymore. There's bamboo shoots too. Your family eats so well every day. Water flower took me to the back mountain to dig some. I stir-fried a big pile, and there are a few still with leaves. I plan to take some home for Fong to try. My little brother, we're leaving the day after tomorrow. Aunt Du, do you want to come with us? We can give you a ride. Du Ling had been thinking about how to ask, but when she heard this, she nodded immediately. Then I won't refuse. I have some business in the county town too.
Thanks, Yun Shen. It was Jiao Jiao's idea.
Then I must thank Jiao Jiao. Du Ling happily held the lunchbox, feeling like she had another stomach. She could eat 8 bowls of rice. Shen Junshan pushed open the door. The little one was sleeping soundly, with faint snoring. Du Ling said, "It's true. Young people recover quickly." She also farted earlier in the afternoon. Her mother fed her a little rice soup. Now she's back home, washing her pants. Just have the on-duty nurse watch over tonight. Aunt Dua, you should go home early and rest. Today, I passed by a beautiful water field. Shall we go for a walk later? Han Jiao Jiao thought for a moment. She had been busy handling matters in the village and hadn't had a chance to enjoy the scenery. Now she thought the best view was the hillside behind her uncle's house. She used to spend money to go sightseeing in the countryside, but now there was a ready-made view. Not seeing it would be a shame. Go, go, go. Junshan, let's go together. You guys go ahead. I'll go back and chat with Uncle. You've probably seen enough of this since you were young. I'll go with Aunt Dua. Du Ling had originally planned to invite Shen Junshan, but since he wasn't going, it was good. It meant she could have some time alone with Han Jiao Jiao. After dinner, Shen Junshan tidied up the lunch boxes. Han Jiao Jiao and Du Ling went for a walk in the water field. Not long after, he also left the house. Someone had been secretly watching outside the health clinic. When they saw everyone leave, they quietly slipped inside and whispered, "Doctor Who? Is anyone here?" No one was there. Great. Shin Jinbao quickly ran inside. The first floor had just one ward with 2 beds. Huang Xiaoshuang was lying inside, sleeping peacefully. Shin Jinbao took out a package of rat poison and stirred it in the water a few times. His voice trembled as he said, "Don't blame me. It's because you wore Han Jiaojiao's clothes. If she hadn't died, I wouldn't be able to marry. Xiaoshuang, if you want to blame someone, blame Han Jiaojiao. Don't take it out on me. During festivals, I'll burn a lot of paper money for you." He lifted Huang Xiaoshuang's head, about to give her the water, when suddenly there was a cracking sound. The entire health clinic went dark. Shen Jinbao's hands trembled, and the cup fell to the ground. He sniffed a strange, eerie smell from the darkness. The lights came on. A young nurse ran down from the 2nd floor and saw the scene, stunned. "Help! Someone call for help." Someone's hurt. Jiao Jiao, did you go to medical school? Du Ling spoke first. Han Jiao Jiao quickly thought to herself. She was coming. She was coming. She brought a 40-meter-long machete. She chuckled foolishly, sort of. I've watched others perform surgeries. Back then, she saw the teacher do 3 surgeries a day on average. That wasn't lying. Du Ling nodded. I used to watch my parents operate too. Seeing it many times is also a learning experience. Aunt Du's parents were also doctors? My father and mother were both military doctors during wartime. My grandfather was one of the first doctors to study abroad after returning. I was raised by my grandfather. That's impressive. Han Jiao Jiao already felt a lot of respect for her.
Du Ling's expression soudaine darkened.
I'm 44 this year. 25 years ago, I was only 19. I had just started working a year earlier, studying and working at the same time, and I also met my first love. Hearing this gossip, Han Jiao Jiao became very interested. A real-life love story of parents. So interesting. She asked curiously, did you marry your first love? We really got together. He is 12 years older than me. Originally, there was an arranged marriage back home. After we married, he joined the army. Unfortunately, his wife was killed in an explosion at that time. The first time I saw him, I felt he had a story, was capable, and quite good. Han Jiao Jiao knew history, but hearing about it firsthand was more touching than just reading in textbooks. Du Ling drifted into her memories and didn't notice Han Jiao Jiao's subtle change in expression. She continued, after we got together, I quickly became pregnant. He immediately reported to the organization, and we married right away. In the first year, I had a son. In the second year, another son. And in the 4th year, I finally had a daughter. That's nice. Yes, but unfortunately, the second son was born with health issues and couldn't be saved. When my daughter was born, my husband was taking care of our eldest son, but he lost him. Han Jiao Jiao was stunned. The cold wind was blowing, and talking about such topics felt too fitting for the moment. She didn't know what to say. Du Ling glanced sideways and smiled. I can't forgive him. Later, I took my daughter and separated from him. Then, with the chaos that followed, my grandfather, who was descended from officials of the Qing dynasty, and my parents, whose backgrounds weren't good at the time, used many connections to send us abroad. Han Jiao Jiao knew a bit about that period of history. She didn't comment, only sighed with sympathy. Auntie's eldest son just disappeared like that? Yes. I looked for him for years, but couldn't find him. I divorced him. Han Jiao Jiao felt regretful. Your ex-husband must have felt bad too, after all. He's his son. If he had a conscience, none of this would have happened. Du Ling suddenly became angry, her voice low with resentment, and clenched her fists. Initially, she was hospitalized to give birth and asked her ex-husband to take care of their older son. Surprisingly, this scoundrel ended up with the nanny. Thinking about the nanny, Du Ling felt a surge of resentment. She thought she should have listened to her parents back then. If she had, her family wouldn't have fallen apart. Annie Du, are you okay? Du Ling's thoughts were pulled back from the deep abyss. She apologized, saying, I'm sorry. Things from the past are too painful to talk about. It's okay. If you don't want to say it, that's fine. I feel better talking to you. After that, I went abroad. Over the years, besides taking care of my daughter, I threw myself into work to forget everything. When the diplomatic relations were established this year, I immediately applied to return home. Is it for your son? Yes. Before leaving, I asked some friends to help me no matter what. When I was coming back, they contacted me, and I finally got some clues. Han Jiao Jiao was happy for her. Clues are good. You came here for your older son, right? Did you find him? Almost. I talked to the village chief, and I think I'll find him soon. That's great. When you find your son, come to my house. I'll prepare a nice meal to welcome you. Du Ling nodded with tears in her eyes. Yes, I will. I definitely will. Seeing the cold night, Han Jiao Jiao thought about Shin Junshan and didn't want to stay longer. After seeing Du Ling off to the village chief's house, she hurried home. On the way, she overheard some gossiping women talking about Shin Jinbao being hospitalized. She returned to her third uncle's house, where Shin Junshan was already back. She gossiped, "Did you hear? Shin Jinbao was beaten up so badly that he broke several bones. I heard Hu Hong said his leg might be ruined." Shin Junshan responded lightly. Han Jiao took a deep breath. People's actions are watched by heaven. At last, he's getting what he deserves. Seeing her excited, Shin Junshan felt he had done the right thing. Using force, though illegal and unethical, was justified because Shin Jinbao wanted to harm Han Jiao. That crossed his bottom line. There were no witnesses. Knives are common household items. Besides Shin Jinbao's fingerprints, there might be others like in Qing's, but that's not proof. Since official channels couldn't imprison Shin Jinbao, he had to pay a price somehow. Breaking a few bones was a small punishment for him. Master Shin Junshan also feels a bit regretful. He doesn't want to cause too much trouble and didn't use enough force. He should have broken a few more of his ribs. Han Jiao excitedly waves her small fists. If I find out who did this good deed, I will definitely treat him to a nice meal.
That was so satisfying.
Sun Shueihua is very scared.
Don't say that.
There are so many things happening lately, it's terrifying. Don't be afraid, Sister Shueihua. People like Shin Jinbao are just asking for a lesson. Beating him is good for his health. If he's not broken today, someone might take his life tomorrow. I think he should thank the person who taught him a lesson. Sun Shueihua is confused by her strange reasoning. You make sense in everything you say. I can't argue with you. Let your man speak. My man loves me. Whatever I say is right. Han Jiao pats her not-so-impressive chest and stands proudly with her hands on her hips. Only then does Shin Junshan realize something feels different than before. He quickly lowers his head and fiddles with the frame in his hands, realizing his mind isn't quite right. Sun Yumin smiles and says, "The girl is right. Jinbao really isn't a good person. Letting him be beaten is a lesson. Hu Hong's medical skills aren't great, so he's likely to have some problems." Han Jiao narrows her eyes and pouts. It's a pity he was beaten by someone else. If it were me, I would definitely operate on his third leg first. Shin Junshan sighs helplessly, pursing his lips. He's a master of words, but when it comes to action, he's probably too afraid to do anything. But that's okay. If she really treats Shin Jinbao's 3 legs as test subjects and cuts them off, things will get complicated later. He can't just disinfect her eyes with alcohol. Shin Junshan increasingly feels that today's dark decision was the right one. Jin Guizhi cried all day after learning Shin Jinbao was beaten into a state of paralysis. She lay on Shin Jinbao's bed, crying loudly. My Jinbao. How did this happen? Who did this? I want to kill him."
Hu Hong doesn't know who did it.
He's been exhausted lately, and this family keeps crying and fussing. It's so annoying. Hu Hong frowns and slaps the table. "Stop crying. If your son can survive, that's good enough. What are you still unhappy about? My son is ruined. What else do I have to be unhappy about?" Jin Guizhi has fainted from crying once, and now she's about to faint again. Shun Peng quickly asks, "What's going on?" "We didn't provoke anyone. How did this happen?" Gold Guizhi wailed loudly. "It wasn't him. It must be Shin Junshan." Shin Peng didn't want to blame Shin Junshan, partly because he knew his character well, and partly because he knew he couldn't compete with him. Hu Hong snorted and said, "Shin Junshan left at that time. The 2 old men playing chess at the door saw him and even greeted him. After your son had the accident, he came back from outside and asked the nurse to contact me. It's impossible for him to be involved. I don't care. It must be him." Gold Guizhi could only think of Shin Junshan. "My son Jinbao usually gets along with others. Besides Shin Junshan, who else would hurt him? You're just imagining things. Do you have any proof? Listen, stop talking about other stuff. Just pay the 5 yuan medical fee."
"What?
5 yuan? Are you trying to cheat me? Old lady, how can you talk like that? Don't treatment and IVs cost money? I haven't even put in the iron nails yet, and that would be more expensive." Hu Hong was already angry and vented his frustration on Gold Guizhi. Gold Guizhi wanted to argue, but Shun Peng quickly stopped her. He paid the 5 yuan and discussed with Shindali, Borrow the team's donkey cart tomorrow morning to help bring Jin Bao back. Don't worry. I already told the second team leader. We'll go get it tomorrow. Although Shun Dali didn't like Jin Bao, he was still family. Seeing him beaten like this made him feel upset. Shun Dali comforted him a bit and went home to report to his family. Jin Bao had fainted several times earlier and just woke up. Now, he was awakened again by Gold Guiji's crying. Hearing her want to confront someone, Jin Bao immediately used his remaining good finger to hold her hand.
Gold Guizi was surprised, Bao.
My little one, you're awake? Brother, who hit you? Was it third brother? If it was, blink once. If not, blink twice. Yes, blink once, and Mom will help you get this step back. Jin Bao blinked twice. Gold Guiji froze. Bauer, didn't you understand? One blink means yes, not two. Jin Bao blinked twice again. Gold Guiji was confused. Why isn't it? Did your brain get hurt? In her excitement, she shook Jin Bao's shoulders wildly. Shin Jinfeng and Shenpeng couldn't watch anymore, so they quickly pulled the person away. Old woman, what are you doing? The bones have just been put back. Jin Guiji cried even more sadly, crying and scolding. Why not him? Why not? My precious child. Oh, it's not like that. What can you do? You're always causing trouble. Shun Prung dragged the person out, leaving Shun Jinfeng to take care of him. Shun Jinbao didn't dare move on the bed. When he remembered being beaten, he didn't even dare to breathe. It wasn't like a normal fight. It felt like a few gusts of wind passing through him, and then his bones broke. He also heard the sound of a blade sliding. It must have been Shin Junshan, because that knife was in his hand. But he didn't dare report Shin Junshan. First, he didn't have proof, and second, Shin Junshan was very ruthless. If he angered him, he might get beaten to death. Lastly, since the knife was in Shin Junshan's hand, if Shin Junshan reported him instead, his life would be over. Shun Jinfeng saw that he was trembling. When she turned to look, she saw him crying, so she hurriedly wiped his tears. Why did you run here when you're supposed to be resting? Xiao Shuang was stabbed nearby yesterday and almost died. Now it's you again. It's really frightening. Shun Jinbao opened his mouth but felt numb in his jaw. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to say anything and closed his mouth, then fainted again. There had been continuous incidents near the health clinic, and everyone in the village was talking about it. Some said Shin Jinbao had summoned evil spirits and was beaten so badly that all his bones broke. Others said it was because Jin Guiji was too wicked, and Shin Jinbao took the blame for her. As for Xiao Shuang, everyone felt she was very pitiful. Luckily, she met Professor Du, which was a great blessing. Han Jiao found these stories both amusing and frustrating. She tidied up a few pieces of clothing, cooked some dishes and snacks, and planned to give them to Huang Xiao Shuang after Sun Shuihua left. She also specially packed some medicine, with instructions written clearly on paper. Han Jiao wasn't someone full of kindness. She just felt guilty that Huang Xiao Shuang had taken it for her. Sun Yumin brought in many muddy cabbages and stuffed them into their car. There were also green tomatoes, fresh loofah, large bags of chili peppers, and yesterday she went to the mountain to pick a lot of vegetables, all packed in baskets and stacked in their car. Han Jiao looked at so many dishes and felt a bit overwhelmed. She said, "Uncle, stop pretending. My stomach is about to burst." "What are you talking about? An iron camel can't be filled with food." "You're joking," replied Sun Yumin. He then pushed in 2 large carrots. "The watermelon isn't ripe yet, or I would have brought some for you too." That's enough. There are only a few of us. We can't eat so much." "Take it if you want," Sun Yumin said, pressing the food to secure it. "Don't worry about sudden breaks anymore. Junshan, your parents' paperwork is almost done. In about 2 weeks, Water Flower will deliver it." "Thank you, Uncle." "No need to thank me. When your dad was alive, he often came here. He even fixed the roof of my house." "All right, let's get in the car." There are special customs for opening a coffin and preparing the ground in the village. Sun Yumin chose an auspicious date and also invited a shaman to perform a ritual before digging out the coffin. This is a respectful task for the deceased, so it must be done carefully. Shin was not in a hurry. He still needed to go back to the county city to contact the cemetery and handle many other matters. Shin sat in the front passenger seat, with Han Jiao supporting his waist. Don't lean back yet. Put this behind your waist for comfort. Han Jiao moved closer to him. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and yesterday afternoon she washed her hair. The smell of soap mixed with her scent created a fresh, unique aroma. She tucked in the pillow and fastened his seatbelt, pressing her chest lightly against his. Shin turned his head to avoid her gaze and cleared his throat. All right, let's go pick up and do. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you feeling unwell? Han Jiao noticed his unusual behavior and leaned in to whisper, Shin, are you? He held his breath, feeling a warm sensation rise from his neck to his face. Han Jiao poked his face. You must really miss Uncle San and feel shy about it, right? Shun was silent. He should have said she was sharp, or maybe that she was too carefree. He couldn't tell the difference anymore. Uncle San, we're leaving now. We'll come back to see you later. Be careful on the road. Jiao, drive safely. The mountain road is difficult. Got it, Uncle. Waterflower sister. We're leaving now. Han Jiao waved goodbye and went to pick up Du Ling at the village chief's house. Half the village had come to see her off. This situation is even more intense than when they first arrived. Suddenly, Junshan took out a bag of loose candies and threw them out the window. Everyone cheered loudly and rushed to grab the candies. Han Jiao took the opportunity to drive out carefully, deliberately taking the route where the bus had stopped. As she passed by, her hand hung outside the window, and she noticed a large bag of thumbtacks suddenly appeared. It seemed Junshan heard the noise. Did you hear the jingling sound? No, maybe it was just a stone hitting the window. This road is really bad and it rained yesterday. Jiao, drive more slowly. Aunt Du, don't worry. I drive very steadily. She learned to drive with a manual transmission and handled the car well. As the sun was setting, they reached the last rest stop. Du Ling went to the bathroom, and Han Jiao helped Junshan get out of the car to stretch for a bit. You've only gone once today. Are your kidneys okay? Junshan. What kind of look is that? I'm worried you'll burst your bladder. Holding it in isn't good for your health. My bladder is perfectly fine. Junshan pursed his lips slightly, feeling a little annoyed, and bought 3 meat buns from the small shop nearby. Han Jiao still had some rice on her, and she saw some wild chickens by the roadside. She casually threw some rice to attract them. The shop owner chuckled, feeding our chickens with your rice, girl. You really think ahead. Look how healthy they are. It makes me happy. If they look so good, they must taste great too. Han Jiao swallowed hard. 3-cup chicken, Hainan chicken rice, braised chicken, fried chicken, roasted chicken. Everything looked delicious. Just as she was about to swallow her saliva, a few cars drove out from the county town. The shopkeeper said not sure what happened, but after just one rain there was a landslide. Junshan frowned. Boss, a landslide? Where exactly did it happen? It seems to be at New Gila Mountain, not far from here. Luckily, no one was hurt. I heard the landslide happened around the time a bus was passing by. The bus had a flat tire, and the landslide occurred during the repair. It's a miracle.
Han Jia nodded.
Yes, she was lucky. She had blessed everyone in that car. Junshan looked at Han Jiao, who was teasing the chickens, with a thoughtful expression. Never mind, he probably just overthought it. It was impossible. Du Ling came out of the bathroom and heard about the landslide at New Gila Mountain. She felt scared and said, It's really lucky you gave me a ride. It was on the way and we know each other well. By the way, where are you staying tonight? They got back in the car. Du Ling took out a small notebook from her bag and looked for a moment before saying, Nanjing Road. Just follow that road, and when you see it, you'll know. Han Jiao felt it sounded familiar, but many cities have a Nanjing Road, and she thought of Haifang. She didn't think much and immediately asked Junshan to give directions back to the county town. It was already dark when they returned. A few streetlights glowed softly, and they could hear families cooking and children being scolded.
Han Jia chuckled happily.
Shun Junshan looked at her sideways and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Listen, many people are scolding their kids, saying they won't do homework or eat properly. It's kind of funny." Just as Shin Junshan was about to speak, they heard a mother yelling angrily, followed by a child's loud crying.
Han gier gled.
How lucky are children to have someone to care for them. Shin Junshan didn't quite understand. He couldn't see what was so funny. Maybe they should go back and ask Haifang to help out and give the kid a little lesson. Han Jiao didn't know Shin Junshan's thoughts. If she did, she'd probably laugh so hard she'd cry. She drove for over 20 minutes until they reached a wide area paved with blue stone tiles. There, she saw the words Nanjing Road. As they entered, everything felt different. The director was still the director. Living in the village head's house in the countryside or in the town, he still had connections everywhere. "We've arrived." Du Ling quickly called a stop. Han Jiao was already driving slowly and carefully pulled over to the side. She looked at the house number and softly said, "Number 8, Nanjing Road." "That's a good number, right, Junshan?" "Junshan?" Shun Junshan's gaze lingered on the house number for a moment and then said seriously, "The number is good. Wait for me." Shun Junshan got out of the car, went to the guardhouse beside the gate, and talked for a while before calling Du Ling over. Han Jiao saw that the guards were dressed in military uniforms and felt her heart pounding fast. Could it be someone important? Soon, a man rushed out from inside, grabbing Du Ling's hand and trembling excitedly.
"Oh,
it's been so many years. I've been waiting to see you come back." "Old Ma, stop joking. This is the main gate. I'm so happy. Let me see. It's been over 20 years, but you haven't changed at all. You still look like a star of the team." Du Ling laughed loudly and quickly called Shin Junshan and Han Jiao over. "Let me introduce you. This is Shun Junshan, and this is Han Jiao. I owe them a lot this time."
Han gier.
"Are you a big shot?"
Machang shuchakult.
He didn't like being called that, but he liked Han Jiao a lot. She is capable, kind-hearted, and not greedy for fame or money. Even when she's straightforward, she's still adorable.
Machan choupult du lingazid.
Now that's a big shot. I don't count for much in front of her. Old Ma is joking again. "Don't just stand there. Come in and sit." Shin Junshan shook his head. "It's getting late. My brother is still at home. We need to go back." "Is that so?" A hint of disappointment flashed across Du Ling's face. She quickly composed herself. "In a couple of days, I'll cook some home-style dishes myself. You must come and eat."
"Got it."
Shin Junshan took her by the hand and got into the car, stepping on the accelerator. Han Jiao found it strange. When he saw the house number, his expression changed.
"Why?"
Ma Changshou is the director, a high-ranking official, but he's also quite old. Shun Junshan was under 30 when he became an official. Based on age, he might even surpass Ma Changshou in the future. Why did he react like that? Could there be some old grudge? Han Jiao blinked and suddenly placed her palm on his thigh, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Shin Junshan, what are you doing?" "We're driving." "Wow, it's only been a few days, but you've become more fit." Shin Junshan. No, he hadn't. It was just a false impression.
Suddenly, han gier sneset lodly.
Shin Junshan quickly rolled up the window. "Caught a cold? You're dressed too lightly." I inhaled some dust. She seemed to feel her throat was a bit dry, but she's usually healthy, so she probably wouldn't catch a cold easily. Han Jiao looked at Shin Junshan, and her small hand reached out again. This time, he caught it accurately. "Almost home." Han Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. "Wash up and lie down in bed before you touch me again." Shun Junshan, that sounds like something serious, but he wasn't sure what. When they got home, the security guard's loud voice made everyone in the building hear the noise. Haifang was the first to rush over. "Sister." "Oh wow, you're so heavy." "Fang, have you been eating too well and gained weight?" Haifang looked innocent and helpless. The food Brother Qiangzi made wasn't bad, but he was used to eating his sister's cooking. Eating others' food just felt strange, like biting into raw wax. Haifang hugged her belly and nudged her. Only I gained weight. Did you secretly eat something good at Brother Jie's hometown? Yes, lots. If you want to hear, help me carry some stuff. The car is full of vegetables. Qiangzi and Dongzi also came down. When they saw the half-loaded car of vegetables, they were surprised. Jiao Jiao, did you go to the countryside to buy goods? Is your cart here? When you go back, bring some along. Our home can't store so many vegetables. Then we won't be polite. Dongzi and Qiangzi helped carry the things up. Han Jiao Jiao also shared some with neighbors nearby. She specially prepared a basket of the freshest vegetables to send to Chao Yunxia. When Qiangzi and Dongzi finished loading half a car of vegetables, Han Jiao Jiao handed them a bag.
Here's that needle again.
It has 20 needles inside. Come back the day after tomorrow, and I'll give you 20 boxes of medicine. The medicine box was too obvious, and she was worried someone might see it. Qiangzi patted his thigh. I didn't bring that much money today. It's okay. Just pay me after you're done. Recently, my family has had big expenses, and there will be more soon. Look around and see if there's anything good to sell that isn't risky. I want to try. Fast sales with no risk? Selling meat. Han Jiao Jiao almost slapped Qiangzi on the back of his head. Qiangzi quickly explained, It's real meat, legit meat. Dongzi also explained, pork. The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon, and there's high demand. One pig can be processed in about an hour.
Han Yao Yao frågade.
Pork isn't a problem. She owns a big wholesale supermarket. The problem was how to get so much meat out. She was a delicate girl, and lifting 200 or 300 pounds of meat would ruin her small arms. Qiangzi thought she couldn't manage and comforted her. It's not too difficult. We already have access to medicines, which is pretty good. No. Medicines take longer to sell. Pork is faster to cash out. Let's see. Han Jiao Jiao clenched her teeth and decided to go all out. Get ready. Prepare your sales channels and tell me in advance. I need 300 pounds of sliced pork and 100 pounds of frozen chicken and shrimp. No receipts, only cash, and at a 9/10 discount off the market price. Do you think that's okay? Both brothers were stunned. No receipts and a 9/10 discount off the market price? Could such a lucky break really happen to them? Dongzi slowly turned his head. Brother, do you think our ancestors' graves are smoking? Qiangzi also doubted if he was hearing things. Han Jiao Jiao lowered her voice and lightly kicked him. Are you listening? Is that okay?
Yes.
As long as you can get it, I can sell any amount. Selling it is one thing, but safety is the most important. I can't get involved in this. You two better not get too deep or spread it around too much. That wouldn't be good. Han Jiao Jiao was still worried that the larger environment might work against them. The brothers patted their chests. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Let's agree that in 3 days, we'll start selling at 3:30 a.m. and you can come early to pick up the goods. No, just take me there directly. I'll store the goods in a designated warehouse, and you can sell directly from there. Carrying hundreds of pounds of goods and moving them elsewhere would definitely put her in danger. She preferred lying down to sitting and sitting to standing. She avoided unnecessary movement. That was her principle. Qiangzi also thought this was a good plan and agreed readily. Suddenly, he remembered something. Hastily, he said, Jiao Jiao, last time you asked me to find out about that expert with the surname Zhang, right? Any news? Guess what? It's quite a coincidence. As soon as you left, he came to our county. Such a big show, and he ended up blinding someone. Han Jiao Jiao was surprised. Did she cause someone to go blind because she didn't let Shin Junshan go? She didn't want to take responsibility for this. Dongzi quickly said, Yes, the person went blind. I heard they used eye drops, which turned a cataract into blindness. They can't see anything now. Fortunately, it was due to eye drops, not surgery. Han Jiao Jiao felt a bit better, but then she thought again and sensed something was off. What kind of doctor is that? Eye drops shouldn't be able to blind someone. Cataracts require surgery. Eye drops can only relieve symptoms at most. We don't really know what happened. Everything was just a mess. The family members caused trouble, and Dr. Zhang's past was all brought up. A friend from our provincial city confirmed the investigation.
Guess what?
Han Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes at Changzi. She wanted to know if he was still working here. He had already made a fortune from fortune-telling. Changzi chuckled foolishly. That expert is fake. His brother-in-law is a vice president who used connections to get him a diploma. Then he stole research results from students to become an expert. He used to be just someone who helped Matthew with his problems. Yes, I heard that many past accidents were covered up by his brother-in-law. This time, they ran into a tough family, the Huang family, and things got out of control when they went to the hospital with knives. Han Jiao Jiao burst out laughing. But her laugh wasn't happy. It sounded cold and creepy. These, all working together, care more about fame and money than human lives. People like that deserve to die. Han Jiao Jiao didn't feel sorry for them at all. She also thought of Chen Xiaoing. She wondered what expression this proud county beauty would have if she knew the truth. Shin Junshan looked for her outside after she didn't come back for a while. Seeing her cold face under the light, Shin Junshan suddenly felt like he didn't recognize her. She was very cold and calm. But Jiao Jiao, who was both silly and smart and could even fight, was still the most adorable. The moment Han Jiao Jiao turned around, her gloom disappeared. Her little face lit up with joy as she ran toward Shun Junshan. Seeing her rush over, Shun Junshan felt like something inside his chest was trembling wildly. He smiled and reached out his hand to her. Han Jiao Jiao naturally linked her arm with his. Junshan, I have to tell you something. Luckily, you didn't go to CDR.
Zhang.
He's a. Han Jiao Jiao rambled on, insulting that doctor and saying he was nothing. Although Shun Junshan believed her, he still thought it was exaggerated when she said he used cow dung to soak his brain and horse hooves to scrub his face.
Han Yao Yao pouted her lips.
Wasn't she just exaggerating to show that his brain was ruined by dirt, like how thick-skinned she was? Sure enough, straight men didn't appreciate artistic exaggeration. Han picked up a large cabbage nearby, loving it so much, she kept touching it. Han Jiao Jiao, a fong, no matter how many times you look at it, it won't turn into a young lady. After the founding of the country, it can't become a spirit. Big sister, how long do you think this will last? Will it be ready in a month? We don't have a refrigerator, and in this hot weather, it would rot in a month. Tomorrow we're making cabbage dumplings, so we'll deal with some of it first. Han Fang's eyes lit up. He ran over to Shin Junshan, just about to hug him, but Han Jiao Jiao grabbed his collar. Don't touch. No contact during this time. Shin Junshan nodded as well. Han Fang instantly became unhappy, thinking about how his brother-in-law used to lift him up to his neck. Back then, they were quite close. Why can't he touch him now? Does his brother-in-law not like him anymore? Han Fang's eyes welled up with tears. Shin Junshan looked at his brother with soft eyes and gently rubbed his silly little head. Brother-in-law has a hole in his stomach. He can't be touched for a while. A hole? Did you catch a thief, brother-in-law? Why is there a hole when you come home? Shun Junshan casually replied, but Han Fang only cared about his wound. He lifted Shin Junshan's shirt to look, and seeing only gauze made him feel heartbroken. Han Jiao Jiao, however, grew angrier the more she thought about it. If it weren't for the incident with Huang Xiaoshuang being injured and their limited time, she would want to find Haifang and cause trouble, vent her anger. Seeing her sister's fierce expression, Han Fang didn't dare speak. Shin Junshan smiled and patted him to sit beside him. Han Jiao Jiao boiled some hot water and helped Han Fang take a bath. When they came out, they saw disinfectants and medicines on the table. Han Fang often tidied up the house and knew all the supplies, but he had never seen these items before. Where did they come from? As soon as Han Jiao Jiao saw the medical supplies, she seemed to change completely. Sit down, pull up your clothes. Shin Junshan felt pressured, but obediently followed her instructions. Han Jiao Jiao squatted down, used sterilized tweezers to remove the old gauze, then replaced them with alcohol-soaked cotton to clean the wound. Shin Junshan still felt some pain, and his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. Han Fang, standing nearby, empathized and gently nudged Shin Junshan's shoulder. Brother-in-law, hold on. It will be better after the disinfecting. I fell before and the doctor used alcohol. It didn't hurt for long. Suddenly, Shen Junshan felt no pain, as if his heart was filled with sweetness, and he was only focused on the pleasant feeling. Han Jiao Jiao quickly applied medicine and bandaged the wound, saying, "Your brother-in-law isn't that delicate. The wound is healing well, it is already scarred, and it will probably take another 2 weeks to fully heal.
Got it.
During this time, you shouldn't use much strength. Don't worry about household chores. Stay at the office less, sit at your desk. If that's not enough, take sick leave." Shin Junshan shook his head. "I'll leave it to Zhong Shun. I don't trust him. The little puppy needs to grow into a wolf. Are you still hoping he'll stay by your side forever? Be good and rest well. Otherwise, I'll go to your workplace and give Zhong Shun a piece of my mind." Han Jiao Jiao waved her small fist and playfully warned Shin Junshan. Shin Junshan kept his smile, but his stomach hurt even more. Du Ling came out of the bathroom, her hair still damp. Ma Changshou had already asked the maid to prepare sweet eggs and fruit. Du Ling was not polite. She took a bite and immediately thought of Han Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao is really good at cooking. It takes at least 5 or 6 years to reach that level. Du Ling didn't know that in her past life, Han Jiao Jiao had been single for over 10 years, perfecting her cooking skills. Ma Changshou nodded along. He wanted to ask something but hesitated, staring intently at Du Ling. When Du Ling looked up and met his gaze, she smiled and nodded. Ma Changshou was surprised. "Really? Are you sure? This isn't a joke. We can't afford any mistakes. Over 20 years. Do you think I would joke about this? Then, once you find the person, bring them back quickly. Don't you know about Lao Gu's situation? You need to act fast." Du Ling's face immediately turned cold. Ma Changshou realized he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly said, "I didn't mean it that way. We've known each other since we were kids. You know what I mean. I understand. You're just trying to help me. Well, Lao Gu may have wronged you, but the child is still his. Even if you two never speak again, what belongs to the child shouldn't be missing. Besides, he was the one who wronged the child first. Getting justice is only fair." Ma Changshou even wanted Lao Gu to compensate more. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say them. Standing between childhood sweethearts and a close old friend of over 30 years, it's hard to choose sides. Du Ling sneered. "Compensate? What can he use to compensate me or my son? When I was pregnant with the 3rd child and staying in the hospital, he was outside having an affair with the young nanny. Because of this, I lost my son. What can he use to make up for it?" Ma Changshou pursed his lips. Du Ling said, "I know what you're trying to say. Their situation is special. I understand that. I've turned a blind eye already. What more do you want me to do?" He took the nanny out on a date, left my son alone in the car, with the doors unlocked and windows down. Then he tries to say my son was disobedient and ran out of the car himself. What does that mean? Shifting blame? Even blaming my son. Thinking of this, Du Ling felt like tearing apart those 2 terrible people. Ma Changshou also knew that old Gu was at fault, but he was more angry at the woman. So, over the years, he never stepped into the Gu family except for work reasons. He asked, "Has your son been found or brought back?" Let's say yes. He hasn't run away this time. What do you mean he hasn't run away? Hurry up and bring him back. Not yet. Take it slow. I'm afraid it might scare him. Seeing Shen Junshan's attitude towards his adoptive parents and thinking about the hardships he had endured over the years, Du Ling suddenly felt afraid. What if her son blamed her? What if he refused to recognize her? She didn't dare to think about it. Ma Changshou saw her anxious and uncertain look. He was so nervous he was like an ant, pacing back and forth in front of her with his hands behind his back. "I told you, can't you be more straightforward? We finally found our son. Why not bring him back? Why leave him outside during the new year? I'm trying to gradually melt his heart, then take him in all at once. You, who used to be a soldier, should understand some tactics." "I don't understand." Fine, I don't understand. Just tell me, where is Xiao Ming?" You've seen him already and still ask? So annoying." Du Ling impatiently knocked her bowl on the coffee table. Ma Changsho was stunned. Seen him? No, where is he? He looked confused. As he gradually understood, Du Ling's eyes filled with disdain. Why is her childhood friend so stupid? Ma Changsho patted his shiny head and shouted, It's him. Really? How could it be him? Oh, I just took a quick glance and felt something very familiar. Really? Did you see his belly? Just took a quick look, but it's not a problem. What do you think it is? Du Ling took out a piece of cloth from her small bag. When she opened it, there was some used gauze inside. Ma Changsho frowned and stepped back. Your habits are getting stranger. Why are you bringing this kind of thing home? Are you crazy? This is what he took off. It has his blood and skin tissue on it. I'll have it tested at the hospital tomorrow, and I'll get the results in a week. Really? And if the test shows something? Du Ling shot him a fierce look, and Ma Changsho immediately stopped talking. Actually, Du Ling was sure that Shin Junshan was the person she was looking for, because she asked the village chief. When Shun Hao carried Shin Junshan back, he reported to Shin Zhenghui that the child was found by the roadside. But he had a high fever and was thrown into a ditch by a man with a scarred face. A couple of years ago, Ma Changsho caught a man with a scarred face, and he also said the same thing. Plus all the other clues, Du Ling was convinced. The test was just to have scientific proof, so she could talk to her son later. Du Ling smiled and said, This time, I promise it's real. Just relax. Okay, I'll talk to the hospital tomorrow and arrange for you to do the test first. The hospital has some issues lately, and I need a good doctor like you to oversee things. Ma Changsho explained everything to her. Du Ling almost fainted from anger. That kind of person doesn't deserve to be a human. We must handle this seriously. Don't get too upset. Of course, we need to treat this seriously. But I also need to talk to Lao Gu, Zhang Rui's brother-in-law.
Ma Changshu sai devili.
Lao Gu is good at everything, but he's too emotional. He always gets involved with all sorts of complicated people. Zhang Rui's brother-in-law, Chen Mu, is his later brother-in-law and also Yi Changfan's cousin. Ma Changsho was quite helpless. Lao Gu's reputation is ruined because of this kid. What reputation? I think he's just an idiot. I will report this to the organization. We can't tolerate it, or it will hurt the hearts of the people. Du Ling sighed heavily and went upstairs to rest. She didn't know that Shin Junshan almost went to see a doctor too. If she had known, she would have definitely torn apart Zhang Rui and the people behind him. Ma Changsho didn't say anything. He secretly hid the patient list. After thinking carefully, he decided to call the capital. Hello, this is Ma Changsho. I'm looking for Lao Gu. The voice on the other end paused for a moment before replying. It's Lao Ma. Lao Gu just finished his bath and is about to rest. Do you have something urgent? Should I ask him to come down and take your call? It's not urgent. I just want to talk to him. Since he's resting, I'll call again another day. Ma Changsho hung up. Every time he heard her voice, he felt uncomfortable. He has good judgment about people. Those he dislikes are usually problematic. Yi Changfan heard the busy signal and frowned as she hung up her phone. Behind her, someone asked, Mom, are you okay? Liang, is your uncle alright? What did he say? Gu Liang shrugged. What can he say? It's over. You saw Dad's attitude. He was really angry. Yes, Dad has never been that angry before. Maybe it's because she came back. Mom, who came back? No one. Go to bed. I'm going to get some water. Yi Changfan opened the fridge, took some ice, and poured herself a glass of cold water. She looked at the big kitchen and thought about her days working as a maid. She secretly made a firm decision. This good life belongs to her. She absolutely can't let others take it away. The next day, Han Jiao got up early. After preparing breakfast for the family, she was about to go with Shin Junshan to return the car at the office. Haifang also wanted to go, mainly because after a week apart and finishing summer vacation, he was going to live in the city. Being able to spend more time with his brother-in-law and sister made him not want to miss it. Han Jiao asked him to sit in the front passenger seat. Haifang was so excited he jumped up and down. Look at you so happy. It's not the first time riding in a car. Haifang rubbed his head and said, This is my first time riding a big truck, and it's driven by my sister. Sister, you're really amazing.
Han smilet.
Getting praised by her little brother early in the morning made her feel very happy. Brother-in-law is also amazing. He even taught my sister how to drive. She didn't even know how to ride a donkey cart before. Shin Junshan smiled faintly, praising Haifang's good judgment. Han Jiao was a bit annoyed. How could this man still take credit and be so proud? That's a little shameless. When they arrived at the office, Han Jiao saw Zhong Shun from afar. Before the car stopped completely, she shouted, "Erguzi!" Zhong Shun almost choked to death on soy milk. Shin Junshan helplessly glanced at Jiao, then suddenly dared not look directly at Zhong Shun's face, turning his head to look out the window. Zhong Shun's face turned green. Han Jiao. "Hey, Erguzi, I brought you lots of vegetables and fruits. Come help me carry them." Zhong Shun was angry inside, feeling soft and weak like being hit with cotton, and all his anger melted away. He saw there were quite a few vegetables, and pretending to be angry, he snorted. "At least you have some conscience, knowing to bring me food. I understand the etiquette of giving gifts. After all, my Junshan is injured. I've been taking care of him lately, so I need to bribe you." Zhong Shun was startled and hurriedly circled around Shin Junshan. Seeing that he was indeed injured, Zhong Shun felt terrible and stomped his feet like a worried wife. "Han Jiao, how could you do this? Why didn't you protect my brother properly? What's the use of you? You're really useless." Han Jiao frowned. What does this kid think she is? A meat shield? Someone who jumps in to block the attack at any moment? His brain is dumb enough, so-called thick-headed and tough-skinned. Zhong Shun should be able to take a beating. Shin Junshan looked at her small, mischievous eyes and was speechless. It seemed he couldn't save Zhong Shun anymore. Zhong Shun covered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Han Jiao clapped her hands and smiled. No wonder Erguzi is so good at physical work. Zhong Shun snorted and ran behind Shin Junshan to hide. A good man doesn't compete with a woman. He was only beaten because he was letting Han Jiao. Zhong Shun kept wanting to lift Shin Junshan's clothes to see the wound, his eyes constantly scanning his stomach. Han Jiao noticed and raised an eyebrow. "Want to see?" "I don't want to." "Really don't want to?" "I was planning to let you help change the dressing next time. If you don't want to, forget it." "I'll do it. I'll help my brother change the dressing." Zhong Shun blurted out, seeing Han Jiao's mischievous smile, his expression immediately awkward. "I'm just worried you're too silly and might infect my brother's wound." Yes, I'm a little silly. I definitely can't compare to Erguzi." Han Jiao thought about their nicknames and burst into an unladylike laugh. Zhong Shun thought she was silly and didn't bother to argue with her.
Only Shin Junshan knew what she was laughing at.
"Dog, fur, it's very normal. Do you really need to laugh like that?" Han Jiao took advantage of Shin Junshan being injured to tell Zhong Shun to wash the car and buy lunch. In the afternoon, she even brought Haifang to the yard to play badminton. When Shin Junshan finished reading official documents, Han Jiao was sleeping at the window. She said she wanted to watch Haifang play, but didn't want to stand for too long, so she set up a foldable lounge chair at the window to lie down and watch. She ended up falling asleep. The sun outside was nice, and there was a gentle breeze. Her hair fluttered slightly in the wind, and her clear, smooth face had a few small sunspots near her cheekbones. Shin Junshan picked up a small blanket and covered her, gently brushing away her messy hair. Some floating dust outside got into her hair. When Shin Junshan bent down to help her remove it, she suddenly woke up. She wrapped her arms around Shin Junshan's neck, sleepy and smiling softly. "Husband, I'm so sleepy. So cute and adorable." Shin Junshan was momentarily stunned. Han Jiao half opened her eyes and yawned widely, almost showing her throat. Shin Junshan found her quite cute. "Sleep a little more. I'll call you when work is over."
Don't want to.
Han Jiao shook her head lazily and hooked her arms around Shin Junshan's neck, leaning back on the lounge chair. It looked like she might fall on top of him, So Shin Junshan supported the armrest of the chair with his hand. Don't mess around. This is work. Junshan, when can we really become a married couple? Shun Junshan. How can she ask such questions at work? That's too inappropriate. He remembered that Han Jiao Jiao was lazily snuggling against his chest with her eyes closed, her legs unconsciously resting on his. A hot feeling spread from his stomach, and his cheeks flushed red. He gently moved her hand away. She impatiently mumbled, "Don't move. Jiao Jiao. I want to sleep." Han Jiao Jiao rolled around and, somehow using some skill, easily turned Shin Junshan onto the lounge chair. The chair was less than a meter wide, too small for two people, but her entire body clinging to him was the best proof. Her breath brushed against his neck, making Shin Junshan feel ticklish and numb. His body felt tingly, and he was completely helpless. "Jiao Jiao, can we go home and sleep?" "No." She felt like he wanted to run away, so Han Jiao Jiao held his neck even tighter. "Shin Junshan." He sat up and held the person gently in his arms. The door creaked open, and he somehow made the other person understand. After a while, someone brought him a light and brown sugar tea. Shin Junshan blew on the surface to check the temperature and softly said, "Should I feed you?" It's hot." He blew a few more times, shaking the cup to cool the drink faster. The spoon was on his table, and it was inconvenient to reach for it now. Shin Junshan blew on the tea for a long time, then took a small sip and said, "It's not hot anymore."
Drink it.
Han Jiao Jiao didn't even open her eyes. She leaned forward and took several big bites, quickly finishing a cup of brown sugar tea. After drinking, she remembered that brown sugar was rare in this time. She half opened her eyes and asked, "Where did it come from?" "Aunt Chun made some for you. I'll give her some next time." As long as it's from Auntie, it's fine." At first, Shin Junshan didn't understand her words. When he finally did, his face flushed with embarrassment. Han Jiao Jiao obediently rubbed against him, her little paws kneading and scratching his chest like a kitten. Shin Junshan's breathing grew hurried. He grabbed her hand and said, "Let's go home early. I'll cook you a brown sugar egg when we get back. I don't want to move. Just hold me warm." She held Shin Junshan's hand and pressed it against her waist. Shin Junshan felt awkward. This was too intimate. His heart was pounding wildly. He dared not look at Han Jiao Jiao's face, but he felt her eyes were fixed on him. It was as if she was saying that if he moved his hand away, he wouldn't be her man. Shin Junshan didn't know why he felt this way. Finally, he reluctantly pressed his hand against her waist again and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "Husband, you're so warm." "Don't speak." I like my husband the most." Han Jiao Jiao nodded, then snuggled close to his neck again. Shin Junshan's body was very warm, his hands were warm and strong. She didn't notice the incredible warmth on Shin Junshan's face. This was the first time she let him take care of her, and the first time he touched such a private part of her. Shin Junshan's palms felt as if they were on fire, hot and burning. "Brother, this kid is too." Zhong Shun suddenly burst in. Shin Junshan quickly pulled back his hand, but one hand was still pressed down and caught by Han Jiao Jiao. "Zhong Shun, that it's over. My brother is no longer useful. He's been conquered by a silly girl. Haifang, a big sister, is amazing." Shin Junshan, "I can't see. No one can see me." Han Jiao Jiao doesn't know what the men around her are thinking while she sleeps. Anyway, she slept very well and peacefully. When she woke up, it was already evening. Zhong Shun appeared at her house unexpectedly and had cooked a few dishes. She was awakened by the delicious smell of stir-fried food. The aroma of cured meat was so tempting. Haifang had also finished the house chores, took a shower, washed clothes, and boiled hot water for her brother-in-law and Zhong Shun to bathe. Only Shin Junshan was sitting on the balcony, facing away from her. Han Jiao Jiao scratched her head. "Haifang, don't you think your brother-in-law's back looks a bit interesting?" "Interesting how?" "Like a man's scent, maybe."
Haifang.
Not understanding, maybe because he's still young. Shen Junshan seemed to feel the warm gaze on him. He carried 2 plates of stir-fried dishes and came out, walking around to Han Jiao Jiao's door. You're awake?
Kom hit.
I can't get up. She reached out and grabbed at the air. Han Jiao Jiao didn't just want to tease him. She really wanted to touch Shen Junshan. Shen Junshan put down the dishes, turned around, and helped her up from the bed. Han Jiao Jiao took the opportunity to lean on him. Oh, I feel dizzy. I might be anemic. I think you're dizzy because of my brother. Don't make any moves. My brother is very strong, like a steel body, so don't mess around. Haifang looked seriously at Zhong Shun with a childish face. Brother Shun, what does steel body mean? It means a man who isn't easily defeated by women, strong like steel. That's called a steel body.
Han Yao glared fiercely at Shen Junshan.
This guy dared to say that he really knows a lot about their married life. He even dared to talk about such private matters openly. Han Jiao Jiao secretly pinched his, and Shen Junshan looked at Zhong Shun with a sharp gaze, as if wielding a sword, ready to strike him down hundreds of times. Make sure to clearly explain the situation, so Jiao Jiao won't misunderstand. Zhong Shun felt a cold chill and was still confused. Han Jiao Jiao, don't think you're special just because you're pretty. Many girls chase after my brother. If you treat him badly, he'll dump you easily. I won't buy you gifts anymore. Buy me gifts? Do you have any? Han Jiao Jiao's eyes brightened. Zhong Shun spilled everything. My brother even asked me what girls like. You said you're his wife, but he insists you're just a girl. Han Jiao Jiao, you really can tolerate this. After all this time, you haven't been nice to my brother. What's the point of being his wife? If I were you, I'd have already fallen for my brother. Zhong Shun spoke very smoothly, and Haifang kept nodding beside him. Although he's young and didn't understand everything Zhong Shun said, he felt it made sense and nodded, because that always seemed right. Shen Junshan awkwardly opened his mouth but saw Han Jiao Jiao's bright eyes, so he quickly shut up and turned away, afraid to look at her. You idiot, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Han Jiao Jiao giggled foolishly. You're so right. Tonight, I'll fall for your brother. Since you're here, help me tie him to the bed before I do. I'm worried he might resist. Shen Junshan looked embarrassed. What kind of wolfish words are those? Zhong Shun imagined his brother being, and felt, a little excited. Cough cough. Dinner time. Shen Junshan glared at him sharply, forcing Zhong Shun to abandon those unrealistic ideas. He would never be tied to the bed. Never. Han Jiao Jiao sat next to him. Tonight, she cooked some stir-fried loofah from her third uncle's house, sliced cucumbers and made sour and spicy dishes with water spinach and a few slices of meat. It smelled very good. The most important dish was the steamed cured meat in front of her, which made everyone drool just by smelling. Han Jiao Jiao took a bite of the cured meat, and Shen Junshan fed her rice. 1 bite of cured meat, 1 bite of rice. Besides the delicious smell, she couldn't find any other words to describe it. Delicious. My husband's cooking is really good. Nonsense. My brother's skills are even praised by our cafeteria's head chef. Ergozi, you're so annoying. You ruin our little couple's mood. Can't you be a little more considerate? Han Jiao Jiao nudged Shen Junshan's arm, and a tingling sensation spread from her arm to her head. Zhong Shun curled his lips and said, so disgusting. I will never marry someone like you. Always being clingy. I'm tired of it. Yes. Eating dog food can definitely make you full. Achoo.
Han Yao sniffed her nose.
Shen Junshan's eyebrows just furrowed, but Zhong Shun immediately stood up and pulled her to sit beside him. Don't infect my brother. How could I infect him? My nose just itched. I don't care. My brother is fragile right now.
What if you catch a cold and pass it to him?
Fang. Sit properly next to my brother. Han Jiao Jiao was forcibly seated across from Shen Junshan, facing him directly. Suddenly, she felt like Zhong Shun was like her and Shen Junshan's daughter. A father's little warm coat, sticking to Shen Junshan and not letting go. This terrible illusion made her feel so embarrassed. Han Jiao took 2 more bites and sneezed again. Shen Junshan couldn't stay calm anymore. You're definitely catching a cold. I told you it gets cold at night, but you didn't listen. Seeing him a bit angry, Han Jiao quickly opened her mouth. Dried vegetables. Shen Junshan's brows furrowed tightly, with dark clouds gathering on his forehead, as if he might throw his chopsticks at someone at any moment. The next second, Shen Junshan picked up some spicy dried vegetables and fed her. Han Jiao squinted her eyes and smiled at Zhongshan.
See?
No matter how far apart, your brother still spoils me. Zhongshan sighed, and also felt full. Is Xiaoshen here? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. They recognized the voice as the gatekeeper's. Haifang quickly got up and opened the door. Good evening, Grandpa. Are you hungry? Come in and have a bite? The gatekeeper rubbed Haifang's head. Fang, you're so sensible. Grandpa has already eaten. I received a call inviting your brother-in-law to dinner at noon tomorrow, at number 8 Nanjing Road. Zhongshan's mouth opened wide in surprise.
Número 8?
Brother, what did you do? Were you invited in for tea? Shen Junshan shot him a sharp look, and Zhongshan immediately covered his face with his hands. Shen Junshan said, Can you help me return the call?
Just say.
My wife is not feeling well. She's sick. I need to take care of her these days. Han Jiao, who was eating, nodded energetically. The gatekeeper didn't miss a thing. Shen Junshan added, Grandpa Zhang, I also don't feel well. I had a cyst removal surgery. You're not allowed to run around freely. I'll help you call back and refuse. Take your time eating. Grandpa Zhang just left, and Han Jiao said, What exactly is number 8 Nanjing Road? Why do you all look like you've seen ghosts? You silly girl, you're still so naive. Zhongshan puffed out his chest and said loudly, Number 8, Nanjing Road used to be the residence of the county chief. Later, it became the office of the Sun family government. After that, it turned into a military district compound. Now, it's a place of power where important people live. So Ma Changshou is very powerful. Which bureau is he the director of? Ma Bureau? Do you know Ma Bureau? Zhongshan almost fell off his chair, and Han Jiao rolled her eyes at him. He looks so clueless, it's a bit annoying. Shen Junshan said, Ma Changshou used to work in the secret police. Later, he was recruited to the Ministry of National Defense, then assigned to local work. Now, he's with the Drug Administration. Zhongshan added, Ma Changshou was originally a deputy director. He asked to be transferred to the local area to manage things himself. Han Jiao was curious. The director of the Drug Administration is here to do work for us?
Why?
Shen Junshan explained, because they want to build factories. 2 pharmaceutical factories are starting construction. Han Jiao vaguely remembered that there were indeed medicinal herb fields around Chunshan County, but only in 2 places. Setting the factory in Chunshan County makes it easier to get raw materials and send out finished products. She nodded. Once the factories and airport are built, Chunshan County will develop rapidly. Buying a few houses before the demolition starts might make her rich. Thinking about this, she felt happy.
Ashu.
Sis, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Maybe it's because of my period. I feel cold all over. I told you you're silly. You don't even know if you're cold or not. Zhongshan complained as he got up and went to the kitchen to make some and scallion water for her. Drink it all at once, and you'll feel better. Han Jiao looked at him with a bright smile. Zhongshan's face turned red from her stare, and he said proudly, I'm not worried about you. I'm just afraid my brother might catch your cold.
Got it.
Dogo cares most about his brother's fur. Shen Junshan's annoyed little look almost made Han Jiao laugh out loud. She found it so funny. Ma Changshou circled around the food again and again. Sweet and sour squirrel fish, fragrant steamed pork, and flavorful braised ribs. Each dish is a main course on its own. He was drooling so much he almost drowned, but Duling didn't move her chopsticks, and he didn't dare to either. Ma Changshou was getting impatient. Please, just eat quickly. If you don't eat now, it will get cold. When Duling received the reply, she looked upset. Her son didn't want to come, her daughter-in-law was sick, and she had bought a lot of food but had nowhere to put it. Suddenly, dinner lost its appeal, and the steamed ribs no longer tasted good. She looked at the table full of food and sighed. It tastes bland. How can it be bland? Your son was hurt earlier. Dueling shot him a sharp look, and Ma Changsho quickly changed his words. He accidentally got injured. He should rest more. As for your daughter-in-law, maybe she's sick from traveling. We can visit her another day. What did you say? I said we can visit her another day.
Oh, right. I didn't think of that.
Dueling immediately cheered up. If he doesn't come, I can go instead. Do you think Jiangshan would like these 3 dishes? Forget it.
You're not sure about that.
We'll see if he likes them when we send them over. Try some. Has my cooking gotten worse? Dueling happily served Ma Changsho some food, and his bowl was piled high with fish and meat. Even with all this delicious food, Ma Changsho couldn't feel happy. He wasn't a glutton, so why was he piling food into his mouth? Zhong Shun finished washing the dishes and quietly entered Shin Junshin's room. He pointed at Han Jiao Jiao on the bed and gently placed 2 medicine bottles down. Zhong Shun, is she really sick? 37.8 degrees Celsius, low fever. I knew something was off. Her voice sounded strange, and she was sneezing. Silly girl trying to act tough. She's in trouble now. Zhong Shun shook his head and carefully put her shoes away. Brother, I'll sleep here tonight. If she needs to go to the hospital, I can help carry her. Okay. Ask Haifang to bring you a new towel. I know. I'll make some and scallion water to help her sweat it out. Zhong Shun quietly left the room. Han Jiao Jiao, in a daze, slightly opened her eyes. Even though her fever was low, her body seemed very sensitive to viruses. Just a little dizziness was hard for her to handle. She looked very sick, lying on the bed and unable to move, only vaguely seeing the outline of Shin Junshan. Jia Jiao, open your mouth and take the medicine. After taking it, you'll feel better. Shin Junshan was used to taking care of his brothers in the army, especially the younger soldiers, and naturally acted like a parent. But those were tough new recruits, not like Jia Jiao. He gently helped her sit up, letting her rest her head on his lap, and said softly, "Be good. Open your mouth." Han Jiajiao squinted her eyes, tasting the syrup's unique flavor, and immediately spat out the medicine from her tongue. She tilted her head and spat everything onto his shorts. Shin Junshan wasn't angry. He had expected this and had already prepared a towel to clean up. He helped her up again, trying to open her mouth with a spoon. But then he heard her soft whimpering, and she suddenly buried her face in his chest. From her neck to her chest, then to her stomach, she obediently lay back on his lap. All the places she could touch had been touched, and Shin Junshan felt a bit helpless. Jia Jiao, there's a preserved plum, super sour, salty, and tastes terrible. He rubbed a white-flowered preserved plum on her lips. Jia Jiao licked her lips, tasting the flavor, and her small mouth curved into a smile. She closed her eyes, lifted her head, and opened her mouth to swallow. Shin Junshan seized the moment and fed her a full spoonful of syrup near her throat. Suddenly, a big gulp of syrup slipped down her throat, making her hair stand on end. Shin Junshan smiled faintly. Little Black looks just like you when he sees a dead mouse. Who's Little Black? Grandpa Zhang's little black cat. It's called Little Black. Jia Jiao felt sorry for Little Black. The name was too hasty. It should have been more like her, with 3 characters. She rolled twice on the bed, feeling dizzy, and finally fell asleep deeply, holding that preserved plum in her mouth. Shin Junshan covered her with a blanket, wrapping her tightly like a little zongzi, rice dumpling. He went to boil more hot water and occasionally wiped her forehead and small hands to cool her down. Finally, late into the night, her temperature dropped, but Shin Junshan was exhausted. At first, he sat by her bed to take care of her. Then, someone, wrapped like a zongzi, was moved onto his lap. Finally, I don't know how it happened, but this ball of rice dumplings suddenly took over him, sticking to him like an oyster, tightly attached to his body. Luckily, Han Jiao Jiao's body was warm enough, and she was small and light. That night, Shin Junshan slept quite comfortably and even had a good dream. Han Jiao Jiao, was dozing off in her sleep. In her dream, there was a man who looked about 60 or 70% similar to Shin Junshan, but she was sure that man was not Shin Junshan. Because the man was old and bald, with cold, sharp eyes, and carried himself with a certain style. He was surrounded by a few people who pointed at her and shouted loudly. They were scolding Shin Junshan, probably saying he was cruel and hurt his family. Without hesitation, the man came over and slapped Shin Junshan twice. Han Jiao Jiao was furious in her dream. She rushed over and wildly waved her hands at the man. "You bald old man, how dare you hit my husband? I'll pluck your few sparse hairs. If you dare to hurt my man, I'll make you, Jiao, Jiao Jiao, stop. Jiao Jiao." Han Jiao Jiao was awakened by a familiar voice. When she saw the situation in front of her clearly, she was stunned. Yunshen. Shin Junshan also felt helpless. He was sleeping peacefully when suddenly someone hit him, even grabbing his hair and threatening to make him bald. Although he was angry, he found it strangely funny. Shin Junshan was speechless. What kind of wife had he raised? Han Jiao Jiao timidly smiled, loosened her grip, and obediently curled up beside him, like a little rabbit. Harmless and adorable. Shin Junshan. Is it too late to pretend now? Han Jiao Jiao carefully brushed a few stray hairs from her fingers and secretly hid them in her pajamas pocket, then showed a bright smile. Shin Junshan wisely didn't expose her embarrassment. He gently touched her forehead, and after a moment, his expression finally relaxed. "No fever anymore. Does it still hurt?" She shook her head, pressed close to him, and smelled the pleasant scent on Shin Junshan. She felt sleepy, for no reason. Shin Junshan let her lean on him for a while. Outside, there were sounds of clinking and banging. Han Jiao Jiao looked at the time. More than 7 o'clock. Thinking about preparing breakfast for the two men, she reluctantly left his side. She pushed open the door, and Zhongshan had already prepared breakfast. There was soy milk, fried dough sticks with noodles, small steamed buns, and sweet buns. A table full of food, and another morning of eating, until full. Everyone says that fools don't get sick. Why are you so weak? Come and eat. After eating, you need to drink a big cup of scallion water. Han Jiao Jiao frowned because she felt something strange in her mouth. Turns out it was because of this. Next, Zhongshan kept telling her that her illness would affect Shin Junshan's life, so he kept making her eat this and take that supplement. Han Jiao Jiao spent the whole morning doing this. Fortunately, she didn't have a fever again, and Zhongshan's mood improved. Han Jiao Jiao ate a simple lunch and was sleeping in the afternoon when Dongzi came rushing up to find her. "Jiao Jiao, it's ready." "Really so soon?" Yes. There are many places to choose from. When will you go?"
"Right now."
"Junshan, I'll go out for a bit. I'll probably be back before dinner." Shin Junshan looked at Dongzi for a moment, then relaxed his brows and nodded. "Come back early." He knew that Han Jiao Jiao had some strange habits, but since she didn't say anything, he didn't want to ask. Some things are better kept private. Shin Junshan was sure that Dongzi and Chongzi were kind to her and would protect her. Han Jiao Jiao sat on Dongzi's bike and chatted with him for a while. Coincidentally, Lu Xiaohui was on the roadside. Lu Xiaohui immediately shouted, "Xiaoying, look. Isn't that Han Jiao Jiao? Who's that person riding the bike? Looks unfamiliar." Lu Xiaohui's gossip nerves were instantly triggered. Wow, she's secretly kissing and hugging other men behind Shin Junshan's back. Let's go tell Shin Junshan. Xiaohui, stop joking. Chun Xiaoying shook her head and said, "That person is Dongzi. Only 16 or 17. What can we tell Shin Junshan? Besides, he knows Dongzi. He won't mind. Let's not overthink." "Humph. She's really living it up. That fool is really lucky." "Yeah, really lucky." Chun Xiaoying squinted coldly. Han Jiao Jiao returned unharmed, and it seemed she hadn't caused any trouble with Shin Junshan. Shun Jinbao, that useless guy. Chun Xiaoying secretly hated her. Now she couldn't lift her head at her uncle's house. Her sister had run off to live elsewhere and ignored her, and every time they met, She acted like an enemy, avoiding her. Everyone was gossiping behind her back now. Looking at Han Jiao Jiao, her life was truly comfortable. Good reputation, good things all belonged to her. How lucky Han Jiao Jiao is, it's so unfair. Xiaoying, what's wrong? How's this fabric? I saw Director Chen's brother brought back something similar from the city. It will look great on you. Xiaoying immediately changed her expression and smiled. It looks really nice. The fabric is quite big. I can make 2 pieces out of it. One for you and one for me. Xiaoying, you're so kind. My sister said next time we'll have a chance to be promoted, and there are 2 spots for permanent positions. I think they'll probably be yours. Oh, not really. So many people are waiting for permanent positions at work. I'm not better than others, so I don't dare to hope. What are you saying? If you're not excellent, who is? Don't worry, I promise to have my cousin recommend you. Xiaoying smiled sweetly. Lu Xiaoyi's cousin is her boss. The head nurse's husband is also a surgeon. If they could ease up a bit, she could get a permanent position. And if she could also be recognized as outstanding, that would be perfect. Unable to wait any longer, Xiaoying quickly took out her savings in fabric tickets and handed over a large sum of 8 yuan. Come on, let's go to your house to take measurements. Once I finish, I'll deliver it to you. Xiaoying, you're so kind. Lu Xiaoyi, carefree and happy, linked arms with Xiaoying as they walked away. Han Jiao Jiao was taken into a simple, earthen house by Dongzi. The house was divided into 2 floors, with stairs and hallways crisscrossing between them. Inside, some rooms were just over 10 square meters, others less than 5. Many had no windows, so it was very dark inside, with no electricity, let alone lights. Han Jiao Jiao arrived in the afternoon and had to light a candle to see. She also smelled a rotten smell, probably from the bodies of rats or mice. Is this place okay? It looks like a place where someone might hide a body. Big sister, don't say such scary things. Dongzi nervously held Han Jiao Jiao's hand. Although they weren't much different in age, Dongzi trusted Han Jiao Jiao a lot and saw her as a pillar of support. Han Jiao Jiao smiled. What? Afraid of ghosts? Big sister, don't say that word. If others hear, they'll think of all sorts of things. Please don't mention it again. Dongzi nervously looked around. This place really did look like somewhere a ghost might appear. Han Jiao Jiao went to the first floor. There were about 8 or 9 empty rooms, one of which was brighter and located at a fork in the corridor, with a small door at the back. Behind the small door is a spacious room. At the back of the room, there is a staircase leading upstairs, with one side going into a small alley. Han Jiao Jiao nodded. This place is good. If something happens, I can run. Dongzi. Dongzi, when do you plan to start? Everyone's contacts are ready. We can do it anytime. Then, tonight. Help me lay some straw mats on the floor. It's too dirty, and the meat shouldn't be on the ground. Okay, that's easy. I can find some quickly. Do you need anything else? We start selling at midnight. There must be someone watching. I don't want any trouble. Dongzi had already thought of this. After explaining the roles and process to Han Jiao Jiao, he took just over half an hour to bring the straw mats and lay them down. Han Jiao Jiao told him to stay outside and not come in. She went into the room, thinking about the space, and felt like she had entered a cold storage warehouse in a supermarket. It's so cold. Han Jiao Jiao blew warm air into her hands and rubbed them hard. I can do this, just 300 G, not too much. Keep going. Han Jiao Jiao couldn't drive a delivery truck for the supermarket, so she had to push a cart to carry the goods out one by one. She had already processed 50 G of lean pork tenderloin and hind leg meat, 50 G of pork belly, 50 G of ribs, 50 G of pig's trotters, and the remaining 100 G were whole cuts. All 300 G had been moved out, but the pile looked much smaller than she expected. Clenching her teeth, Han Jiao Jiao went back inside and brought out another 60 G of skewered meat. An hour and a half later, her clothes were soaked with sweat. She sat exhausted in the middle of the room, gasping for breath. Chongzi finished his work and came over. Seeing Han Jiao Jiao sitting among the pork, panting heavily, he suddenly felt like a divine being descending to earth. She must be a goddess in charge of pork. Otherwise, how could she explain this situation? Anyway, he couldn't explain it. Han Jiao Jiao didn't bother to explain. 300 Jin, you just point. No need, no need. I trust your work. Here, this is the money for the medicine. Changzi had just met with the person delivering the medicine. This time, the total was 4,200 yuan. He took 42, and the rest was given to Han Jiao Jiao. Han Jiao Jiao drew another 70 yuan and handed it to him. Changzi looked terrified and jumped back. What are you doing? I have already made a small start. Why are you still giving money? Giving you money isn't to give you benefits, but to remind you to be more careful in the future. Don't take on all the work. Since you want to run a clinic, you should focus on that goal. Here, take this. It's your future capital. Han Jiao Jiao put the money into his pocket. Some people who deal in reselling are really annoying, but Changzi is different. He wins by quantity and does everything. Han Jiao Jiao worries he might overwork himself. Changzi thought for a moment and then took the money back. Jiao Jiao is right. There are risks in doing this. Whether it's reselling cigarettes or medicine, the risks are the same. Dongzi is about to start school, so he can do fewer jobs, especially risky ones. Changzi rubbed Dongzi's head. Jiao Jiao sees further. I'll organize everything. People will come at 2 in the morning. Changzi and Dongzi packed the goods. A piece of pork belly with a portion of ribs, plus pig's feet and tenderloin. Changzi also brought a knife. He carefully sliced the meat into thin pieces. As the blade slid over the meat, he couldn't help but say, "This feels amazing. Brother, let's buy 2 more portions to take home. We're paying, and Jiao Jiao won't mind."
Han Jia nodded.
Since it cost nothing, she didn't mind. I'll give you some. I also want to take a piece of pork belly home to cook tonight. Changzi happily wrapped the items one by one, ready to carry them out. The others just took whole pieces. Since it was cheap meat that didn't require a receipt and the quality was good, no one complained. Dongzi, while packing, said happily, "This meat looks really good. No excess fat at all. It's cut so carefully. You can't see any greasy spots, not even a grain of rice's worth of fat. Jiao Jiao is really amazing." Dongzi smiled foolishly, showing a pair of dimples. Han Jiao Jiao thought it was still early and helped them tie the pork with grass rope. Suddenly, there was movement at the door, startling her. She shivered. "Chene Min? Jiao Jiao, you're here too? Luckily, I brought a few more pancakes, just in case." Chen Min entered and saw all the meat, her eyes wide. "Wow, you really managed to get so much. How about it? Jiao Jiao is capable, right?" "Very capable. Jiao Jiao, you're really impressive. I've only seen so much pork during the New Year at the meat market." Chen Min thought the pork smelled good and waved at her. There was so much pork, but unfortunately she had no money. Otherwise, she would buy a pack to take home. Dongzi divided his portion into a piece of leg meat and half a piece of pork belly. "Take this home to cook. I'll stew the pig's trotters and bring them to you later." "Really? For me?" "No, not just for you. It's for you and Grandma. You both can share it. Then I'll buy some green peppers to stir-fry and call you to eat." "Yes, yes. Get some spicy peppers, enough to be hot." Dongzi rubbed his nose and smiled like a silly kid.
Han Jia frågade.
Kids from poor families often grow up quickly, so maybe they also get married early? But high school students aren't allowed to date. What should I do? After everyone finished handling the food, Chen Min went out to prepare dinner for them to bring over. The 3 of them stayed here, so it was none of Jiao Jiao's business. She carried home half a pork belly, and on the way, she bought a few spicy peppers and a block of tofu. Just as she reached the gate of the yard, Chen Xiaoying arrived at the door. Their houses are separated by a small road, and they looked at each other across the street. Chen Xiaoying instinctively put away the cloth she was holding. "Jiao Jiao, what a coincidence." "Yeah, what a coincidence." Jiao Jiao replied coldly, "There's some news you should know. About that eye specialist." Chen Xiaoying's heart skipped a beat, and she trembled slightly, but she quickly ran over from the other side. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and she said sadly, Jiao Jiao, I didn't check carefully about this. Luckily, Junshan is fine. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty for the rest of my life. Jiao Jiao remembered the dream she had. In the dream, Chen Xiaoying knew that Shin Junshan had gone blind, and her expression and face looked strange. It was that kind of look, like she wanted to run away after something went wrong, not wanting to get involved. Jiao Jiao sighed. Chen Xiaoying, I didn't scold you. Who are you crying for? There's no one else here. Stop your cheap tears. I still have to eat tonight, don't make me. Chen Xiaoying's eyes widened, as if she hadn't expected Jiao Jiao to speak so harshly. She clenched her fists and bit her lower lip tightly. A hint of anger appeared in her eyes, but it quickly turned into a look of grievance. I know you're angry, but you really can't blame me. I was also tricked. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to blame you. Jiao Jiao. Just as Chen Xiaoying relaxed, Han Jiao Jiao coldly said, After all, you have nothing to do with our family. If something happens to us, it shouldn't be your fault. Chen Xiaoying's face turned red with embarrassment, and tears welled up in her eyes, as if she had been bullied. Duling happened to get off the car and was walking over with Ma Changsho from the street corner. Chen Xiaoying recognized Ma Changsho, seeing the senior leader arrive. She immediately shed 2 more tears, pretending to cry softly. Han Jiao Jiao had to admit, the White Lotus flower was very good at pretending to be pitiful. She cried out with a mix of 3 parts grievance, 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts calmness, and a little innocence. All these feelings combined could easily make ordinary people feel sorry for her. But Duling was different. She wasn't an ordinary person, and after being hurt by the White Lotus nanny, she especially disliked women like her. Duling saw the nanny in Chen Xiaoying and remembered her from years ago. A wave of disgust rose in her stomach, and she really wanted to slap her into the sewer. Ma Changsho said, Jiao Jiao is here too. This is... Chen Xiaoying immediately offered herself.
Hello, ma bureau.
I am a nurse at the hospital. I was the one taking care of you when you were brought in. Oh, I remember. No matter how much he liked her, Ma Changsho had a deep impression of the girl who came by every day to ask about his condition. Chen Xiaoying quickly wiped away her tears. I didn't expect Bureau Ma to remember me. That's a surprise. Can you tell she's being polite? She asked about him directly. So, how could she not be embarrassed if she didn't remember? Han Jiaojia rolled her eyes several times, and Duling also saw that she didn't like this girl. Sure enough, straightforward people don't like tricky little foxes. Duling held Han Jiaojia's hand and said, I invited you all over, but I didn't expect someone to get hurt and someone to fall ill. I just brought some things over. Are you okay? I'm fine. Maybe I caught a little wind while driving back, so I have a slight fever. Sweating will help it go away. I'm glad you're okay. I cooked a few dishes, but I don't know if you like them. My cooking isn't as good as yours. Aunt Du is modest. I smell some delicious dishes. Tonight, I won't cook. It saves trouble. No need to cook. I came to see you both. Du Ling and Han Jiao Jiao chat happily, not noticing Chen Xiaoying's awkwardness. She tries to act normal, but without an audience, her effort feels wasted. Chen Xiaoying sniffles hard, then coughs twice, making some noise. Jiao Jiao, I heard from Annie that you're sick or hurt. Did brother Junshan get into trouble? Han Jiao Jiao replies calmly, Who is your brother? Chen Xiaoying bites her lip and smiles at Duling. Auntie, you don't know. I've known brother Junshan for a long time. He's always been kind to me. It's only been 2.5 years, and he's always caring to everyone, not just you.
Duling looks happily at Han Yao Yao.
She feels proud of her sharpness in dealing with rivals. If she had even half her courage back then, she wouldn't have been poached. This daughter-in-law is really good. Chen Xiaoying doesn't notice her own mistake. Jiao Jiao, I know I have a good relationship with brother Junshan, and I understand if you're upset. But we're just friends. There's nothing else. Also, I was kind this time. I didn't expect Dr. Zhang to be a fake. I was careless.
Sorry.
Who says you have a good relationship? Your false sense of importance just makes things worse. Han Jiao Jiao wants to remind her that half a month ago, Shin Junshan even scolded her. How can she forget so quickly? Is she selectively forgetting? Or suffering from love delusions? Maybe she needs a psychiatrist. Han Jiao looks at her with sympathy. Chen Xiaoying starts to feel nervous. She fidgets, her eyes turning red again. Jiao, I want to apologize to Brother Jun Shan face to face. Can I go in? Han Jiao takes a deep breath. Just as she opens her mouth, Duling pulls her behind her. With a commanding presence, she coldly responds, Did you do something wrong to Shun Junshan?
No.
I don't think so. Chen Xiaoying almost gets scared by her aura. She's much more intimidating than the head of surgery. Then, why do you want to apologize? I'm worried there might be a misunderstanding, so I think it's better to apologize in person. Duling sneered. You running off to someone else's house just to eat might cause misunderstandings. What are you even? A friend's guest? A colleague? Do you need to visit for any reason? None of these, right? Did the host invite you to stay for a meal out of politeness? But you're not welcome here. Are you going to stay and eat or leave? That makes everyone feel awkward. Also, I noticed you hurt someone and made them sick, but why are your eyes fixed on Shin Junshan asking questions? I think you're just targeting him. Girl, I need to tell you something. Don't think that just because you're young and pretty, you can cry and act like you're right. Duling paused, looked Chen Xiaoying up and down, and added, Besides, you're not even very beautiful, so stop having bad intentions. For the first time, Chen Xiaoying was hurt about her looks. She didn't understand what she did wrong to deserve being insulted by a stranger. She was hoping Ma Changsho would defend her and say something fair. But to her surprise, Ma Changsho nodded and said, No one is bullying you. Why are you crying and acting so delicate? Chen Xiaoying had never felt so wronged, even when Han Jiao bullied her. Now, even the patients she cared for are helping outsiders bully her. Who is this person? Before it gets dark, she runs to someone's door to see her husband. Is she crazy? Duling pulled Han Jiao into the yard and couldn't help but complain. She was polite earlier, but Chen Xiaoying was smart not to say more. If she had her temper now, she would definitely teach this girl a lesson. Ma Changsho joked that she was old and had a big temper. Duling glared at him and threw all the baskets and containers at him to carry. The front door was open, and inside, Zhong Shun's voice was heard. I only made a mistake out of carelessness. What's wrong with taking back a move in chess? Brother Shun has already taken back 3 moves. I remember it all. You little guy, why are you so petty like your sister? Brother-in-law, Brother Shun said my sister is petty. Shun Junshan lifted his cold gaze, and Zhong Shun immediately looked down, secretly poking Haifang's cheek. You brat, you've learned to tattle now, just like your sister. So mischievous. Han Jiao. When did I ever act mischievous? Does Zhong Shun have a misunderstanding about me? When Han Jiao pushed open the door, Shin Junshan seemed to sense it and looked up. You're back. Yes, we're back. Guess who I met at the door? Duling carefully entered the room. Shin Junshan was momentarily stunned, then slowly stood up and said, Aunt Duling, Director Ma. Zhong Shun also stood up with Shin Junshan, standing beside him like a younger brother, holding Haifang close. Duling was surprised and pointed at Haifang. Han Jiao quickly said, This is my younger brother, not our son. Haifang didn't know what to call himself, so he simply said based on his age, Hello, sister-in-law.
Hello, Grandpa. Grandpa.
Ma Changsho pursed his lips. Does he look much older than Duling? Duling laughed loudly. Really? Your features do look a bit like Junshan's. After being together for a long time, everyone starts to look alike. I'm the same with my little niece. Duling quickly nodded. Fortunately, this child wasn't Shin Junshan's son, or she would have missed the chance to take care of her grandson since he was young. She hurriedly brought out the dishes she prepared. Poached chicken, crispy duck, sweet and sour ribs, and potato stew with beef. Ma Changsho also placed a watermelon on the ground. Zhong Shun was amazed and whispered, Brother, am I seeing things? Did you wake me up? Shun Junshan pinched him hard, making Zhong Shun's face distort. No tricks, all real dishes. Zhong Shun and Haifang quickly set the table. The vegetables were ready. Han Jiao bought tofu and casually made soup, steamed buns, and rice. Everyone sat around one table. Dueling brought up many topics Shin Junshan didn't answer, but luckily Zhongshan helped lighten the mood. They had a happy meal. After eating, Han Jiao Jiao cut the watermelon and brought it over. It was soaked in cold water just now, so I didn't cook it. Let me do it. Ma Changsho took the fruit plate and gave the biggest, reddest piece to Dueling. Dueling immediately handed it to Shin Junshan. Watermelon is cold. Just eat one piece. Shin Junshan's watermelon was taken from her, and his expression immediately showed displeasure. That was his wife's watermelon. Dueling noticed Shin Junshan's expression and felt a bit awkward.
Haifang leaned over.
Brother-in-law, your piece is really red.
Here, have it.
Thank you, brother-in-law. Haifang took a big bite, and the juice burst in his mouth, his eyes smiling like crescent moons.
Machangsua te kerefri.
Haifang is being sent directly to middle school. That's really impressive, just like your sister. Jiao Jiao is indeed a good candidate. There will be a public class in Spring City in a few days. You should go listen. I can introduce you to the organizer, which will help you in your future medical studies. Thank you, Aunt Du. Han Jiao Jiao understands how important connections are. It's not that she wants to use favoritism, but with Aunt Du's help, she can avoid many troubles. Shin Junshan saw her so happy and didn't say anything. After Du Ling and Ma Changsho left, Zhongshan slumped in his chair, breathing heavily. Shin Junshan coldly asked, "Do you like Du Ling?" It's not that he liked her, but he didn't dislike her either. Their meeting was somewhat meaningful. Do you think she was too eager? Zhongshan nodded. He wasn't someone who liked socializing. His good relationship with Zhongshan was partly because of work and partly because Zhongshan was very sincere with him. The only other person at work who might be considered somewhat pretentious was probably the director. Shin Junshan didn't like overly familiar people. Du Ling was starting to act a bit too forward. Han Jiao Jiao touched his face. Shueihua will come soon. She needs Du Ling's help with her illness. If you really don't like Du Ling, just keep your distance and be careful around her. Shin Junshan thought of Shueihua, and his expression became more complicated. After a moment, he said, I don't dislike her, but I think I should keep some distance. Okay, I'll listen to you. Du Ling also felt that Shin Junshan was distancing himself from her. When she got home, she still felt uneasy. At that moment, she received a call from her daughter, Gu Ruo. During the day, Du Ling called Gu Ruo, but her student answered. That evening, Gu Ruo had time and called back. Mom, did you really find the older brother? Are you sure he's really our brother? Did you see the birthmark? Have you tested him? I already did a test during the day. The results will be out in 3 days, but this time, it's definitely him. Then why are you waiting? Bring him back quickly. Grandpa seems to have some plans. We need to get our brother.
Dulinges va suden fel.
Your brother doesn't lack anything. He only needs his mother and sister. Gu Ruo hesitated. She wanted to say that she couldn't let others take advantage of her brother, but when she spoke, it sounded like she was trying to gain something herself. She habitually said something in English, which made Du Ling's tone even colder. I've raised you since you were young, and this is what you've become? You don't speak Chinese, but you feel the need to insert a few English words to seem more sophisticated? No, Mom, I didn't mean that. Gu Ruo was almost crying. She is a graduate of Harvard's English department and teaches English at a university. Isn't it normal for her to mix in some English? Gu Ruo quickly said, I'm sorry, I won't do it again, is that okay? Take some time off and come with me to see him. Don't refuse. Du Lingqi sighed and hung up, then went back to her room. Ma Changsho called Gu Ruo back. Xiaoruo, don't blame your mom. Your older brother was stabbed a few days ago. Your mom feels guilty because she knows about his past and she's upset. Ma Changsho shared what he knew. She knew her older brother had no nice clothes growing up, washed everyone's clothes in winter, kneeled on coal ash, and ate hurriedly. His foster parents' belongings were taken away, and he was scolded and beaten every day. Gu Ruo's tears fell uncontrollably. She wanted to beat up those bullies, but felt more embarrassed. She wiped her tears and said, Uncle Gu, don't worry. I'll come soon. My mom, I'll leave her in your care. I haven't told your dad yet.
You see.
Gu Ruo hesitated. Telling her dad might make her mom angry, but he's her older brother. It was her dad's mistake that caused him to be lost, so her dad should face him. They stayed silent on the phone for a moment, then Gu Ruo agreed. Uncle Ma, don't worry. I'll handle this. After hanging up, Gu Ruo went to the Gu family house. Yi Changfeng opened the door and saw her, looked awkward for a moment, then quickly put on a fake smile. Young lady is here, such a rare guest. Aunt Yi, I'm also the owner of this house, not a guest. Yi Changfeng looked embarrassed. Gu Ruo brushed past her. Gu Liang happened to bring his fiancée over, and the family was sitting in the living room talking. When they saw Gu Ruo, everyone's expressions were complicated, except Gu Yoxin, who happily ran over. Gu Yoxin never expected his older sister to come. He was so happy like a child, instinctively looking at the door. Not seeing anyone familiar, he felt a little disappointed. But since his daughter was here, he was just as happy. Xiao Rui, you're here.
Come, let Dad see.
You look a bit thinner than last time. Dad, I have something to tell you. Can we go to the study? All right, you guys chat first. I'll go to the study with Xiao Rui. Gu Ruo went upstairs, looking at the group of people in the room. She felt even more annoyed. Since she entered, none of her 3 younger siblings had called her sister. If they are like this, she's sure her older brother, who just returned, will be even colder. Maybe it was right that Mom didn't recognize her. Gu Ruo, nibbling on fruit, said irritably, Dad is really too much. How could he leave Sister Qianqian here? That's just too unfair. Gu Ruo is also your dad's daughter. It's rare for her to come back. What daughter? I haven't seen her in over 10 years. What does it mean she suddenly came back? Gu Ruo pouted and looked up proudly. She was the princess of the Gu family, and the woman who suddenly appeared didn't matter to her. She didn't care about her at all. Yi Changfeng didn't feel like comforting Gu Ruo. Her mind was all on Gu Ruo. Ma Changshuo's call she had suppressed, but she didn't expect Gu Ruo to come directly to the house herself. Old Gu wondered if the eldest son's visit would make him think differently about her son. Yi Changfeng turned around with a grim face. You all sit down first. I'll go throw out the trash. I'll be back soon. Gu Liang watched Yi Changfeng leave, then looked thoughtfully toward the upstairs, clenching his fists tightly in the shadows. A few hours later, Gu Ruo came out of the study. Gu Liang's fiancée had already left. He sat on the sofa and saw her come down, quickly following her. Sister, have you eaten? We also prepared some late-night snacks. Do you want some? She glanced at the glutinous rice balls. It's already 11 o'clock. You shouldn't eat such greasy food. Gu Ruo politely declined and headed for the door. Gu Liang immediately followed. Big sister, are you looking for Dad? Are you planning to move back? Grandpa has been missing you, and Auntie. When do you think you'll come back to live? Gu Ruo felt disgusted when she heard this. If they really wanted to invite her back, she wouldn't have had to prepare a table of food she couldn't eat when she visited before. Gu Ruo smiled faintly. When Big Brother comes back, our family will move back. Second brother doesn't know? Big Brother has found her. This time, it's really true. Seeing Gu Liang's pale face, Gu Ruo almost laughed in anger. Actually, her mother never spoke badly about Yi Changfeng in front of her. Even when she insisted on asking Dad, Duling only said they were having marital issues. When Gu Ruo learned the truth, she tried to convince herself to accept Yi Changfeng and the others for her father and the Gu family. But after only a few encounters, she increasingly felt that like father, like son, there was some truth to it. Gu Ruo smiled and asked, Big Brother is coming back, aren't you happy? Yes, I am happy. I'm happy for your mother. The old man said he would leave the family affairs to the eldest grandson. He was already ready to inherit the Gu family, but then a new older brother appeared and took everything. How could he be willing? Gu Ruo saw his pupils dilate with anger and sneered as she left. A word popped into her mind: morality. When Yi Changfeng returned, she exchanged a look with Gu Liang and silently nodded. Gu Liang's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. They had no conflicts before, but that wild child shouldn't have touched his things. Han Jiao sold pork once, then beef and grains, and later she even brought out 2 vintage-style TVs to sell. With the income from selling medicine, she had become a small rich woman. They say when you have money, you stand tall. In these days, whenever she saw Guzi, she felt more confident and was even more bold in teasing him. When Sun Shuihua arrived, the bed in their room was already prepared. As soon as she brought the ashes here, Shin Junshan arranged for the burial, and Zhong Shun also went to pay respects at Shun Hao's and his wife's grave. That evening, they had a meal in the dining room, and Han Jiao took the person directly to the prepared place. Sun Shuihua was stunned. Why is this place so white? Am I dreaming? Maybe, Han Jiao replied, then gave her a tranquilizer. She dragged her into the medical space, and after a 4-hour surgery, when she pushed her out, Dong Zi and Chong Zi carried her to the designated hospital room. Thanks to Du Ling's secret arrangement, no one dared to say anything. Han Jiao finished cleaning the surgical tools and was drenched in sweat. This kind of surgery usually requires cooperation, but she didn't want to expose her secret. It was also her first time pushing a living person into the space, seemingly a small step, but actually a big one. Shin Junshan saw her come out through the small door and didn't know what to say. Han Jiao skipped over happily. Husband, hug me. Shin Junshan was suddenly overwhelmed by her clinginess, making his face turn red. He frowned and looked for a way out, but his hand unconsciously reached out to her. Han Jiao almost threw herself onto him, but suddenly stopped herself. No, I have a strong smell of blood on me. What if I dirty my husband? Wait until I wash up, then I'll come and hug you. Shin Junshan. Talking like that late at night can easily cause misunderstandings. Sun Shuihua's single hospital room had its own bathroom. When Han Jiao finished her shower and came out, she didn't see Shin Junshan nearby. She carried a water bottle to get hot water. She happened to see a notice board about a lecture. As she was daydreaming, Kong Qingyan suddenly appeared. Jiao, what a coincidence. Wow, oh my gosh. The water bottle in her hand almost slipped and broke. Kong Qingyan quickly caught the bottle, but accidentally touched her hand. It wasn't delicate or soft, but it was very gentle. Kong Qingyan smiled faintly. Be careful. Thank you. Thank you, and your family. Suddenly, someone scared her from behind, and she wanted to be careful. She pulled back her water bottle, annoyed, and used a towel to dry her hair. Water dripped from her hair onto her sweatshirt, making the clothes cling tightly. Kong Qingyan pursed his lips. We really are destined to meet. Han Jiao rolled her eyes at him. She didn't want to talk to him at first, but then she saw the medicine bag in Kong Qingyan's hand. The doctor's handwriting was very messy, and few people could read it. She glanced at it and understood. Dr. Kong, are you here for men's health? Is it urology or reproductive health? Cough, cough. Speak quietly. There's not many people late at night. Why so quiet? Dr. Kong, don't blame me for reminding you issues with men, big or small, can affect family life. You should be careful. Kong Qingyan blushed and smiled. She cares about me. Since they were talking about having children, she must be asking about that. Kong Qingyan asked with concern. Jiao, are you feeling unwell too? It looks like you're hospitalized. Did something happen? Han Jiao found him annoying. In her mind, she already associated Kong Qingyan with a scumbag. She coldly said, Yes, I feel unwell. Where do you feel uncomfortable? I know some doctors here. I can introduce you. What's wrong? I see a gynecologist. Do you have any acquaintances in that field, Dr. Kong? On Kong Qingyan's fair face, 2 fiery clouds appeared. He is a grown man. How could he possibly know a gynecologist? Thinking again, Kong Qingyan realized he went to the male clinic because since that day, he had felt uncomfortable and dirty, unable to shake the feeling. He couldn't stand it anymore and went to the hospital to get some cleansing medicine. He was worried about feeling dirty, but why did Han Jiao go? Could it be that she also felt dirty, or thought Shin Junshan was dirty? Kong Qingyan's face lit up with a strange smile, making Han Jiao feel very uncomfortable. She knew this guy wasn't normal mentally, so She was sure he was thinking the wrong way. Han Jiao Jiao smiled and gently patted her belly. My little one inside is restless, always wanting to be close to her dad. I had no choice but to come to the hospital for a checkup and to teach him how to behave. What thing? Kong, you're rude. Han Jiao Jiao playfully smiled. Besides, what else is in my belly? Of course, it's the baby. My and Junshin's baby is very strong. When he's born, at the naming ceremony, the full moon, and the 100-day celebration, I will send you invitations. You don't have to come, but the gift money must be there. Kong Qingyan stared at her belly, with a pale face. It was so flat. How could there be a baby? At the same time, around the corner, someone was staring blankly at Han Jiao Jiao. Shin Junshan was confused. When did he make Jiao Jiao pregnant? He had no memory at all. Could it have been during a midnight sleepwalking accident? Shin Junshan was instantly confused. He didn't think he had a sleepwalking habit, so how did it happen? Was it an accident? He fell into his memories, trying to find any clues. Meanwhile, Han Jiao Jiao was still bragging about her belly. My son will definitely take after Junshin's height. My skin, my eyes, and his nose and features will also resemble Junshin's. When he grows up, he can live a good life just by lying around. Lying around? Not working but still living well? Of course. Combining our strengths, he'll be beautiful from a young age. My son can make a living just by his looks. Kong Qingyan looked awkward. That's called getting something for nothing, which is a dangerous idea. You must not think that way. Shin Junshan, for the first time, agreed with Kong Qingyan's opinion, secretly nodding from behind. His little one doesn't have to be a workaholic, but he should be useful to society. Han Jiao Jiao hummed. You don't understand the power of looks. After saying that, she looked at Kong Qingyan with a sympathetic and pitying gaze, as if lost in thought. Kong Qingyan had a strange feeling that he looked very ugly. He quickly changed the subject. I heard from the head teacher that Dongzi's enrollment procedures are done. He'll go straight into third year next semester. I'm worried his studies might fall behind, so I want to give him some tutoring during the summer break. Han Jiao Jiao thought Ma Changsho arranged for Dongzi to start in the first year, but unexpectedly, he was directly placed in third year. It must be said that Ma Changsho is quite clever, with a plan in mind. First, it was about maintaining good relationships. Second, if Dongzi started in the first year and struggled, it could affect others. If he went straight to third year and didn't pass the graduation exams, at least he would have a high school diploma. Shin Junshan, however, was in a very good mood. Although Jiao Jiao's words were a bit too much and quite shameless, hearing her tease other men made him feel really happy. Especially when she teased Kong Qingyan, it was very satisfying. Shin Junshan suddenly wished she would talk more with Kong Qingyan. He loved listening. Kong Qingyan was also caught off guard. Well, I'll bring you the high school textbooks. No need. The school will distribute the third-year textbooks. Han Jiao Jiao thought, I have so much space. What are few textbooks? What she didn't know was that in a few days, she would be proven wrong. She had gone through many textbook reforms during her studies. Moreover, the supermarket didn't even have textbooks. Han Jiao Jiao happily ran to Sun Shuahua's hospital room. Kong Qingyan stood there, staring blankly at her back. What a strange but good girl. Shin Junshan rolled his eyes coldly. Good is good, but what does being strange have to do with it? But even if she was good, it had nothing to do with Kong Qingyan. Shin Junshan took a detour, returning to the ward via another path. Han Jiao Jiao was removing the 4 from Sun Shuahua. After checking that all her vital signs were normal, she whispered, her condition is stable. If she can pass gas tomorrow, she can start drinking some fluids. I am going to buy a chicken to make soup for her. Don't eat such greasy food. I have 20 yuan in my small bag. Take it and go to the market tomorrow to buy some milk and apples. Now, Han Jiao Jiao manages the household expenses, and Shin Junshan's pocket money is given by her. When he takes money from different compartments, he finds that the total adds up to about 300 yuan. Shin Junshan roughly calculates his recent expenses, then zips up the compartment. Did you take it? Shin Junshan nods. Milk and fruit don't cost much. I'll give you the change later. I haven't given you your allowance this week. Just use it. As a grown man, you should always have money when you go out. He doesn't smoke or drink and has no hobbies. Han Jiao Jiao even thinks his only interest is taking care of her. She walks to another bed, pats the mattress, and says, "Come over, take off your clothes."
Shen Yun Shen. Too direct.
He obediently sits on the edge of the bed and takes off his shirt. Han Jiao Jiao, relying on her connection with Du Ling and Ma Chongshou, wanders around the nurse's station and casually brings back a set of tools. She squats down, skillfully peels back the gauze, and disinfects with alcohol. Because it's summer and she fears water and infection, she changes Shen Junshan's dressing every 2 days. To avoid disturbing Sun Shuihua's sleep, she uses a flashlight to carefully examine his wound. People with strong health heal so well. The wound is recovering nicely. In a few days, the stitches can come out. Too bad this scar is right over the birthmark. Looks like a fish has been hurt. That girl really knows how to make a mark. Thinking of Haifang, Han Jiao Jiao gets angry again, her face stubborn and tense. Shen Junshan keeps his eyes from her, mainly because her squatting position for applying medicine makes things awkward. Fortunately, today he's wearing loose work pants, big enough not to reveal anything for now. Junshan, I'm talking to you. Han Jiao Jiao suddenly leans in, her face almost pressed against his stomach. Warmth from her palm reaches his thigh. His heart races, and he feels dry-mouthed and nervous as he looks at Han Jiao Jiao. She tilts her head and blinks. What are you thinking? Did you hear what I just said? Jiao Jiao smiled and said, I told you shouldn't exercise for a week or 2 while healing, but your abs haven't lost any strength. That's great. She playfully touched his stomach, taking the chance to tease him. Shen Junshan felt like 100 sneaky thoughts rushed through his mind, but he didn't notice himself actually smiling. Jiao Jiao helped him put on his clothes and coaxed him to lie down. Because the hospital bed now has no guardrails, if they both squeeze onto one bed, they might bump into Shen Junshan's injury, or even fall off. Jiao Jiao had to endure staying on the bed for 1 night and asked the nurse for an extra support bed nearby. Shen Junshan quickly got up, using his strong arms to gently lift her onto the bed, then lay down on the support bed. Is this real boyfriend strength? Jiao Jiao was confused. Was she too light, or was he too strong? She was still not satisfied, leaning her head over the side of his bed, licking her lips with a dreamy look. Husband, when you're healed, can you hold me in bed every day? Shen Junshan, stop joking. Oh, come on, hold me. I want a Princess Carrie. He didn't understand what a Princess Carrie was. He only knew he was about to be overwhelmed by Jiao Jiao. His heart beat faster, his blood felt hot, and he had to work hard to calm himself down. Mostly, he was worried that her licking her lips looked just like a lioness watching her prey. Even more frightening, Shen Junshan surprisingly felt happy. He didn't quite understand himself anymore. When Jiao Jiao woke up, she found herself on the support bed, still clutching a belt. She recognized it as Shen Junshan's belt. She was confused. What exactly did she do last night? Why was she pulling off his waistband? And the temperature. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, you're awake? You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't dare to disturb you. Sun Shuihua leaned against the head of the bed, with 4 pillows behind her to support her back. Jiao Jiao immediately sat up. Shuihua Jia, how are you feeling? We only acted out of desperation yesterday. I hope you understand. Sun Shuihua quickly nodded. Junshan told me everything. I had a sudden heart attack and you and Dr. Du saved me. The fact that Junshan said that and Shuihua still believed it? Sun Shuihua, now feeling the effects of the anesthesia wearing off, could sense the pain and didn't have much strength to speak. However, her mind still worked well. She knew that Shen Junshan and his wife had saved her, and she felt very grateful. She smiled and said, I used to feel chest tightness and sometimes pain. I thought something might be wrong, but I didn't dare to say. Junshan told me the surgery cost only a little over 10 yuan and I shouldn't worry. Is that true?
So cheap?
Next door, Lao spent over 30 yuan on a minor operation last year. How could heart surgery be cheaper than that? Sun Shuihua wanted to know the real price, so she deliberately asked Han Jiao Jiao. Han Jiao Jiao stood up and smiled. Why do you care about the cost? The most important thing is to recover well. You'll probably stay about 10 days, and once you're better, you'll need to keep taking medicine. Medicine? Sun Shuihua hesitated again. She didn't have a workplace like Shin Junshan to help cover costs. She had to pay for all her medicine herself. As a rural person, she couldn't afford it. Han Jiao Jiao said, Shuihua, you're one of the few relatives Shin Junshan has. Your life is more important than money. Don't worry about the medicine. I will take care of it. Her pharmacy supplies enough medicine. Of course, Han Jiao Jiao didn't tell the whole truth. Sun Shuihua felt her nose sting and wondered how she could repay the Shan Jiao couple. In the next few days, under Han Jiao Jiao and Du Ling's care, Sun Shuihua's condition remained stable. She was prescribed Betilol and aspirin. After a few days of observation, they found that her stomach didn't tolerate aspirin well, so they changed her to another medication. Shin Junshan's wound also healed nicely. Han Jiao Jiao's chances to take advantage of him decreased, which made her quite unhappy. In the evening, Han Jiao Jiao brought dinner to Sun Shuihua. While she was thinking about how to coax Shin Junshan into bed to cook, she was startled by a sweet voice. Thank you. Today was really tough for you, or my bag would have been stolen. Han Jiao Jiao looked up and saw a woman in her early 20s wearing a fashionable floral shirt, a yellow pencil skirt with a fishtail hem, and black leather shoes. She carried a designer bag, and her jewelry and accessories matched. In Han Jiao Jiao's time, such items cost tens of thousands each. The beautiful woman was standing next to Shin Junshan.
Han Jia squinted.
What's your name? Where do you live? Do you have family? You seem so kind. You must be very popular with women. Your wife must be very beautiful. Shin Junshan held the thief's wrist, without saying a word. He doesn't like people who act familiar too quickly, especially women who do so easily. Gu Ruo blinked and asked, Sir, have we met before? You seem familiar to me. Han Jiao Jiao was silent. It was surprising to see such an old-fashioned way of flirting happen to her man. Shin Junshan replied coldly, I've never seen you before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Really? I think you look very familiar. Look at me. Do I seem familiar to you? Gu Ruo tiptoed, about to lean in closer. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind her, pressing on her face and pushing her back over a meter. Gu Ruo was stunned. What's going on? Such strength. Shin Junshan called out, Jiao Jiao? Han Jiao Jiao responded with a soft then glared fiercely at Shin Junshan, forcing him to step behind her and holding his hand tightly. Sorry, my husband has a common face, so he's often mistaken for someone else.
Han Jiao looked coldly at Gu Ruo.
He often runs into people who look like others when he goes out. Today, he just happened to meet you. What a coincidence. Gu Ruo was very polite and didn't get angry when she heard she was called common-looking. She smiled and asked, Are you his wife? You look very beautiful. Han Jiao Jiao gracefully tucked her loose hair behind her ear and sweetly said, I look better than you. Gu Ruo's face stiffened. Was her sister-in-law so fierce when she spoke? She felt she might have misunderstood something. Quickly, she explained, I came to the county to find someone. As soon as I got off the bus, I was robbed by a thief. Luckily, I met him. Forgive me for saying this, but you, a girl dressed like that and coming alone to a small county, might be inviting trouble. Not that I think you're asking for it, but you're not young anymore. When you go out, you should learn to protect yourself. Remember to use your head. Gu Ruo was speechless after being criticized. She just wanted to make a good impression on her older brother, so she dressed nicely. Who knew she would encounter such trouble right after getting off the bus? But if she hadn't been robbed, she wouldn't have met her older brother. The moment she saw Shin Junshan, she was sure he was her brother because his eyes looked very much like her mother's, and his expression was exactly like her grandfather's. Once you've seen her grandfather, you wouldn't mistake her older brother. Gu Ruo looked at Shin Junshan's eyes, which sparkled with admiration. He's so impressive. He took down the bad guy in just a few moves. Oh, just a few moves to take him down? How did he do it? Over the shoulder chokehold with a quick twist of the arm, smooth and confident. Han Jiao Jiao immediately glared at him. He had just had his wound stitched up and was already fighting on the street. What if the wound reopened? What if he got stabbed again? He was so reckless for someone so grown-up. Han Jiao Jiao squinted and gently moved her heel to rub against his foot. Shen Junshan instinctively pulled back his foot, but at her gaze, he silently extended his foot under her heel. Today, Jiao Jiao looked especially fierce. Seeing her calm expression, Han Jiao Jiao felt even more annoyed. Let's go home for dinner. Shen Junshan followed her. Today at work, they gave out watermelon. Let's eat it after cooling it down tonight. What watermelon? We haven't even had dinner yet, and you're already thinking about watermelon. Eating too much makes your brain all watery. Walking sounds like clattering. Listening to her nonsense, Shen Junshan nodded. Then no watermelon tonight. What shall we eat? Grilled fish, she replied. On the 1st, 3rd, and 5th days, grilled fish. On the 2nd, 4th, and 6th days, steamed fish. On Sundays, fish hot pot, to boost his brain. Jiao Jiao pouted and walked away proudly. Gu Ruo watched their backs and smiled. When the staff came to pick her up, they saw only her alone. Curious about her smile, they asked the doctor. Gu Ruo shook her head. It's nothing. I just saw a couple who were very close, and I felt a little envious. Back home, Han Jiao Jiao saw the 3 little ones staring at her eagerly. They were starving and had shy looks. She coldly said, Eat. Phew, okay. Finish eating, and then do your homework. The 2 older ones immediately looked disappointed but obediently lowered their heads to continue studying English. Haifang tugged Shen Junshan's sleeve. Brother-in-law, did you make my sister angry?
No.
Then why is she angry? Shen Junshan also didn't understand. He put down the watermelon and thought for a moment. Maybe she doesn't like watermelon? Haifang. Impossible. They had enjoyed it yesterday. How could she suddenly dislike it today? Maybe she ate too much? Haifang ran into the room happily and hugged Han Jiao Jiao's waist. Sister, I'll help you cook. Have you finished memorizing the English words? Did you do the math problems? Yes, I've memorized 2 units of words and texts. I also completed the math problems you taught me. Okay, after dinner, do another test paper. Sure. Sister, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Your cooking is the best. Han Fan nuzzled into her waist, making Han Jiao Jiao feel ticklish and worried she might spill oil. She quickly pushed her brother away. Go find your brother-in-law and ask him to soak the watermelon in cold water. We'll cut it after dinner. Han Fan happily ran out, squatting to roll the watermelon toward the bathroom. Shen Junshan was even more confused. Just now he said eating too much watermelon makes your head full of water, and now he wants to eat more. At number 8 Nanjing Road, Gu Ruo finished washing her hands and came out to eat. Ma Changsho warmly welcomed her.
Come, sit down.
These dishes are all made by your mother. You're lucky to have such good food. Duling picked a rib and offered it to her. Xiao Ruo, try this. Did Mom cook it lightly? No, it's perfect. Much tastier than when I was in America. Really? Then why didn't Junshan react? I cooked a lot for him a few days ago, but he never mentioned it again.
He doesn't ask me for anything.
Thinking about what she saw today, Gu Ruo thought my older brother has a wife who cooks well, plenty of delicious food, so why would he miss your cooking? Ma Changsho snatched her recipe book. In his eyes, you're still just a passing acquaintance. Can anyone ask you for food? It's not like you can't afford it yourself. Mom, when do you plan to tell Big Brother? The test results came back. She and Shen Junshan are indeed biological mother and son. When Du Ling received the report, she wanted to rush to Sun Shuahua's hospital room to find Shen Junshan. But when she saw him peeling an apple for Sun Shuahua, she hesitated again. It's all her fault that her son has suffered so much over the years. What if Shen Junshan doesn't recognize her? What if she can't even be a passing stranger to him? What if he dislikes her? Every time she thought of these, she felt scared. Her face darkened, and her eyes lost their sparkle.
Machangshu sighed helplessly.
Why are you like this again? That's not like you. You're so timid. Get lost. Gurua chuckled softly. This was the fiercest her mother had ever scolded, and also the most adorable. Like a little girl. Gurua helped her serve food. Mom, don't worry. Big brother is a reasonable person. He will understand. Maybe he can understand, but whether he forgives. It's not your fault. If anyone should be blamed, it's old Gu. It's his fault. Ma Changsho finished speaking, and Duling immediately looked more energetic. Blaming someone else? It's his fault. He deserves it. Yes, yes, yes. Old Gu deserves it. Hurry and eat. Duling's mood slightly improved, but now Gurua was feeling upset again. That day, she told her father about her older brother at the Gu family house. She thought her father would come along, but unexpectedly, he said there was no rush and told her to go to the county first. Finding her son after more than 20 years apart, and her father wasn't worried? What does he really mean? Gurua felt angry just thinking about it and felt more inclined to support Duling. Han Jiao Jiao was grading papers, her face growing worse. Chinamin, are you a spy sent by Chen Xiaoying? Trying to make me angry so I get kicked out of the school? Chinamin's face turned red. No, I'm just seriously doing the questions. This equation skips some steps and jumps straight to the answer. Even a calculator needs to show the process, right? Chinamin chuckled awkwardly and lowered her head. She copied from Dongzi, but didn't copy everything. Han Jiao Jiao said, and this English test paper, the spelling dictation? It's not about creating new words. What are these?
Hee hee.
Chinamin pursed her lips, feeling wronged. I haven't touched a textbook in 2 or 3 years. It's hard to pick up again. Plus, I only have 2 hours to study after work, unlike Dongzi. During exams, people only look at the results. Han Jiao Jiao finished grading her paper. Your current situation is like knowing what to do, but not fully understanding it. You're unsure and unfamiliar with how to apply the formulas. One reason is you didn't practice enough. The other is you didn't memorize the formulas. Look here, you borrowed a formula to make calculations, but then forgot to remove it later. It's like borrowing money to buy vegetables. You buy the vegetables and cook, but later you need to pay back the money. As for English, it's obvious you just didn't memorize. Since speaking isn't tested now, you must put in effort to memorize vocabulary. Chinamin bit her lower lip. She knew Han Jiao Jiao was right, and that it was for her own good, but it was really hard to do. Factory overtime is common. When she gets home, she still helps her grandmother with chores. Since she lives in someone else's house, Grandma Li is very kind to her. She can't just leave all the housework to others. Every day after studying, it's very late, and she's really tired. Chinamin takes her test paper and sees that she scored the lowest among the 3. She blushes with embarrassment. Dongzi comforts her. I've been studying all these days. My brother doesn't let me do anything. You just don't have enough time. If it's not enough, just quit your job. Focus on studying, graduate, and then find work. Chinamin stares blankly at Han Jiao Jiao, then quickly shows a bitter expression. That's not a funny joke. I'm not joking. Han Jiao Jiao knows that this textile factory will soon face closure and shut down. Chinamin got her job through connections. She hasn't been there for 3 years yet, so she's outside the official staff. Even if the factory closes, she won't get compensation. Han Jiao Jiao's serious. How much money do you have now? About 22 yuan. She earns 19 yuan a month, and with occasional overtime pay, it doesn't exceed 22. Including money sent home and to her uncle, she spends over 10 yuan each month on snacks and new clothes. Chinamin doesn't even have 20 yuan. She was just exaggerating earlier. Han Jiao Jiao frowns. All your money probably went on buying new clothes and hair accessories. Does dressing up make you better than others? Chinamin lowers her head and carefully shakes it. Since there's no money whether you work or not, it's better to stop. Study hard for 2 months, review and attend night school in the second half of the year, and take the exam in June next year. But I still need to eat. If I don't work, where will I get money for food? Was the person eating at my house just now a ghost? Chunamin smiles. The food made by Jiao Jiao is really delicious. She ate 2 bowls today. Han laughs foolishly. Amin's sister is as greedy as Grandpa Zhang's cat. Stop talking nonsense. There's only a week left this month.
Quit the factory.
Help Cheongzi and Dongzi with some work a few days a month for extra money. Eat here. Bring me some snacks. If you can't get into nursing school, don't blame me for scolding you. Chunamin thinks what she said is too simple. Is it so easy to get into nursing school? Not only do you have to pass the exam, but you also need practical skills. Chunamin felt nervous inside. She wasn't sure if she could do what Chen Xiaoying did. Han Jiao Jiao said, "Tomorrow Sister Shueihua is leaving the hospital. In a few days, I will go to a lecture."
Chunamin, you come with me.
Why not go? Han Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes, and Chunamin hesitated. I'll go.
Can I?
You have big eyes. Her last words were so quiet they sounded like a mosquito buzzing. Dongzi advised, quit your job. My brother and dad plan to open a new clinic. You can help out, and they will pay you. Since I finished nursing school, can I work at the clinic? Of course. My dad will be happy. They both smiled silly and happy. Han Jiao Jiao didn't want to bother with them, so she asked Shen Junshan to take them to the door and also throw away the trash. Shen Junshan walked them to the street corner. Tomorrow, I will leave food in the cupboard. When you come, just heat it up. Okay, Chunamin said, biting her lip. Junshan, you won't be mad at me, right? Mad at what?
Shen Yunshan looks confused.
Both women today seemed strange, talking without thinking. Chunamin said, it's nothing.
Just asking.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Dongzi, see them off. Dongzi kicked the car pole, lowering the back of the car. He placed a smooth wooden board on the back seat and wrapped it with thick cloth. Chunamin jumped to the side and waved. See you tomorrow, Junshan. She smiled happily and held onto the board. Dongzi also smiled. Are you so happy to quit your job? Yes. I will study hard. Chunamin was very happy because Shen Junshan had never been so gentle with her before. If she had known, why did she get upset with Han Jiao Jiao? They seemed to be a good match. Dongzi stood up and went down the hill. A person wearing a hat passed by him. Dongzi found it strange. Look at that person. Wearing a hat in the summer. That's weird. Chunamin, sitting in the back seat, looked more closely.
His walking style is strange.
It looks like he's holding something. Maybe he's paralyzed on one side. I'm not sure. There's some roasted chestnuts over there. Let's buy some to take home. Dongzi turned and waited by the roadside for roasted chestnuts. The two of them smiled like simpletons. When Shen Junshan was on his way back, he ran into Zhao Yunxia. Seeing her belly was a bit bigger, he immediately took the coal stove from her hands. Is Lao Xiao not here? Working overtime. The boiler room has been busy lately, and he's been sent to support. He only comes back after the night shift. Zhao Yunxia leaned on her waist, smiling as she looked at Shen Junshan. It's been about a month, and you've really grown. Jiao truly cares for you. Thinking about recent events, Shen Junshan believed she was sincere, though her little hands were always mischievous. In the hot summer, she made him even hotter. Your sister is getting discharged tomorrow, right? Come to my house for a meal. Let's just eat at my place. Shen Junshan glanced at her belly and suddenly imagined Han Jiao Jiao with a big belly. He quickly shook his head, blushing and feeling strangely embarrassed. The image of Han Jiao Jiao pregnant lingered in his mind. While Shen Junshan was lost in thought, he suddenly turned sideways quickly, grabbing the wrist between himself and Zhao Yunxia. Seeing a shiny knife, Shen Junshan immediately struck with his palm, aiming at the attacker's chest. After twisting the arm to disarm the dagger, he grabbed the attacker's wrist, turned sideways, and kicked. He heard a satisfying as the attacker's chin broke. Shen Junshan twisted the attacker's arm again, kicked his lower leg, breaking it, and pushed him to the ground. Grandpa Zhang, call the police. Junshan, what happened to Yunxia? Shen Junshan turned to look at Zhao Yunxia, and he froze. When Han Jiao Jiao heard the scream and came down, she was stunned by what she saw. The attacker was tied near the water pipe. Zhao Yunxia was at the door shouting loudly, and a group of people surrounded her, unsure of what to do. Shen Junshan was also stunned. Seeing Han Jiao, he finally calmed down. I didn't hurt her. It's not your fault. She was just scared. I called an ambulance. There's no time now. Han Jiao didn't know how long the ambulance would take, but she saw Zhao Yunxia was bleeding. If they didn't act quickly, both adults and children might be in trouble. She immediately shouted, set up a tent, heat some water, get blankets and towels quick. A group of men hurriedly looked for a tent. Fortunately, the small tent used for the white celebration when Grandpa Qian passed away last year was still there. A few people quickly set it up. Without a curtain, they used thin quilts to hang too, but that wasn't enough. They also opened all the umbrellas at home to make a shelter, blocking the outside view. Han Jiao has already put on gloves, and several stoves outside are boiling water. She looked at Zhao Yunxia's body. It's not easy to deliver naturally anymore. Sister Yunxia, don't worry, I will make sure you and the baby are safe. Jiao. Zhao Yunxia weakly called her name. At this moment, she felt pain and had no strength left. Han Jiao had to choose a cesarean section. She could handle other surgeries alone, but this one was difficult to do alone. While she was deciding who could help, Chen Min and Dongzi heard the noise and came back. Han Jiao said, Chen Min, come here and help me. Now, I need you in the clinic. Come over. Dongzi hurriedly urged her. Jiao is here. It's okay. Keep going, I believe in you. Okay, I'll come right now. When Chen Min ran inside, she felt something was strange. She didn't think much and followed Han Jiao's instructions. She reported the numbers, handed tools, and moved in and out to change water and deliver supplies. She used to read Chen Xiaoying's professional books often, so she was familiar with human body structure and basic knowledge. But when she saw Zhao Yunxia's belly being cut open, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and feel like vomiting. Han Jiao frowned coldly and said, Don't. Hold it in and watch. Chen Min clenched her teeth and forced herself to watch. Han Jiao looked at her and gave her an encouraging glance. Chen Min gathered her strength and helped diligently. Everyone outside the yard was gathered around. Brother Xing held his head and asked, Brother Shen, is your wife okay? Can she deliver the baby? Or should we find someone who has experience? Jiao can do it. Shen Junshan was very confident. If she couldn't do it, no one else could. Just then, the ambulance arrived, and the person who got out was Chen Xiaoying. She wore a clean nurse's uniform and entered the yard. Seeing the casually dressed crowd, she felt proud. Everyone make way. The ambulance is here. Where is the patient? Don't come in. Han Jiao shouted from inside. Shen Junshan and Dongzi immediately stepped in front of Chen Xiaoying. Chen Xiaoying was stunned. The patient is behind the umbrella pile? Han Jiao is inside too? Are you guys joking? Who said it's a joke? My sister Jiao is the most capable. Are you crazy? Chen Xiaoying angrily accused. Han Jiao isn't a doctor. How can she deliver babies? You're causing trouble. After speaking, Chen Xiaoying and two others tried to rush inside. Shen Junshan didn't want to fight with the medical staff, but since Jiao said no one could go in, he wouldn't back down. Recently, the people in the yard had started to change their attitude toward Han Jiao. Seeing Chen Xiaoying acting bossy and giving orders like a leader made them upset. Sun Gur led a few brothers to stand behind Shen Junshan. Chen Xiaoying frowned. What are you doing? Junshan, are you going to cause trouble? This is a matter of life and death. You can't just let Han Jiao do whatever she wants. Inside, Han Jiao was annoyed by her noisy voice. This woman was really good at causing chaos. She looked up and frowned. Chen Min understood her meaning. She hurried out with a basin of blood and water, splashing it all over Chen Xiaoying. Her new pants and nurse shoes got stained with blood. She was already angry, and seeing Chen Min made her even more upset. Chen Min, you're not going home but running around causing trouble. Aren't you ashamed? Chen Min sneered. I haven't stolen or robbed anything, nor tried to flirt with anyone. What's there to be ashamed of? What are you doing? You might as well bring the medicine inside instead of making a fuss here. You're wasting time that could be used for patience. Chen Xiaoying blushed with shame. It was one thing for others to scold her, but even her own sister behaved like this. What did Han Jiao feed her? Why was she so stubborn? Chen Xiaoying wanted to rush in but was stopped outside by Xin Junshan. You can't go in now. Xin Junshan, if you keep doing this, I'll get angry. Chen Xiaoying stomped her feet, but her tone was soft and a little childish, like she was begging her partner. Sun Gur felt awkward listening to her. A woman like her. Why did she speak like a fool? Shen Junshan frowned, a hint of surprise in his eyes. She was angry, but what did it have to do with him? She wasn't Han Jiao. Shen Junshan felt quite speechless. Your professional skills aren't as good as Jiao's. Just wait outside quietly. At this moment, Chen Xiaoying's face was paler than her clothes. Her crush publicly said she was dumber than a fool. Chanamin shot her a contemptuous look and carried in a cup of hot water, saying, "That feels so good. Don't get distracted. Disinfect the scissors." A bloody mass of flesh emerged from the mother's belly, with the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck. Chanamin took a deep breath and carefully wrapped the baby. The blood clot looked very small. Han Jiao cut the umbilical cord. A long, intestine-like thing was visible around the baby's neck. She used a stethoscope to check the baby's heart and gently pinched the child. The baby cried loudly. Outside the tent, cheers erupted. It's a boy. I hear the baby crying. Really? It's a success. Where's Lao Shao? The baby is born. Is Lao Shao coming? Let's not worry about Lao Shao now. Let's see how Yin Xia and the baby are doing. Inside, Han Jiao was sewing, while Chinamin used warm water to bathe the baby. After a while, a middle-aged woman came in to help Chinamin clean the baby. The baby stopped crying when wrapped in water. Good luck. Better than I had. I only had my third child, a son. Chinamin smiled and said, That's good, as long as they're healthy. Han Jiao didn't stop sewing and said quietly, Everyone outside, step back. We're finishing up here. We'll take the adults and the baby to the hospital soon. Is there a problem? Chanamin asked nervously. Performing surgery in secret is risky, and if something goes wrong, Han Jiao could get into trouble. After finishing the stitches, Han Jiao covered Zhao Yinxia with an oxygen mask. Since it's a cesarean, she needs to stay in the hospital for a week. The baby's lungs and heart seem fine for now, but since it's a preemie, we need to observe for a while. Xin Junshan rushed in, overwhelmed by the smell of blood inside. Han Jiao took off her gloves. Let's move her out. Amin, get the vehicle ready. Xin Junshan called 2 medical staff to help, carefully moving Zhao Yinxia onto a stretcher and out of the tent. Chanamin, inexperienced, helped carry the baby with a sister-in-law who had assisted earlier. When Han Jiao came out of the tent, everyone burst into deafening cheers. Grandpa Zhang gave her a thumbs up. Jiao, you're amazing. I really admire you. Don't say that. It's thanks to everyone's help. Otherwise, I couldn't have done the surgery smoothly. Han Jiao was not modest because she was confident in her medical skills. She believed fully in her abilities. Without the help of these neighbors, Chen Xiaoying would have already barged in and interrupted her, possibly causing serious trouble. Good neighbors are important. Han Jiao asked everyone to clean up the area. She had already hidden her instruments and tools, and after taking off her clothes, she burned them in a fire basin. She was covered in sweat. After removing her hat, her messy hair stuck to her forehead. Xin Junshan gently wiped her forehead with his hand and suddenly realized his palm was also sweaty. Why are you apologizing? Han Jiao leaned gently against him and said softly, I haven't taken a shower yet. Maybe. We can do it tonight. Xin Junshan was suddenly excited, feeling very happy inside. He couldn't believe how brave she was, teasing him openly in front of half the yard, without blushing or feeling shy. Thinking of this, Xin Junshan's worries disappeared. Then he suddenly remembered the attacker tied to the water pipe and shouted, "Oh no! I forgot about him." He rushed to the back of the building, but the water pipe had already been damaged and the person tied there was gone.
He cursed it.
I was careless. Was this person after money or after you? Shen Junshan hesitated, unsure how to answer Han Jiao Jiao. Han Jiao Jiao said, "It was past 8 o'clock and the lights were still on. We have a guard in the yard. If he was after money, he would have gone somewhere quieter. If he was robbing, Dongzi and Chen Amin are stronger than you. Are you saying, Brother Shen, I just found something earlier. Yunxia's sister-in-law was giving birth, and I didn't have time to tell you. Look at this." Sung Ger handed Shen Junshan a small knife he had picked up. He looked at it and saw it was cold and sharp, with a green plastic handle and metal parts coated with phosphates, marked with the letters BW. Shen Junshan recognized it immediately. German-made, often used by their paratroopers during World War II. Han Jiao Jiao seemed to remember something, her back feeling cold. She leaned close to Shen Junshan, worried as she looked at him. The town was small, but it had good people and bad people. However, a military knife made in Germany from the World War II era was rare. Maybe the entire town didn't have one. Han Jiao Jiao couldn't tell if the attacker was a disappointed veteran coming to rob for money or if he was targeting Shen Junshan specifically. Han Jiao Jiao became scared. What kind of bad luck is this? Why am I so unlucky lately? Don't think about it. Change your clothes and let's go to the hospital. Shen Junshan put away his dagger. After Han Jiao Jiao quickly tidied up, the two of them went to the hospital together. Zhao Yunxia was taken to Sun Shuihua's hospital room. Director Tang from the gynecology department is very strict about her staff skills. She often criticizes harshly when she sees even small mistakes. The nurses privately call her Tang the Grim Reaper. When Chen Xiaoying went to call her, she had already exaggerated the story in front of her. She thought Director Tang would scold them loudly, but after seeing Sun Shuihua's wound, she not only didn't scold anyone but looked excited. "Chen Xiaoying, did you say a fool delivered her?" Sun Shuihua immediately joined in. "Why do you say that? Who's the fool? Jiao Jiao isn't foolish." "Jiao Jiao? That's a nice name." Director Tang was quite friendly to the patient, especially when she saw the pretty stitches. Her eyes lit up with a smile. "Are you close to Jiao Jiao? Where did she learn her skills?" "I'm not sure. Maybe from a veterinarian or something."
Tan Kai Berlin Kết.
A veterinarian? But in many rural areas, doctors and nurses often start by delivering cattle or stitching donkey wounds. Many haven't received formal training or education. Lu Xiaowei whispered, "It's just some backcountry methods. What's there to be proud of? Backcountry methods are better than you, who have only been working for 3 years. You could even turn a heel stitch into a centipede. Don't talk about others. Did you leak the 4 today?" Lu Xiaowei lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Getting assigned to gynecology yesterday was really unlucky. Tang Kai finished examining the adult and then checked the baby, nodding constantly and praising loudly. Chen Xiaoying's face grew darker the more she listened. What genius! What amazing skill! That fool could never do that. It's all luck. Chen Amin proudly raised her chin. Jiao Jiao isn't some backcountry girl. She's very capable. She's a professional. What nonsense are you talking? Can you say that in front of Director Tang? Chen Amin pushed her away. Everyone in the hospital knows she delivered Yunxia's baby by C-section. So many eyes watching. Are they all blind? Lu Xiaowei scolded. Why are you being so stubborn? What does it have to do with you? As a nurse, you always complain all day. Isn't that annoying? Lu Xiaowei couldn't swallow her anger. Just as she was about to argue, Han Jiao Jiao and Shen Junshan came in. Han Jiao Jiao lazily said, "Are you having a party in the ward? Do you even know this is a hospital ward?" Tang Kai heard Han Jiao Jiao's tone and happily patted her thigh. She really liked her attitude.
Tan Kai nodded approving.
Nothing more to do here. Chen Xiaoying, tonight focus on the kids and adults. I'll check on them tomorrow morning. Jiao Jiao, right? Let's have a chat? Han Jiao Jiao wasn't interested in chatting. With examples like Hu Hong and Chen Xiaoying around, she didn't dare be careless. She checked everything again, then called on Min Chen over to discuss what to watch out for and the procedures. Tang Kai became more interested. This wasn't just rough work, it was even better than specialized training. Tang Kai realized she had found something valuable and stared intently at Han Jiao Jiao. Even Shin Junshan thought her gaze was too intense and obvious. He helplessly tugged on Han Jiao Jiao's sleeve, signaling her to look over there. Han Jiao Jiao finally remembered. Sorry, I was worried about Sister Yinxia's health and forgot to reply to you.
No rules.
Patients come first. I understand. It's late today. If Dr. Tang wants to chat, let's talk tomorrow during the day. No problem. We've made an appointment. Don't be late. Chen Xiaoying was shocked. Even Director Tang, who normally didn't care about the deputy director, was now casually chatting with Han Jiao Jiao. Tang Kai was on the night shift today. She was supposed to hand over to another doctor in the morning and wouldn't be at the hospital during the day. Yet she was willing to work an extra shift just to stay and talk with Han Jiao Jiao. So frustrating. Is being naive really that good? Chen Xiaoying felt angry and suddenly felt sick. She tilted her head and gagged a few times.
Tan Kai Frau Wen.
Chen Xiaoying, what's wrong? I didn't digest my dinner well tonight. I have too much stomach acid and feel nauseous. Your medical staff. If you can't take care of your own health, how can you take care of patients? In the future, pay more attention, especially when on duty. Make sure to eat light food. Chen Xiaoying pressed her hand to her chest and frowned tightly. Jiao Jiao thought of something and smiled softly, saying, Nurse Chen, you must be careful. If you're not careful, someone could get hurt or worse. Tang Kai nodded. Yes, it's not a big deal, but not a small one either. If there's a reaction during emergency treatment, it could really endanger the patient's life. Exactly. I wonder how it will feel if something goes wrong. Chen Xiaoying always felt that Jiao Jiao was hinting at her. She also felt nervous because her period was supposed to start 4 days ago, but it still hadn't come. Her periods had been very regular for 2 years, usually only a 1-day delay, but this time it was 4 days late. Chen Xiaoying comforted herself, thinking it was probably due to stress and fatigue affecting her hormones. It's all Jiao Jiao's fault. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoying grew more resentful toward Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. After arranging her hospital matters, she went to handle her stay and payment. Luckily, she had earned a lot from selling pork, so her wallet was quite full. She paid 5 yuan, received the invoice and hospital admission form, and sighed inwardly about her bad luck lately. It's either a disaster or some trouble with her attractive friend flirting with her boyfriend. I think I should find a time to visit a temple and pray. Then go to the Gudyuan Temple in Nanshan. I've heard that praying there for safety and good future works well. I went once, and I really felt much better.
Li
Ziki was wearing a loose military green shirt and cotton pants underneath. Their styles didn't match, but on her it looked playful and cute. Li Ziki suddenly hugged her tightly, sweetly calling out, Jiao Jiao, I finally waited for you to come see me. I've been waiting for a long time, and you never came. Jiao Jiao. She had completely forgotten about this person. Li Ziki hugged Jiao Jiao, nuzzling and rubbing her like a well-behaved little rabbit. Jiao Jiao noticed the 4 drip in her hand, indicating she had been staying there for a while. Li Ziki pouted and said, Jiao Jiao, you haven't visited me in a long time. Brother Chong still comes often to tell me funny stories. Why did you disappear? I went back to the countryside.
No wonder.
My uncle bought me a puzzle. Want to do it together tomorrow? Jiao Jiao had already forgotten about her and found it hard to refuse now. Seeing Li Ziki's sparkling eyes, Han Jiao Jiao finally nodded and agreed. All right, I'll help you with a puzzle tomorrow.
Great.
Then I, cough. What's wrong? Li Ziki suddenly started coughing. Han Jiao Jiao held her hand and frowned. Li Ziki sat up and smiled at her. I'm fine. I just choked on some air. Yes, you should keep warm and ventilate the room. Jiao Jiao, you sound like a doctor. After saying that, Li Ziki snuggled back into her side like a little bunny. When Ma Changsho arrived at the hospital, he happened to see them hugging. He was momentarily stunned, as if he saw a rabbit and a wolf. At the same time, Han Jiao also saw Ma Changsho. The fashionable woman from earlier was now dressed more casually, but still had a strong European vintage style. Han Jiao's heart blossomed with 1,000 white tea flowers. Why white tea flowers and not white lotuses? Because Han Jiao always thought white lotuses seemed simple, while white camellias suited women of a higher status better. When she saw this woman, she felt exactly that way. Gu Ruo sensed Han Jiao's strong hostility. She didn't understand what she had done wrong to make her sister-in-law dislike her. But she actually liked Han Jiao quite a bit. An excellent and confident woman who also treats her brother well. How could she not like her? Jiao, hello. My name is Gu Ruo. Nice to see you again. We really are destined to meet. Han Jiao responded coldly with an M, feeling a surge of anger and wanting to confront Shin Junshan. Uncle, this sister. Xiao Ruo is the sister of Aunt Du, who is staying with us. Li Ziki obediently said, Xiao Ruo, you look about the same age as Jiao. Han Jiao raised her proud chin and gave Li Ziki a meaningful look. Did she forget that she was older? Why did she have to beat around the bush and say she was older? Kids these days are really hard to please. But what surprised Han Jiao even more was that Ma Changsho and Li Ziki were actually family. Now she remembered. When Li Ziki mentioned her home address earlier, she didn't pay much attention. She hadn't asked Dongzi about it afterward. Dongzi probably didn't know who lived at number 8 Nanjing Road either, so she didn't think much of it. Gu Ruo smiled and said, Jiao is mature and steady, someone you can rely on. She looks quite grown up. Han Jiao didn't fall for her flattery. Right now, she was thinking about how to hide Shin Junshan so that this flower tea spirit wouldn't see him. You're at the hospital. Is Shin Junshan also at the hospital? Here it comes. The flower tea spirit is about to dig someone up. Han Jiao blurted out, no, he's not here. In the next second, Shin Junshan came down the corridor and a few people just happened to bump into each other. Ma Changsho slowly pointed at Shin Junshan. Am I blind? Jiao, is that your man? You're mistaken. My man isn't here. Han Jiao turned her face away. If she didn't see it, it didn't count. Shin Junshan scratched his head awkwardly, feeling that his wife didn't want him to appear now, but he couldn't just disappear. After a few seconds of thought, Shin Junshan stepped back to the door of the ward, turned sideways, and went inside.
Gu Ruo looked on.
Ma Changsho looked on. What's going on? They had no idea. Li Ziki giggled foolishly. Jiao, your husband is so cute, like he stepped out of a picture book. What are you laughing at? It's already 11 o'clock. Why aren't you going to sleep? Is the hospital shutting down? No one watching you? Running everywhere. Go back and sleep.
Li Ziki pouted her lips.
Although she didn't want to sleep, she was very happy today. She felt her chest wasn't so stuffy anymore. She took the teddy bear brought by Ma Changsho and obediently went back to her ward to sleep. Gu Ruo asked, Uncle Ma, is Ziki's condition still not improving? It won't get better anytime soon. We can only wait and see. Luckily, the facilities here are good and the environment is quiet. It's quite suitable for recovery. But she still has to go back.
I heard my mom say.
Ma Changsho shook his head, signaling her not to say more. Han Jiao knew he didn't want her to know. Maybe he was protecting her, or maybe he didn't want more people to know about Ziki's illness, to avoid adding to her burden. But they were overthinking, because she had already guessed roughly. Han Jiao said she has a congenital heart disease. This hospitalization was probably caused by pneumonia affecting her heart. Her respiratory system has always been weak, which is probably also due to pneumonia. I noticed it the last time I saw her. There's also something different about Ziki's way of speaking compared to other kids her age. If it's not due to her personality, then her brain and thinking might be different from a normal brain. Ma Changsho's face looked very unhappy. Although he knew Han Jiao spoke politely, he didn't like hearing the 3 words differently. Because of these 3 words, Ziki suffered a lot. Ma Changsho's face was cold. Have you talked to Ziki? I haven't talked to her about her condition. Ma Changsho sighed in relief, acting as if he understood and accepted her. Han Jiao rolled her eyes at him. Even though her way of speaking is different from others her age, she's not stupid. The more you treat her differently, the more uncomfortable she feels. For example, bringing a teddy bear to a girl around 17 or 18 at night. What do you think young people see in that? Ma Changsho almost blurted out something. Then his face turned red. He had just bought that toy yesterday but forgot to bring it because he was busy. Today, when he brought Gu Ruo to the hospital, he brought it along by chance. Han Jiao continued. She runs around outside at 11 o'clock. Is it because you always come to see her late at night? So what if I do? I'm busy during the day. Even if you're busy, you should eat dinner.
Why not eat together?
Instead, you come to the hospital at 11 or 12. Because of your late visits, she's developed the habit of staying awake and wandering around waiting for you. She's a patient and needs to rest her body. That's not good for her. Besides, look at the hospital environment. No matter how good it is, it's still a hospital. Running into some exhausted patients late at night, it's scary. After saying this, Han Jiao shook her head in disgust. The burly, battle-hardened men probably didn't understand what she meant. She was talking to the air. Ma Changsho looked at her with the same disdainful gaze he used on Du Linghe. His temper was completely worn out by these two women. Gu Ruo chuckled secretly. Jiao, you really look like my mom. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you're mother and daughter. Your mom? My mom's name is Du Ling. You've met her. I told her what I said earlier, and she also told Uncle Ma, but he's worried because he hasn't seen Ziki all day. He keeps insisting on coming to see her.
Han Jia frågade.
No wonder she thought Gu Ruo looked familiar. She was Du Ling's daughter. Du Ling had mentioned before that her daughter was studying in the United States. After diplomatic relations were established, Gu Ruo was among the first overseas Chinese to return to China. Han Jiao sighed deeply in her heart. She actually liked Du Ling, but Du Ling's daughter was trying to compete for her man's attention. What should she do? Never mind, men are more important. Han Jiao said coldly, take your time watching. I am going home to wash up and sleep. Gu Ruo and Ma Changsho were left standing there. It took Gu Ruo a while to realize, what does she want us to watch?
Ziki?
That girl is interesting. She doesn't even look at me. The director. Gu Ruo smiled bitterly. His sister-in-law has a very special personality. Han Jiao returned to the ward, where only Shin Junshan and Dongzi were. She asked, where's Amin? He went to the water room to get some water. It's getting late. Jiao, you should go home. Brother-in-law has to work tomorrow. Dongzi called her sister, so naturally, he called Shin Junshan brother-in-law. They've been getting more familiar with this way of speaking, and Shin Junshan has gotten used to it.
Han Jia nodded.
I was already planning to go home. I ran into Li Ziki, remember, the girl you took home last time? I remember. My brother often visits her. I heard she was hit in the head by a stray bullet before. They haven't removed the shrapnel, and it's still inside her. Yes, and because of that, she was bullied a lot at school. No one in her family was around, so she was taken in by her father's comrade. That's tough. She was born with a heart condition, had weak lung function, often suffered from respiratory illnesses, and also had a bullet in her brain. All her misfortunes seemed to be concentrated on Li Ziki. When Shin Junshan held her arm and they walked home, he gently squeezed her hand. One word, but it sounded like 8 syllables. Shin Junshan's heart also fluttered with excitement, more thrilling than flying a fighter jet. He rubbed her hand gently. Yunxia's sister is fine. You don't need to worry. I don't worry about her. Mother and son are safe. The son weighs 6 Jin and 7 Liang, and he's perfectly healthy. Han Jiao was thinking about Li Ziki. As a doctor, she cared more about her patients, especially someone like Li Ziki, born with deficiencies and facing hardships afterward. From Ma Changsho's words, Li Ziki hadn't been bullied or looked down upon because of her illness before. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted. Han Jiao said self-blame. I told Ma Changsho that Ziki's way of speaking was very unusual, and her expression was a little frightening. I even said something about her. Now I think I was too shallow, and didn't consider this. Ordinary people rarely have the chance to get shrapnel stuck in their heads. Han Jiao paused, then chuckled softly. Junshan, are you comforting me? I'm just telling the truth. Since it was a peaceful time, opportunities to see guns are rare, and the chances of being hit by stray bullets are even smaller. Using this clue, plus her relationship with Ma Changshou, Shin Junshan roughly guessed Li Ziqi's background. But because it wasn't related to him or Jiao, Shin Junshan didn't say anything. Shin Junshan asked, "Can we retrieve the shrapnel?" Han Jiao took a deep breath. Even if the equipment and techniques are available, the brain structure is very complex. Surgery isn't easy. Is it possible to do it? It's not that simple. We don't know exactly where the shrapnel is or how much it's fused with the nerves. If it's already attached, it becomes more difficult. Also, her body can't handle brain surgery. She has a congenital heart condition. When I checked her pulse today, I noticed her heart muscles' blood flow was problematic. We can fix it externally, but it still causes trauma to her body. Plus, she has a weak constitution and gets sick often. It's better if she marries into a wealthy, stable family where she doesn't have to have children. Otherwise, her life might be at risk. Han Jiao was lost to her thoughts as she spoke while walking. Shin Junshan watched her talk non-stop, a faint smile appearing on his face. After Han Jiao finished talking, she realized she had said too much. She quickly made a joke. All this professional stuff I heard from Aunt Du. Shin Junshan's smile was clear and warm. But Han Jiao felt like there was a knife at her neck, cold and sharp. When she met Du Ling, Shin Junshan was there too. There was no time to talk about these things. Hee, I also dreamt some of this. Do you believe it?
Han Yao bi tarelipe.
Then, do you believe I can cure your eyes? Do you believe I look very handsome?
Well.
Han Jiao stepped closer, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear, I want to sleep with you tonight and make a monkey. Do you believe it? Believe. Wait, what did you just say? Shin Junshan remembered the old stories about rolling haystacks that the officers used to talk about. Rolling in bed, could it be the same as rolling on a haystack? My face is burning. Shin Junshan covered his ears, not wanting Han Jiao to see his ears turn red, but she had already noticed. Because when he's shy, the tips of his ears turn a pretty pink, which she likes to see. Han Jiao casually draped her arm around his neck and traced circles on his chest with her fingers. Our family has been busy lately. Once Sister Shueihua goes back to her hometown and Haifang starts school, you must keep your promise. What promise? To sleep with me and make a little monkey. Don't try to back out, or I might not give you a son. Shin Junshan is good at hiding his feelings, but whenever he's around Han Jiao, he can't help but show his emotions. His lips are dry, his blood is hot, his body feels warm, and he starts to get excited. He lowers his head and stammers having a daughter is okay too. Wow, Junshan, you like daughters. That's great. I like daughters too. Han Jiao is very happy. She thought Shin Junshan might prefer sons, but unexpectedly, he wants a daughter. She counts on her fingers and says, every month, I'll make a few little dresses for our girl, and some for myself. We'll wear matching parent-child outfits. Junshan, you can't wear dresses, so I'll make you some shirts. And hairpins, hair ties, tiny shoes. I'll dress our daughter like a little princess. What do you think? Shin Junshan thinks for a moment and says seriously, she shouldn't be too pretty. He pauses and adds, so she won't attract too much attention. Shin Junshan returned home amid Han Jiao's loud laughter. The next morning, just as the sun rose, Xiao Zhongyi arrived carrying canned food and apples. Han Jiao looked at him, noting his honest appearance and that he looked at least 10 years older than Zhao Yunxia. She wondered if time had made him look older or if he was naturally aged. Xiao Zhongyi went inside and handed the things to Shin Junshan, almost kneeling before him. Han Jiao, brushing her teeth, watched the two men arguing and couldn't stand it anymore. She loudly shouted, my man's wound isn't healed yet. If you mess with it, I'll poke you twice. Xiao Zhongyi was startled. He wondered why he was being threatened with a poke over a disagreement. Shin Junshan said, Old Xiao, I told you I don't need these things. Take them to my sister-in-law to eat. No, you saved Yunxiao's life, so I can't just ignore it. Take these first. I'll buy some pork later, and bring it to you. Shin Junshan. My family doesn't lack anything. Han Jiao Jiao. My family has too much. Xiao Zhongmi firmly decided to keep the items. Han Jiao Jiao helplessly said, Forget it. Leave the canned food. We can't eat the fruit. Take it to the hospital. When Sister Yunxia can eat again, feed her 1 piece a day. Okay, I'll leave it here. I'm going to see Yunxia now. Thanks a lot. Xiao Zhongmi left, and Han Jiao Jiao immediately poured out the fruit pulp, kept the glass jar, and washed it to use for other things. Han Jiao Jiao looked worried. Sister, why did you pour everything out? Canned food is expensive. It's a product with no brand or safety certification.
Who knows what was added inside?
Maybe it's full of preservatives. What are preservatives? Have you seen formalin used to preserve bodies in hospitals? You put a piece of meat in it, and it will never rot. Eating too much of this canned food might make you like that. Han Jiao Jiao turned pale with fear and quickly went inside to read her English book slowly. Today, Sun Shuahua was going to be discharged from the hospital. The family had prepared everything early in the morning. They first went to the hospital to handle the discharge procedures. After politely declining Du Ling's invitation, they played puzzles with Li Ziki for a while. It wasn't until Tang Kai found her that Han Jiao Jiao remembered they had planned to meet today. Tang Kai took her to the office and got straight to the point. I see you're talented. Do you want to work with me? I can write a recommendation letter for you to get in. You can do an internship and take exams at the same time. After 2 or 3 years, you'll definitely become a full employee. Han Jiao Jiao suddenly remembered a movie by Stephen Chow. A homeless man told a kid, You're a natural talent for martial arts. I have a secret manual.
Pick one.
Tang Kai saw she was silent, probably because of money concerns. She quickly said, My personal recommendation doesn't cost much. Don't worry, I won't neglect you. As long as you study hard, I can share half of my salary with you. Director Tang, that's not quite right. Money is you earn it after spending it. Talents are rare. Come work in gynecology with me? Tang Kai's face immediately fell. Surgery and endocrinology. What's good about them? Patients in endocrinology are mostly old folks. It's not like gynecology, where you see babies so lively and full of energy. This was the first time she heard such an analogy. Han Jiao Jiao smiled and said, They're all medicine. Every branch is the same. I chose surgery because there are many emergency patients and surgeons need to be really skilled. I chose endocrinology because I once knew a grandfather who had diabetes, and in the end, his condition worsened. The old director of the orphanage, who eventually developed diabetic complications, suffered a lot before passing away.
Han Jia sighed helplessly.
Although there's no cure for diabetes, helping them control it is still a good thing. Tang Kai was also stubborn. After hearing her reasons, she still insisted. Why not learn both? Maybe you'll find that gynecology is really where you belong. Director Tang Kai was afraid of being rejected. Such a promising student is hard to find, and she didn't want to let other departments take advantage of her. To show her sincerity, she made a promise. What I say is serious. From now on, if there's anything I can help you with, I won't refuse. Take your time to think about it. I'm not in a hurry. All right, I'll consider it. Thank you, Director Tang, for your kindness. Han Jiao Jiao had already thought it through. She forced a smile and politely declined, worried that Tang Kai might get upset and cause trouble for Yunxia. After all, she didn't know Tang Kai well enough to trust her completely. What if she was a hidden troublemaker? She wasn't very good at judging people, so it was better to stay cautious. Han Jiao Jiao returned to the ward. Following Du Ling's instructions, she filled out the registration form. Since there was an extra spot, she added Chen Amin's name. Since everyone was at the hospital, Han Jiao Jiao suggested they eat here before going home. With Du Ling's help, they pushed the beds to the sides and set up a table and small stools in the middle of the room. Ma Changsho paid for it, asking the kitchen staff to prepare a few big dishes. Han Jiao Jiao also cooked some small dishes herself. She even called Zhong Shun and Haifang over. The ward was packed with people. Zhao Yunxia beamed happily. Where there's Jiao Jiao, there's always fun and good food. Yunxia, don't say that. I prefer quiet places, she replied. Zhong Shun clicked his tongue. It's good you're not causing trouble. And you still want peace and quiet? That's hard to say. Junshan, your little follower is being mean to me. Zhong Shun quickly shook his head, his face full of grievance and defiance. He then turned and glared fiercely at Han Jiao Jiao. How did this silly girl learn to complain and tell on others? Xiangzi was the last to arrive, carrying a big watermelon. Li Ziki quickly got up and ran over. Brother Xiangzi, you can carry such a big watermelon. That's amazing. Xiangzi hurriedly told her to step back and carefully set down the watermelon. Little lady, stand so close. What if you accidentally break a bone? Brother Xiangzi, listen to how nice that sounds.
Li Ziki ignorat Qiangzi.
She was small, and the watermelon was big and long. She could sit on it easily. Gently patting the watermelon's belly, she heard a thumping sound and happily said, "It sounds just like Uncle Ma's stomach." Everyone was stunned, and then burst into laughter. Ma Changsho's face turned red with embarrassment. He instinctively touched his stomach. Although he didn't have the 8-pack abs of his youth, he still had a little muscle. It didn't look like a watermelon. Han Jiao Jiao reached out and touched Junshan's stomach. Even though you're older, you shouldn't lose to the young ones. Junshan has 8 packs. Come on, Ma, you can do it too. 8 packs? I don't believe it. He's been retired for so long, still with 8 packs? You're joking. It's true. Look for yourself. Han Jiao Jiao quickly lifted Shin Junshan's shirt. He was holding a bowl with one hand and pressing the hem with the other. The shirt was lifted, revealing a 6-pack. And above it, a small red goldfish. Du Ling's eyes widened with shock. She leaned in, but was stopped by Gu Ruo. She gently shook her head and smiled. It looks like there's a shadow on Junshan's stomach. It's not a shadow. It's a birthmark. That's mine. Han Jiao Jiao reached into his clothes with a small hand, her fingers sliding over the goldfish. Shin Junshan was blushing hotly. Du Ling's eyes welled with tears. Suddenly, she put down her bowl and rushed out. Gu Ruo awkwardly smiled and followed her. Ma Changsho made an excuse. Maybe he ate garlic and got spicy. Let's not bother and keep eating. Everyone continued to eat and chat happily. Du Ling turned and went to a secluded part of the inner courtyard to cry. Gu Ruo stepped forward to comfort her. Mom, don't cry. Everyone is watching. We had already confirmed this through tests, so there's no need to get so upset. Du Ling knew the test results, but she couldn't control her feelings. When she saw the birthmark with her own eyes, she lost control and couldn't hold back her tears. Du Ling covered her face and cried, and Gu Ruo felt sad seeing her like that. Mom, maybe today, while everyone is busy, we should talk to Big Brother and clear things up. Hearing this, Du Ling hesitated again. She was afraid of too many things and didn't dare take the first step. Gu Ruo frowned and said, Mom, you don't want Big Brother to call you Aunt Du forever, right? He should call you Mom someday.
But today,
it's too sudden. Gu Ruo felt helpless and sighed. Let's wait a bit longer. I notice sister-in-law seems a little hostile toward me, but I don't know why. I'll try to get along with her first from the inside. That might be easier. Yes, Junshan loves Jiao Jiao very much. If you get along well with Jiao Jiao, maybe she can help us speak for you later. Gu Ruo forced a bitter smile and said, It's better if we speak for ourselves rather than relying on others.
Give me some more time.
I want to spend more time with Junshan, build a stronger relationship, and then I'll ask him to accept me. Then she said, Now, wipe your tears and go eat. There's watermelon later. Du Ling nodded, washed her face, and went back to the ward. Not long after they left, Chen Xiaoying came out from the storage room behind the courtyard. Her mind was spinning fast, trying to process the information. Gu Ruo calls Shin Junshan her older brother. Du Ling said he was her son. Shin Junshan isn't from a poor background, so how did he become Du Ling's son? How can this be? Chen Xiaoying panicked. Du Ling is the honorary director of the capital hospital from a wealthy family with a bright future ahead. He was already very talented, and after recognizing his family roots, he would surely rise quickly. Such a good person should be with a better woman. Why is it always Han Jiao Jiao? Chen Xiaoying's face twisted with jealousy, and she felt sick. She leaned over and kept gagging. Lu Xiaowei came to find her and saw her almost vomiting. Lu Xiaowei asked with concern, "Xiaoying, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You've been feeling nauseous lately like a pregnant woman." Chen Xiaoying was angry for the first time, and Lu Xiaowei was startled by her reaction. But she quickly realized she had said the wrong thing. Her reputation and honor were more important than her life. Such jokes were not appropriate. Lu Xiaowei awkwardly smiled and said, "Can I say I was wrong? Don't be mad at me. Come over to my house tonight for hot pot." "No, I don't feel like eating," Chen Xiaoying replied. Just thinking about the pig rooting at the jade cabbage made her feel fiery and painful inside. And then she thought about her stomach. Actually, she had gone to see a black clinic outside last night. That old man took her pulse and told her she was pregnant. Chen Xiaoying remembered what happened with Xin Jinbao that day and felt like killing someone. Why was everything good only for Han Jiao Jiao? She couldn't get anything, and she was pregnant with that trash's child. She was so unwilling, so upset. Chen Xiaoying walked with a sullen face to Tang Kai's office door. Tang Kai was already impatient. "You're the nurse on duty. I called you over, and it took 20 minutes. Are you neglecting your duties?" "Sorry, Dr. Tang. I was in the storage room moving things. I don't want to hear excuses. Write a self-criticism and leave it on my desk tomorrow." Chen Xiaoying secretly hated that everyone was always against her. Tang Kai handed her a stack of documents. "Send the registration materials for the lecture later." "Aiming?"
Han Yia.
"Why should they go?" "Because of Du Ling's recommendation." I agreed too. But she's nothing special. Many people in our hospital didn't get to go. Why waste the spots? Tang Kai changed her clothes and said, "Do you know her background?" "Never mind. I doubt you understand anyway. Let me tell you, her grandfather was a hero. Although he has passed away, her parents are still alive and have been awarded star-level honors. She and her daughter now represent the friendship between two countries. Just for this face, she could be our director. And she's attending the lecture." Tang Kai was annoyed by her chatter. She didn't do her own work properly and kept staring at others. Unlike that little girl, she was talented, capable, humble, and calm. She liked her immediately. "Listen, you should mind your own business.
Do your own work well.
If you make mistakes again, don't even dream of being promoted or becoming a regular staff member." Chen Xiaoying clenched her fists, her eyes wide with anger. Such a wonderful family. How could they be taken by Han Jiao Jiao? "No, I have to act first, before Xin Junshan recognizes his family." Chen Xiaoying touches her belly and shows a cold smile. "Xin Jinbao, maybe he did something good." Chen Xiaoying waits patiently. When Xin Junshan stands at the door holding his things and fixing his bicycle, Chen Xiaoying quietly walks up to him. "Brother Junshan, I need to talk to you.
Can you come with me?"
Xin Junshan looks at her calmly. "You have something to say?" I have a personal matter to discuss." "We don't have personal matters." Chen Xiaoying's eyes sparkle, and she pouts sadly, thinking that men are easy to persuade. As long as Han Jiao Jiao doesn't interfere, she believes she can succeed. Xin Junshan gets goosebumps. Her disapproving look is really disgusting. Xin Junshan walks around to the back of the bicycle. "Say what you need." I heard that Min and Jiao Jiao are going to a speech, but there's a problem with the form. I want you to check it."
"Just go to Jiao Jiao. She can read and write."
Chen Xiaoying mutters, "It's just that she made a mistake filling it out. That's why I want you to check it." "All right, then I'll wait for Jiao Jiao to come and go with her." Chen Xiaoying frowns slightly. She originally planned to lure Xin Junshan to a quiet place, pounce on him to kiss him a few times, then grab her clothes and shout loudly to attract attention. By then, even if Xin Junshan doesn't recognize her, she can argue her case. She plans to take this chance to trap Shin Junshan, then later claim she's pregnant and blame him for the child. Chun Xiaoying squints with dark intent. Such a good plan. How could Han Jiao be involved? Chen Xiaoying lies again. Jiao has a strong sense of pride. I think she doesn't like me either. I'm worried calling her over might hurt her pride, so brother Junshan just helping her with a character change is quick enough. Shen Junshan feels a wave of irritation. He says coldly, Jiao's pride is very valuable. Shen Junshan doesn't say anything harsh, but Chen Xiaoying feels like she's been slapped in the face. She wants to get close to him, but there's a bicycle in the way. Her movements are slow, and when she tries to reach out to pull him, Shin Junshan quickly avoids her. He impatiently glares at her. Spit it out. Chen Xiaoying was stunned and started crying. Han Jiao stood in the middle of the stairs, watching the scene through the window. Besides her, Du Ling and Gu Ruo were also there. Gu Ruo shook her head. This girl's purpose is so obvious, like she wants everyone to know she's trying to flirt with someone.
Han Jiao rolled her altså her.
She also wanted to say that to Gu Ruo. But compared to Chen Xiaoying, Gu Ruo is more outgoing, probably because she's been abroad for a long time and has different habits. Chen Xiaoying is just a straightforward girl. Han Jiao turned and went to the hospital room. Chen Xiaoying's crying attracted a few nosy people to watch. Shin Junshan said, You always like to cry, it's annoying. Junshanji, I'm a girl. So what? Jiao doesn't like crying. Chun Onmin doesn't cry much either. Only you crying every day. Du Ling sneered. Look at that, my son is much better than his father. Gu Ruo almost laughed out loud. Mom, don't say that. Chen Xiaoying really has a lot in common with that woman. Without comparison, there's no harm. With Han Jiao as an example, Chen Xiaoying's exaggerated behavior just makes her more annoying. The woman next to Dad is the same. It's true, people who are disliked tend to be similar. Chen Xiaoying said, I didn't mean to cry. Junshanji used to praise me, but ever since I brought Han Jiao here, he hasn't said anything like that again. Shin Junshan looked curious. I praised you? What did I say? You said I was beautiful and kind-hearted. Shin Junshan? He didn't know if he had ever thought of her as kind-hearted, but he never thought Chen Xiaoying was pretty. At most, she looked comfortable. Jiao was quite pretty, beautiful since she was young, even more so now. Shin Junshan was smiling, but his eyes didn't show her. Chen Xiaoying knew he was thinking about Han Jiao again. She angrily shouted, Junsheng, you promised. There was a worker who got hit by a stone. When I took you to the hospital, I was the one who greeted you. You said, thanks, it's good to have you. You said that.
About that.
Shin Junshan remembered. 2 years ago, during a demolition project, a worker's chest was hit by a stone. He used a lot of effort to rescue the person, but his ribs were broken and almost punctured his lung. In an emergency situation, the head of surgery arrived with 2 medical staff members, and at that time, Chen Xiaoying was also inside. Shin Junshan frowned and said, I was talking to the medical staff. If the treatment hadn't been quick, he would have died. But later, you kept holding my hand and kept saying thank you. You even said I am kind-hearted and that people who look good are also good-hearted. Shin Junshan recalled for a long time, looking serious, and said, Maybe you heard it wrong. I did thank you, but I didn't say those other words. Impossible. Chen Xiaoying ran over, and Shin Junshan quickly moved aside with his bicycle to hide. Zhong Shun also came downstairs. He hurriedly pushed Chen Xiaoying aside and said, I can testify. My brother was with me the whole time. He only said thank you to you. Those other words were said by Lao, the team leader. You're lying. Why wouldn't I believe you? Lao said you looked very pretty, and I looked at you a few more times. I remember it clearly. Chen Xiaoying didn't believe him. She started liking Shin Junshan from that very moment. Why wouldn't he admit it and instead team up with others to deceive her? Chen Xiaoying started crying loudly. Zhong Shun and Shin Junshan were both stunned. They hadn't done anything wrong, but they were causing trouble. There was no room for explanation here. Shin Junshan stepped back. He hadn't even comforted Jiao Jiao, let alone Chen Xiaoying. Zhong Shun was also annoyed. Why are you crying? You're the one forcing others, and still have the nerve to cry. When did I force you? Brother Junshan, you've changed. You never used to lie before. Why are you like this now and being so harsh to me? A cold splash of water fell from above. Chen Xiaoying froze, feeling icy all over. Han Jiao Jiao threw a basin from upstairs with a loud bang, followed by a shrill, harsh sound. Chen Xiaoying stomped her feet wildly.
Han Yia Yia.
What are you doing? What am I doing? I want to ask you the same. Everyone come see this. This little nurse keeps acting spoiled and crying in front of other people's husbands. The reason? She says someone praised her. Being praised is interesting. I also praised Guzzi for being quick with errands. Does that mean I like him too? Strange. I don't understand this kind of thinking. The funniest part is, she misunderstood and mistook someone else. She pushed others into an awkward situation and still dares to cry. What are you crying for? The person who should be crying is the one who was misunderstood. Everyone on several floors of the hospital was drawn to them. All the windows were open and people looked inside. Chen Xiaoying felt as if countless sharp blades were stabbing her. She was caught in a difficult situation and could only grit her teeth and pretend. Jiao Jiao, why are you so mean? What are you talking about? Han Jiao Jiao grabbed a shoehorn and threw it at her. Chen Xiaoying was hit in the chest and fell to the ground, surprised. Why are you so rude? Rude? So what? How many times have you flirted with Junshan in front of me? Thinking I'm blind. You're weak, so you have no right to complain. Chen Xiaoying, you're just a beast, heartless, unfaithful, and shameless. I tell you, if I see you within 50 meters of Junshan again, I'll ruin your face. The evening breeze blew, and Chen Xiaoying stood trembling in the open space. She cried, tears streaming down her face, and looked at Du Ling. Auntie, I really didn't do anything. Jiao Jiao.
She.
Boo-hoo. Du Ling remembered when Gu Yoxin confessed everything. That woman had the same attitude, speaking with the same template. Auntie, I didn't mean it. I didn't. Boo-hoo. Haha, so disgusting. Du Ling frowned. A good girl like you should focus more on your studies and work. Dreaming all day is bad for your health. Han Jiao Jiao gave her a thumbs up. Auntie is just Annie, sharp as ever. Seeing Shin Junshan get angry, Du Ling also scolded him. And you? What are you arguing about with Jiao Jiao? You're not decisive at all. I didn't. Shin Junshan felt wronged. His parents never scolded him like that. Du Ling is even stricter than his mom.
Du Ling siged.
Whether or not there's a problem, it's best to clear things up. If you can be friends, good. If not, just be acquaintances. No need to be so awkward. Shen Junshan quickly nodded. Chen Xiaoying, maybe everyone misunderstood what you meant, but I need to say this seriously. I don't want to hear it. Chen Xiaoying covered her ears and shouted loudly. She didn't want to listen. Not a single word. Shut up, all of you. Chen Xiaoying turned around and ran toward the warehouse. Shen Junshan spoke halfway, but got stuck in his throat, feeling very uncomfortable. He stood up, picked up the basin, which had already cracked badly. He looked awkward and used it awkwardly too. Han Jiao Jiao had already come downstairs and snatched the basin, throwing it aside. If it's broken, don't want it. It's annoying. Zhong Shun and a few others were helping Sun Shuihua onto the back seat of a bicycle, slowly pushing the bike behind Shin Junshan, not far away. Du Ling saw them leave one after another and arrived as her contacts also showed up. Du Ling frowned and scolded. Even a little nurse reflects the hospital's image. It's fine if the young girl wants to climb higher, but wrecking someone else's family isn't okay. How does your hospital choose people? Tang Kai was also very annoyed. She didn't expect that Chen Xiaoying would try to steal Han Jiao Jiao away. No wonder Han Jiao Jiao didn't want to be her apprentice. It's definitely because of this. Tang Kai angrily scolded. I think from now on, we should add a character assessment. I'm going to find your hospital director tonight. This is outrageous. Trying to steal Jiao Jiao, just wait and see how I deal with her. Hey, You don't need to worry about Han Jiao's affairs. Du Ling looked at her strangely. Tang Kai didn't lie. Her face turned red from being watched, but she didn't dare to speak. Du Ling smiled and said, "You think Jiao is talented and want to keep her all to yourself, right?"
Who said that? She's not some special talent.
If she's not, then I'll take her.
Dream on.
Tang Kai puffed out her cheeks and glared, standing protectively as if defending her, which made Du Ling laugh. Since you were like this since you were little, if your sister had your personality. Tang Kai's face darkened, and Du Ling realized she had said the wrong thing. The relationship among the Tang sisters. She held Tang Kai's arm and said, "My mistake. I'll give the apprentice to you. Of course, such a good talent should be yours."
Du Ling smiled.
Since she was her daughter-in-law, giving a little to Tang Kai didn't matter. Shen Junshan obediently pushed the bike behind Han Jiao. They were neither too close nor too far. Suddenly, Han Jiao turned her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. Shen Junshan's cheeks flushed, and he awkwardly said, "Sorry."
Huh?
"Why are you apologizing?" "I haven't even said it yet," and she ran off. "I should have spoken sooner." Shen Junshan thought for a moment and seriously said, "Oh, I should hit her. What are you thinking?" Han Jiao gently patted his forehead. Shen Junshan truly couldn't think of any other reason. He only knew that when it came to men it was okay to punch. But Chen Xiaoying was a woman, so he couldn't do that. It seemed Shen Junshan understood. "I'll be gentle and use half the strength." "You really are." Han Jiao couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. To a straightforward man, there are only two types of people, those he cares about, and everyone else. Han Jiao said angrily, "If you hurt her badly or leave her disabled, what will she do when she blames you? Do we have to take care of her for the rest of our lives?" "She won't be disabled. I've never injured female soldiers before."
Han Yia.
Can female soldiers and Chen Xiaoying have the same body build? Even if they do, their characters are different. They wouldn't cling to someone like a troublemaker. Han Jiao sighed heavily. "You really don't see how tricky women can be. From now on, just avoid her. Don't ask anything. Just steer clear." Shen Junshan quickly nodded. Jiao is very smart. What she says is usually right. Shen Junshan believed this wholeheartedly and firmed up his decision. From now on, whenever he saw Chen Xiaoying, he would just avoid her, no matter how far he had to go. Han Jiao tiptoed and flicked his forehead. "You really are hard to deal with." "I'll change, I promise to change." "Silly boy, let's go home." Shen Junshan pushed his bicycle and hurried to catch up. From behind, he looked like Han Jiao's little fan, as if he was eagerly waiting for her to notice him. He felt annoyed and itchy. Look at Han Jiao like that. My brother has become her little brother. Sun Shuihua smiled and said, "So, you want your brother to be Chen Xiaoying's little brother?" Zhong Shun almost gagged. "Sister Shuihua, can you stop mentioning that person? It's so disgusting." Sun Shuihua winked and looked away. Zhong Shun saw Chen Min and cleared his throat awkwardly.
"I didn't mean it like that."
"I was just saying." Chen Min coldly said, "I also find it disgusting. I hope she changes after this lesson." Chen Min felt upset inside. Although she hoped Chen Xiaoying could change, she also knew it wouldn't be easy. Even her own sister could sacrifice herself. Changing that much isn't simple. Chen Min's intuition was correct. The next day, the hospital held a disciplinary meeting, requiring all medical staff and workers to attend. The meeting did not specifically criticize Chen Xiaoying, but everyone in the hospital knew it was about her. 2 days later, when the list of permanent staff was announced, Chen Xiaoying was stunned. Her name was not on the list of confirmed or outstanding employees. Soon after, she received a transfer order, moving from gynecology to warehouse management. That afternoon, when wages were paid, she immediately received 4 yuan and 50 cents less. After Chen Min moved out, she stopped paying her uncle's family, which caused trouble for her. Now, with 4 yuan and 50 cents deducted, she had only 10 yuan left after paying household expenses. How could she manage? After collecting her money from the finance office, Chen Min felt increasingly upset. She turned back and slammed the money onto the table. Even if I was transferred to a new position, I should still get my full wages. Why deduct 4 yuan and 50 cents? Lu Xiaowei was the last to come to collect her pay and happened to see Chen Xiaoying causing trouble. The finance lady pointed at Lu Xiaowei. Ask the people from your department. I only handle the payments. Calculating the money isn't my business. Lu Xiaowei bit her lip awkwardly. Xiaoying, my cousin said this is Director Tang's decision. Director Tang? She said you made too many mistakes at work, which affects the department's reputation, so she deducted your allowance. Lu Xiaowei's voice grew softer, and she didn't dare look at Chen Xiaoying's face. Although Director Tang was very strict, her cousin also said that Chen Xiaoying wasn't focused on her work, and they shouldn't have contact in the future. Lu Xiaowei took her wages, looked at the 20 yuan, and gritted her teeth before giving her 8 yuan. Xiaoying, this is for the fabric money from last time.
Keep it.
In the future. Save some money and don't buy unnecessary things. I'm leaving now. Lu Xiaowei quickly ran off. Chen Xiaoying's eyes turned red with anger. She was so easily swayed. Chen Xiaoying, feeling lost and hopeless, left the hospital as it was getting dark outside. She took a detour to her home's downstairs. Suddenly, a hand covered her mouth. When Chen Xiaoying saw who it was, she was so frightened she froze. Shen Jinbao. Han Jiao was sitting on the balcony eating watermelon, occasionally turning her head. No need to pack much. I'll be gone for 2 days. There's not much to bring. 3.5 days. Car service to and from the event takes 2.5 days. 1 day is dedicated to attending classes, and the whole process, including travel, takes about 3.5 days. Han Jiao stayed close to him after he picked her up and didn't leave his side. Shen Junshan was very worried. There are 2 dresses, 1 set of clothes and pants, plus pajamas and sleepwear. Not much else. Shen Junshan packed a bag with toiletries. He pressed down on the bag and zipped it up. All right, I'll take you there the day after tomorrow. Director Tang and Aunt Du are leading the team. It's not convenient for you to go with us. Shen Junshan looked sad but calm. Han Jiao offered him half-eaten watermelon. There's half left. I can't eat more. Do you want it? Shen Junshan took it and started eating. Haifang teased her. Sis is really sneaky. She bites the tip of each watermelon piece, and the rest is for brother-in-law. Only eating the sweet parts. You don't understand. The part where the flesh connects to the rind is the most nutritious. I'm just worried about brother-in-law and giving him vitamins. Haifang said, Sis, after the founding of the country, you can't make up silly reasons. Haifang, have you finished your math test? Han Jiao blinked her bright eyes. Haifang quickly moved his small stool and turned away silently to eat the rind. Junshan, let's go to the place Qiangzi is managing later. How about we bring a watermelon? Sure, that works. But I'm worried about taking the same one as others. It's okay. We can keep the watermelon for tomorrow. Wow, your brain is so quick. Han Jiao patted his head. She had good hair, and it felt nice to touch. Haifang said, Brother-in-law, did my sister wash her hands after eating the watermelon? Shen Junshan was speechless. She used his head as a cloth to wipe her hands again. You're so talkative. Han Jiao boiled water and washed his hair. Who wouldn't love a husband with 6-pack abs, dripping wet hair? Even Shen Junshan, being simple-minded, could see her embarrassment in her fiery eyes. I'll do it myself. Oh, then I'll just enjoy the watermelon. Shen Junshan sighed, feeling like he was tricked again. After washing his hair, they bought a watermelon on the way and rode their bike to the intersection of Jianxi 2nd Road. They saw Qiangzi painting inside with Chen A. Minli Ziki was happily playing on a small wooden horse nearby. When Dongzi was moving the materials inside, they happened to meet, and Shen Junshan helped him carry the materials together. Inside the house, there was an old man who looked very frail, with poor mobility and a crooked mouth. Qiangzi introduced the person, and the old man cheerfully mumbled, Hello, I am Qiangzi's dad. Hello, uncle. We bought some watermelons. Good, thank you. There's no place for you to sit. It's okay, we just came to look around. Xiangzi asked Dongzi to take the old man for a walk in the back. He smiled and said, "My dad was treated badly before, and later he became lame and had a paralysis, but that didn't stop his skills." Han Jiao understood what Xiangzi meant by treated badly. She felt sorry for the uncle and was glad she was born in a different time. Xiangzi proudly said as they entered, "My dad will do pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, massage, and prescribe medicine here. Amina and I will handle the treatments, and you will take care of Western medicine and therapies. The preparations are all set. Jiao, I plan to make you the face of our clinic."
Keep your voice down.
Her secret still couldn't be revealed. Shen Junshan naturally wandered to another area and saw a few small doors. "What are these for?" "Oh, these are rooms for physiotherapy and treatments. We also prepared a surgery room at the back. Jiao said she wants to protect patients' privacy, so I specially separated this room." "Very good." Han Jiao signaled him with her eyes. Xiangzi remembered what they had discussed earlier. He said, "Brother, we've contacted an eye doctor. When we open, she will come to see patients. Come and take a look." Shin Junshan instinctively looked toward Han Jiao. She was turned away from them, tilting her small head this way, almost as if her neck was about to come apart. Shin Junshan nodded. "Okay, let me know when everything is arranged." Xiangzi turned around and signaled Ye to Han Jiao. She happily swayed her small waist. Their little actions were noticed by Shen Junshan. Just then, Lu Huifan pulled a woman over. "Oh, you're painting the wall. I heard you're renovating here. Jiao, you're really capable." "You're mistaken. I'm not the one doing this." Lu Huifan froze for 2 seconds, then quickly changed to a flattering smile. "No matter who's doing it, you're really impressive. I heard you were recommended to study in the capital by a big figure, right? What are you bringing her here for?" Chen Amin put down her work and rushed out, protecting Han Jiao like a mother hen. Lu Huifan immediately pushed her away. "What's wrong? You can go, but Cha can't? Come on, Cha. Hurry and call Jiao sister." "Stop. I don't know you well, just call me Han Jiao. As she spoke, Han Jiao sized up the person who called her Cha. She didn't like that nickname. Looking at the person, not an easy one either. The person looked decent, quite pretty, but kept scanning everyone's face. She looked around, and her eyes changed depending on who she saw. When she saw Shin Junshan, her eyes lit up more than when she saw Chen Xiaoying. It was clear she still didn't like Cha. Han Jiao shot a quick glare at Shin Junshan. He frowned slightly, then quickly moved around Dongzi to avoid them.
Liu Huifan, harmless. Approached Han Jia.
"I heard Min is also going to the capital with you. I know the bus still has 2 empty seats. Why don't you take Cha along? You've already found out about this? Auntie, you're really impressive." "Min, what are you saying? You're my niece. Of course I care about you. I can't go with you, but with Cha there, someone familiar, they can look out for each other on the way." Lu Cha raised her hand to touch her 2 big braids, showing her watch. Chen Amin looked at her with red eyes. Han Jiao recognized that watch. Back when she was on good terms with Chen Amin saved money for half a year and had someone bring it back from the city. She flaunted it for a long time when she first bought it, but then she never saw it again. So Lu Cha took it.
Han Jia snarare.
"Looking out for us? Are you sure?" "Of course. My Cha can take care of people. With her looking after you, it'll be easier. Since you mentioned it, I won't be polite anymore." Han Jiao smiled, a cold, chilling smile. "Then I'll ask Cha to help carry my luggage." Han Jiao counted her things. "I've got enough for 5 or 6 days, a bit heavy. I was worried no one could help. So since you're here, perfect. Also, I eat a pretty fancy breakfast, meat, noodles, soy milk. Lunch should be packed food, and dinner is 3 dishes and soup. Since there are 2 more of you, 5 dishes and soup should be enough. You should order in advance. In terms of daily life, you should pay more attention. Washing clothes and folding blankets are your responsibilities. Cleaning the house is also your job. My clothes are delicate and must be hand-washed. Please be careful not to damage them. Chun-Amin held back a smile and said, now that it's hot, if the hotel doesn't have a fan, TT can help keep mosquitoes away. I'm quite afraid of the heat. When I get hot, I get rashes, so TT will have to work hard. Lu Cha-Cha looked a bit wronged. Even if she was a little naive, she couldn't stand others deliberately making things difficult. She tugged at Lu Huifan's clothes. Lu Huifan, with a thick skin, said, Jiao Jiao, this isn't fun anymore. We're all traveling together. Why are you being so rude? You said she should take care of me. I just wanted to be clear with you. If you're not willing, I won't force you. Han Jiao Jiao smiled politely and held Chin Cha-Cha's hand, saying, I wanted you to go, but your elders didn't agree. It's not my fault. Han Jiao Jiao blinked and sighed sadly, then walked away.
Aunt.
Lu Huifan was stunned. What does this mean? Did she refuse? Chun-Amin blocked her path. This is the clinic. If your sister-in-law pulls her back again, you're welcome to come for treatment. I'll give you a 10% discount.
Hey.
Are you cursing me, little brat? If you say that, I'll feel uncomfortable. Never mind, I won't give a discount. I hope you never have to go to the hospital. It would be best if they never met again. Chun-Amin snorted coldly. Did you forget when you forced others to pay? It's only been a few days, and you still have the nerve to rely on others to go to the capital to attend a lecture. If you can go, why can't TT? Chun Xiaoying's spot is empty. Why can't our family take it? Chun Xiaoying's spot is empty. Then go find her and ask her to take TT. Isn't she quite capable? Go ask her. Let her take you flying. Chun-Amin forcefully shook the towel in her hand, which was covered in white mud and dust. Lu Cha-Cha, realizing she couldn't achieve her goal today, knew she had to leave. She didn't want to embarrass herself here, so she quickly pulled Lu Huifan away. Before leaving, she quietly glanced at Shin Junshan with a strange smile. Zhong Shunlai saw that smile and shivered. What the heck? I thought I saw Chen Xiaoying. Not at all. Your eyesight is really bad. Chun-Amin dislikes Chen Xiaoying and also has a poor opinion of Lu Cha. However, to be fair, Chen Xiaoying is more attractive than Lu Cha, especially after she puts on makeup and looks more glamorous. Zhong Shun shrugs and says, I can't quite explain it, but she looks very similar, especially her eyes. Oh, why did you mention watermelon? We have 3 today. Zhong Shun chuckles and laughs foolishly. It shows I have good understanding with my brother. Han Jiao Jiao blinks and links her arm with Shin Junshan's. Having good understanding is nice, but he belongs to her completely. That's what really matters. On the day they get in the car, the hospital hosts a small welcome party. The 2 team leaders wear big red flowers on their chests and board the vehicle amid the drum team's farewell. Han Jiao Jiao and Chun-Amin sit at the back of the 16 people. When they get on, Tang Kai even greets them specially. This time, I am also the team doctor. When we arrive, I'll introduce you to some important contacts. Han Jiao Jiao is quite eager to meet some influential and well-connected people. These resources, which she struggled to understand in her past 25 years, she can now access at 19. This will be a big change for her and Shin Junshan. Han Jiao Jiao sits in the second last row. She sits by the window, opens it, and waves. Junshan, Junshan, come here. I forgot something. Shin Junshan helps her, still standing nearby. When he hears her call, he quickly runs over. Forgot what? I'll go home and get it for you. Come here, it's too far away. I can't shout loud enough. Shin Junshan tiptoes under the window. He's already tall, so when he tips toes, he's not much shorter than her. Han Jiao Jiao sticks her head out of the window, her bright eyes sparkling. She links her arms around his neck and quickly kisses his cheek. Her lips leave quickly, and Shin Junshan's face heats up with a blush. Han Jiao Jiao grins and giggles. Stay at home and wait for me. Don't run around or show off. Do you hear me? Shin Junshan nods shyly, blushing as he looks at her. I'll take a detour, I remember. With that, she feels reassured. Han Jiao Jiao touches his chin. His beard is shaved very clean, and it feels very nice. Her hands still smell of nice soap, and her hands seem to carry a lingering fragrance. Han Jiao Jiao is reluctant to use this hand to grab the orange peel, so she gives the bag to Chinamin. Help me get 2 pieces. Jiao Jiao, are you carsick? Would you like to switch seats with the person in front? No, I prefer to stay here. With her husband's caring support, Xiao Qinpi finds motion sickness no big deal. Han Jiao Jiao's face turned green. Chinamin helped her get off the car and opened a bottle of mineral water. I told you to switch seats, but you didn't listen. Are you feeling dizzy now? Tang Kai brought 2 pills. Take these, and you'll feel much better. Dr. Zhao went to get the room number. You'll share a room with Chinamin. I arranged for you on the 2nd floor, so climbing isn't hard. Han Jiao Jiao wanted to say thank you, but suddenly felt nauseous, leaning against the wall and dry heaving. Chinamin teased, I thought you were a tough person, but it turns out you have a weakness. I thought the special car would be better, but it's the same. The smell of chicken manure and cow dung was very strong along the road. The road wasn't easy to walk, and inside the car, there were smells of sunflower seeds, fruit peels, candies, and pickles mixed with sweat. Even the scent of Shin Junshin's soap couldn't cover it. Han Jiao Jiao couldn't understand. Aren't everyone poor and struggling? Why are they talking so much during the 7 or 8-hour trip? Chinamin brought a hand fan, which helped her cool down and breathe. Are you feeling very uncomfortable?
Can you eat dinner?
I'll go get the keys. I'll wait outside in the yard and enjoy the breeze. Tang Kai led them inside. The hotel arranged by the hospital is only a 10-minute walk from the lecture venue. Because it's close, many hospitals want to stay here to attend the lectures. 3 hospitals already sent people, and all the rooms are full. Han Jiao Jiao saw the yard crowded with people and felt a wave of nausea, almost vomiting again. Jiao Jiao, I've got the room key for room 205. Comrade, wait a moment. We want to switch to room 506. Before Chinamin could agree, the other person reached out. Han Jiao Jiao quickly stepped forward and pulled Chinamin aside, staring coldly at the other person. The other person was scared by Han Jiao Jiao's gaze and instinctively retracted their hand.
Why are you glaring at me?
Comrade, we haven't agreed to switch rooms yet. Why are you taking the initiative? Is that polite? The other person couldn't argue back and didn't know Han Jiao Jiao's background, so they didn't dare to argue. Chinamin said, I don't want to switch. Find someone else. Han Jiao Jiao coldly interrupted her. Say the rest of what you were going to say. I am very curious about those 4 words. The other person was also stunned. She did want to say, not recognizing respect. Xiao Ting, what's wrong? A woman with medium-length hair approached. As soon as she appeared, the previous woman hurried to her side. Qian, listen to me. I want to swap rooms with them, but they are really troublesome and even scolded me. I see. Qian came over smiling and said, Comrade, I think it's better for you to apologize about this. Han Jiao Jiao didn't even want to roll her eyes at her. She just gave Tang Kai a look. Tang Kai had almost lost her temper earlier. Out of respect for her doctor role and not wanting Han Jiao Jiao to think she was aggressive, she had been holding back. Now, feeling encouraged by Han Jiao Jiao, Tang Kai decided to speak up. I don't know why you're lying, little girl. You stole someone's key and then turned around to blame others. Do you think everyone in the yard is deaf or blind? Qian looked embarrassed and frowned, glancing sharply at her companion. Then she calmly said, Oh, I see. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. Seeing them about to leave, Han Jiao Jiao stepped a few steps forward and stopped them. Miss, earlier you made me apologize without knowing the facts. Now that it's clear you were wrong, shouldn't you apologize to me and my companion? Sun Qian hesitated, seeming surprised about having to apologize. Han Jiao Jiao wasn't going to let her off. If you don't apologize, don't leave. We're staying here. I have time. Qian. Mu Ting looked down shyly. Sun Qian sensed that some people nearby were watching the scene. She didn't want to make things worse. Comrade, I'm sorry. I was too rash earlier.
Sorry about that.
Miss, this time I was being nice. Next time, I might not be so forgiving. Sun Qian stopped her companion and smiled gently. Got it. Thanks for the reminder. We'll go settle our luggage now. After she left, Chen Amin pouted and said, she's so arrogant. She doesn't take us seriously. Her watch is a Rolex. Do you know how much that costs? Chen Amin shook her head. She had no idea about Rolex watches. Just having a watch was already good. She guessed blindly, 30 or 50,000. Just add 3 more zeros, and it should be about right. 100,000. 10,000. Do you think that watch costs 35,000? Han Jiao nodded. Rolex watches are not cheap even in this era. She guessed it was about that price. But forget the price for now. Just getting such an item means you're not an ordinary person. Han Jiao said, that girl named Qian definitely comes from a very wealthy family. Several people around her are her little followers. She's wearing a doctor's uniform, and she's young but already a doctor. Pretty impressive, with pride to match. Chen Amin didn't listen at all. Her mind was full of money. She shivered and asked, did I get into trouble? Maybe we should switch rooms with her. She doesn't care about the room, Han Jiao replied. Then, what does she care about? Her sense of superiority. Chen Amin didn't quite understand, and Han Jiao didn't explain further. In the summer heat, even at night, it wasn't very hot, but she definitely couldn't wear long sleeves. She had been wearing a doctor's coat, with her name tag and badge on her chest, a pen in her pocket, a watch, and vintage earrings. Everything was showing off her status and sense of superiority. She didn't like the green tea type, people who act proud and aloof. Han Jiao threw her luggage into her hands. Take this back to your room, then come downstairs and go out with me. Chen Amin blankly carried her things upstairs. Sun Qian had already reached her room on the 5th floor. Mu Ting unpacked her luggage and complained, she's obviously a country bumpkin. Why are you letting these people get to us? Because they have a reason, Sun Qian replied. But it's not fair. Why do we stay on the 5th floor with rooms facing north that don't get any breeze, while they're on the 2nd floor and have rooms facing south? Sun Qian looked indifferent. Didn't you ask the front desk? They booked the rooms in advance. We arrived late. But the north side is stuffy, and it's hot at night. Then go ask to switch with someone across the hall. The 5th floor has more wind. Mu Ting didn't dare do that. The person across from them was Professor Zeng, a well-known figure. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Professor Su, so how could she ask him to switch rooms? Sun Qian looked out the window at the building below and saw Han Jiao and the woman leaving together. She squinted her eyes.
An Jiao, 163 Hospital.
Before going upstairs, she had asked the front desk about it and even checked the registration book, talking to someone from 163 Hospital. She huffed, thinking that no one had ever dared to embarrass her like this before. A girl from the countryside actually dared to make her look bad in front of everyone. She really has courage. Someone just eavesdropping and acting so confident, haha. Sun Qian coldly looked at the gate, her sharp eyes like knives. Mu Ting had made the bed and said, Qian, what are you looking at? Do you want to go out for dinner? I heard there's a small night market tonight. Sun Qian turned her head and immediately put on a gentle smile. No, I won't eat much tonight. You go with others. Okay, I'm leaving now. Rest well. After Mu Ting left, Sun Qian's face grew serious again, and she kept thinking about Han Jiao. For some reason, it hurt her heart. Han Jiao bought 2 cotton candies and called 2 bowls of wonton noodles with Chen Amin by the roadside. Chen Amin had a good appetite, so Han Jiao gave her half of each bowl. After eating, she also bought a bag of snacks. Chen Amin was very happy. Thanks for spending so much. It's okay. You helped me carry the luggage, and look at this. Han Jiao saw a blue ink pen with a stainless steel cap. It was a classic Heroes pen, imported and improved domestic versions, different from these. Using it in public would be too eye-catching. She called Chen Amin over, dipped it in ink, tested a few strokes, and then handed it to her.
Try it.
Is it smooth? Yes, very smooth. Good eyes, girls. This is a new model, $450 each. That's expensive. Chen Amin immediately put it down. Han Jiao tried 2 more pens, chose one, and handed it to the shop owner. Let's go. We can check out Uncle Chen's shop. It costs about 2 yuan. Wait. 6 yuan is better.
5 yuan.
If you won't sell it, forget it. Seeing her want to leave, the shop owner quickly called her back, busy packing.
6 yuan is 6 yuan.
I'm really impressed. How do you bargain so well? Han Jiao paid 6 yuan and left with her things. Chen Amin quietly asked Jiao, who is Uncle Chen. When did he have a shop? Han Jiao replied, I made it up. Chen Amin, do you have your notebook? And your pen? Tomorrow's lecture will mainly focus on motivating everyone, but there will also be some useful information mixed in. You should filter the details, and I will check your notes later. As for this pen, Chen Amin carefully held the pen, still unable to believe it was a gift for her. Han Jiao was too bored to reply. Seeing some people selling handmade crafts, she pulled Chen Amin to look at folk skills. The next day, everyone ate breakfast together, 1 steamed bun, a bowl of plain porridge, some pickles, and an egg. It wasn't as good as home cooking, but it was enough to keep them full and provide energy. Chen Amin put her egg away and smiled as she left the dining hall. I saved this for you. I'll add more food at noon. Why keep this? It'll be cold by then. In the past, school meetings were long and smelly. Today's lecture is different. There are many people, so who knows if we'll get to eat on time. Keeping it won't hurt. Tang Kai suddenly appeared out of nowhere, also holding an egg, and placed it in Han Jiao's right hand. Coincidentally, I also have an extra egg. You can have it to eat.
Han Yi.
Eating 3 eggs in one day might be a bit high in cholesterol. Han Jiao silently put her things in her bag and followed the group. The meeting was held in a school auditorium that could seat over 1,000 people on 2 floors. The first hospital of 163 was in the East 2nd District, the Central Hospital in the East 3rd District, and other hospitals were arranged nearby. For the first time, Chen Amin entered the auditorium and looked around. Jiao, look up. The ceiling is so high. It's so grand. This school has good facilities. Of course. Just look where we are, country bumpkins. Take a good look now, or you might not see this again. Mu Ting brushed past them and sat in the East 3rd District. Only after Han Jiao sat down did she realize that the impressive, aloof woman from yesterday was sitting right next to her, with only an empty seat in between. Sun Qian smiled and said, Nice to see you again. What a coincidence. Yes, but people like us from the countryside probably won't have many chances to meet such noble folks. Han Jiao rolled her eyes and sat down, blushing, while Mu Ting's face turned red. Chen Amin asked, Jiao, did I cause trouble? Amin, once you pass your exams and see more of the outside world, you'll understand what it's like. For now, don't mind the barking of dogs. Who do you think is a dog? Han Jiao completely ignored Mu Ting, and Mu Ting almost went to grab her out of anger. Sun Qian immediately held her back. The meeting is about to start. Don't cause trouble. I won't bother with a bunch of bread eaters. Han Jiao sneered, I know you ate meat buns this morning, with a strong oily smell, and didn't rinse your mouth. Mu Ting felt embarrassed and quickly covered her mouth to breathe. Sure enough, she smelled the bun scent, and shyly sat down, putting on her mask. After breakfast, Sun Qian brushed her teeth. She smiled and said, Nurse Han seems to know a lot about us.
Not really.
At least I don't know who you are. Han Jiao glanced at Sun Qian. She hadn't given her family name, but the other person already knew her name and deliberately called her nurse, clearly knowing she and Chen Amin weren't actual nurses, just trying to provoke her. Sun Qian originally wanted to make Han Jiao feel awkward, then find some topic to let Mu Ting embarrass her. But unexpectedly, the other person was as cold as an ice pick, tough, cold, and sharp.
Stop arguing.
Today, you're representing the hospital's image. Be professional outside. Don't embarrass the hospital. Han Jiao raised her eyes and saw a man nearing 50 walking to a seat diagonally ahead. Tang Kai also came over. They exchanged a glance. The man hesitated, about to speak, but Tang Kai forcefully slammed her notebook onto the table. Tang Kai sternly said, "What are you looking at? We're all young women here. Mind your dog eyes." Oh. Tang Kai sat down silently. She didn't expect to meet this old man here. If he found out about Jiao Jiao's potential, she might lose her chance altogether. Tang Kai glared at him fiercely. Zheng Xiong was puzzled. They hadn't seen each other in 12 years. Why was her little sister getting so fierce? "Everyone, welcome to today's meeting." The seminar officially began. From the oath and mobilization to analyzing current policies and future industry plans, by the time they reached the afternoon, discussing some professional knowledge and its broader meaning, many people's minds were overwhelmed. Chen Amin forced herself to take notes diligently. The vice president of the medical university showed a low-resolution picture. Using this picture as an example, does anyone know what's missing? Sun Qianxi immediately raised her hand and was called upon. She confidently stood up and said, "Blood shortage. Preparing blood before childbirth is very important. Whether it's a natural birth or a cesarean, bleeding can happen. We need to be prepared for emergencies. The pregnant woman's blood type is B, and we should have stored blood at least a month before her due date." The instructor nodded and asked, "Does anyone have anything to add?" Sun Qianxi thought her answer was perfect, a textbook response. The instructor smiled and asked, "Anyone else want to contribute?" Looking around, no one raised their hand. When he seemed a bit disappointed, Tang Kai turned around and made a funny face at Han Jiao Jiao. Because she was sitting in the front row, the instructor saw it too. He smiled and said, "Comrade from Hospital 163, do you have anything to say?" Han Jiao Jiao replied, "Preparing blood is an essential basic task, but because of differences in blood types, we can't rule out the existence of rare blood types." "That's obvious." Mu Ting muttered softly, but Zheng Xiong shot her a stern look. Han Jiao Jiao continued, "Also, there's the issue of blood counts. During pregnancy, hormonal changes can cause many women to develop diabetes or high blood pressure, which can affect blood counts. Even a pregnant woman with type B blood might develop antibodies against other B-type blood. What do you suggest?" The instructor asked with a smile. "My suggestion is that for patients with unusual blood types or counts, blood should be prepared at least 2 months in advance. Under guidance, blood can be drawn and stored for emergencies." The instructor nodded repeatedly. "That's a very good point. As doctors, we need to think carefully and consider all possibilities before problems occur. That's what I want to remind everyone. As medical staff, you must be responsible, thorough, and meticulous, thinking through every possible scenario." Let's give a round of applause for this colleague. The hall erupted in thunderous applause, with Chen Amin clapping the hardest. Sun Qianxi also clapped, while secretly feeling a sharp resolve in her heart. Before the meeting ended, everyone gathered at the door and in the hall. Hospitals in the capital are not in a hurry, but many staff from smaller hospitals are already preparing to leave. Tomorrow morning, Han Jiao Jiao will leave. She just received a commemorative badge and hasn't warmed up to it yet. Suddenly, a figure blocks her path.
"Who are you?"
"I'm Zheng," he says. "Tang Kai, who is she to you?"
Han Yao Yao.
What kind of question is that? Could she possibly be his mother? Han Jiao Jiao, she is the head of the gynecology department. Gynecology. Zheng Xiong lowers his eyes and sighs softly. Not far away, Mu Ting sees Zheng Xiong talking to Han Jiao Jiao. She quickly encourages them. "Look, Zheng is looking for that country bumpkin. It must be because of what happened earlier when the country bumpkin interrupted him. Zheng cares about talented people. He probably doesn't want Chi-Chi to be upset. He's usually strict, but it turns out he cares about you." Sun Qianqian feels proud inside but remains modest outwardly. Actually, Professor Zheng is kind to everyone. He hasn't shown special favor to me. Sun Qianqian slowly approaches them, eager to see how Zheng Xiong will scold the country bumpkin up close. Zheng Xiong sighs heavily again. She still can't let go. "Well, what about you? Are you studying gynecology too? Director Tang wants me to learn gynecology, but I prefer surgery and endocrinology." Zeng Xiong excitedly grabs Tang Jiaojiao's arm. Mu Ting gets excited. Look, they're about to start. Hurry, let's go see. A few young people lean in, excited. Before Han Jiaojiao can answer, Tang Kai suddenly rushes over and pulls his hand away. Zeng Xiong, what are you doing? I told you, I found her first. Du Ling said I could have her. If you dare to move her, we're done.
Du Ling? You met her.
She let you? That's strange. Zeng Xiong isn't stupid. Seeing Tang Kai's attitude, he knows Han Jiaojiao is a good candidate. Du Ling is also a rare talent. Why would she give up this promising person? Chinamin, Director Tang, do you know each other?
No.
Zeng Xiong frowns. Junior sister, why are you lying? We've been following our master since we were 16, working together for over 10 years. How can you say you don't know her? Who started at 16? I was 12. Almost. Nonsense, I was 4. Tang Kai seriously says to Han Jiaojiao, this person can't even keep track of his age. You definitely shouldn't learn from him. He's no good. Zeng Xiong was stunned. He was very good at math and medicine. He thought I should learn from him. Quick, a surgeon. Is there a surgeon? Someone has been hit at the door. A few people carried a stretcher inside. Hearing the call, Zeng Xiong rushed over without hesitation, with Sun Qianqian quickly following behind. There was no operating room in the auditorium, but there was backstage. They set up the backstage area as a temporary operating room. A group of doctors and nurses were busy and chaotic. The vice president of the medical school immediately called for help. When Han Jiaojiao arrived backstage, blood plasma and various medical supplies had already arrived. Zeng Xiong first checked the situation. Sun Qianqian, can you come and help? Sun Qianqian was overjoyed. If Zeng Xiong allowed her to operate, it meant he recognized her skills. The patient's injuries were not serious. She had performed similar surgeries more than 10 times, so it was not difficult. Sun Qianqian smiled, took the scalpel, and started the surgery. Mu Ting was nearby, helping as a nurse assistant. Han Jiaojiao and a few others stood nearby watching. Suddenly, Chinamin nervously tugged at Han Jiaojiao's little finger. In the next second, blood sprayed out from the patient's chest. Zeng Xiong was stunned. Where did you cut? I don't know. How did this happen? Blood is flowing back into the lungs. What are you doing? Are you trying to puncture the patient's lung? Zeng Xiong shouted loudly, trying to grab the scalpel. The patient's blood vessels burst again, splashing blood all over his face, blurring his vision. Han Jiaojiao knew that once he washed his eyes, the patient would probably die. Chinamin, set up the tools. Han Jiaojiao rushed over and snatched the scalpel, pushing aside the stunned Sun Qianqian. If you can't operate, get out of the way. You're in the way. Chinamin, draw the blood. Chinamin took over Mu Ting's task, extracting blood from the patient's chest. Clamps. 500 cubic centimeters. Chinamin took a deep breath. She had done this many times with pork, and she had practiced many times on dongzi. This time, there was no problem. It would be fine. Holding her breath, Chinamin inserted the needle. When she looked up, Han Jiaojiao had already found a way to stop the bleeding. But her brow was still furrowed and tense. When Zeng Xiong washed his eyes, he saw that the patient's condition had stabilized. He looked at Han Jiaojiao with surprise, but she glared at him fiercely. Stop staring. His tumor was cut open. Hurry and help. Zeng Xiong took a deep breath, wanting to scold Sun Qianqian but had no time. The vice president whispered to others, arrange for the oncology team to come and the tissue sample for testing. The ICU is ready, prepare to admit the patient at any moment. Vice President, is it serious? Lin Bin shook his head. It's hard to say. We're not sure if it's benign or malignant. Although Lin Bin was a neurologist, he understood medicine well. As deputy director, he needed to know about many departments. The patient probably had a tumor before. After being hit by a car at the entrance and then touched by Sun Qianqian, the tumor ruptured.
Lin Bin frowned tightly.
This surgery won't be easy. My senior brother is among the top 3 surgeons nationwide. If he can't do it, no one can. Tang Kai confidently puffed out her chest. Jiao Jiao was also there. Du Ling said she was a magical person who would bring good luck. Chen Amin helped Xing Xiong wipe sweat. It had been 4 hours, and she was at her limit. The venue had air conditioning, but Han Jiao Jiao's clothes were soaked through. Xing Xiong took out the tumor tissue.
So,
Chen Amin had already handed over the tools, and Han Jiao Jiao started stitching at the same time. From removing the tumor to closing the wound, it took only 7 minutes. She had finished sewing the wound. Chen Amin did the final work, then covered the patient. When she was about to push the stretcher out, she was exhausted and almost fell. Han Jiao Jiao helped her up and smiled. You did very well. Now let others take over. Director Tang, thank you. I'm coming. Tang Kai and Lin Bin ran over. The 2 doctors pushed the patient's bed out and handed it to the staff outside to take to the ICU. As soon as the patient left, she sat down on the cement ground, trembling in her arms and legs. Han Jiao Jiao awkwardly said, I'm not strong enough. I'm at my limit too. He Jiao Jiao were the same. Chen Amin and Han Jiao Jiao leaned on each other, tears suddenly falling like little kittens. Xing Xiong looked at them and smiled. This isn't just a promising student. She's a good tree that can grow even taller. Han Jiao Jiao leaned against Chen Amin's back, catching her breath. She slowly said after a tumor patient has open chest surgery, they might experience chest pain. We don't know if the tumor is benign or malignant, and it hasn't spread yet. There will be many more problems to deal with later. Don't worry, young doctor. I've already arranged for him to be transferred to our affiliated hospital. Lin Bin, in his early 40s, had a face with no wrinkles at all. He reminded Han Jiao Jiao of his mentor from the past. An elegant old man, about 60 years old, with smooth, tender skin and no age spots. Just as Lin Bin was about to speak, Tang Kai and Xing Xiong appeared at the same time. One blocked his way, and the other pulled Han Jiao Jiao behind him. Xing Xiong said, Deputy Director Lin, thank you for your hard work. I'll handle the rest. Old Sung, Deputy Director Lin, you have a dinner tonight, right? Don't keep those old folks waiting. Hurry up. Xing Xiong pushed and pulled Lin Bin out of the back room and closed the door forcefully. Lin Bin brushed off some dust from his nose and muttered, Good job. Old Xing, treating me like a thief. A subordinate doctor whispered, Deputy Director, what should we do now? What to do? Change clothes and join the dinner tonight. He still remembered those old folks. How could old Xing forget he was going to? And he was almost 50, he was the real old one. Lin Bin decided that tonight he would tell those big shots what Xing Xiong said, and later he would teach old Xing a lesson. Xing Xiong turned around with a smile. The troublemakers are gone. Jiao Jiao, you and Amin. They are resting now. Amin, let's go. Tang Kai reached out and helped Chen Amin up from the ground. Because of Xiaoing, she didn't trust Chen Amin at first. But just now, seeing her work well during surgery, she didn't seem any less professional than a nurse. Tang Kai's attitude toward her improved a lot. Go home, take a shower, and I'll take you to a good meal. Junior sister, junior sister. Xing Xiong called out several times, but Tang Kai didn't look back and pulled her along. If they didn't leave now, the 2 young ones would be stripped by others. They wouldn't even get to eat a leaf. Han Jiao Jiao was also exhausted now. She was like a child, being pulled away by Tang Kai around her neck. Xing Xiong shook his head and sighed. We chased away Lin Bin, but we forgot about Tang Kai. Professor Zeng, Mu Ting called softly. Xing Xiong suddenly remembered there were a few people from his hospital. His face immediately darkened, and his black eyes stared coldly at the 4 people. Sun Qianqian was the first to be targeted. He asked, Did you take drugs before cutting? Professor Zeng. This was not a joke. Xing Xiong's anger flared as he shouted loudly, Why are your hands shaking if you didn't take drugs? Do you know you cut into the patient's artery? If the tip of the knife had gone half a centimeter deeper, the patient would have died on the operating table. How did you graduate from medical school? Is this how your mentor taught you? Tears in Sun Qianqian's eyes, she said, It was an accident. Are you trying to say that Mu Ting sent the wrong surgical tool? Mu Ting was so scared she went weak and knelt on the ground, crying softly. Zeng Xiong slammed the table angrily. Stop crying. You've been a nurse for 2 years and can't even tell the tools apart. Do you still have the nerve to cry? Get out of my department tomorrow. Professor Zeng. I don't care about other departments. My department doesn't need unprofessional people. He then looked at Sun Qianqian again. It's true that Mu Ting sent the wrong tool, but when you received the surgical knife, you should have judged it. Why didn't you control the situation? I was startled, so. Then, why could Han Jiao control herself? She was using the same surgical knife Mu Ting sent. Sun Qianqian bit her lip, unsure how to answer. She was so frightened that she accidentally cut into the patient's artery. Han Jiao was mentally prepared, so she didn't panic. Moreover, later Professor Zeng came to help. Without Zeng Xiong, how could Han Jiao have finished the surgery? The more Sun Qianqian thought about it, the more wronged she felt, tears falling heavily. Seeing her defiant look, Zeng Xiong shook his head and said, You have background and resources, but your attitude is too proud. I don't have that. Still talking back. Being proud is fine, but as a doctor, you can't afford to be proud. Sun Qianqian was stunned by the scolding. She remembered her grandmother had said the same thing. But why couldn't she be proud? Her family was powerful, she was excellent herself, and her fiancé was the eldest son of the Gu family. She was inherently different from those common folks. Sun Qianqian clenched her teeth, unwilling to give in. Zeng Xiong coldly watched the other two, one doctor and one nurse. During an emergency, they didn't even help with a piece of gauze. They just stood by and watched as 2 young female staff members from another hospital were put into action. It's not that they don't know how, they just don't want to take responsibility. They're afraid that if something goes wrong with the patient, they'll be blamed. Compared to Mu Ting and Sun Qiqi, these two are really not good. Zeng Xiong said, You two are fired. Don't let me see you in the hospital again. The two were so scared they froze. Professor Zeng is a well-known figure at their hospital, and the director would listen to him. It's over. They want to distance themselves from the situation but have already cut off their own future. Han Jiao and Chen Amin went to the public bathhouse to take a good shower. Chen Amin's hands were still trembling. She didn't hold the soap steady, and it slipped out of her hand, sliding quite far. Han Jiao helped her pick it up. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
I don't feel like vomiting today, and I don't feel uncomfortable now.
You did very well today.
I'm impressed. Chen Amin smiled happily. Since she was born, everyone only praised Chen Xiaoying, rarely praising her. Her heart was filled with happiness. I will keep studying. Like Vice President Lin said today, medical technology will advance quickly in the future. After you get into university, you'll learn many things, and there are many skills that school can't teach. Things school can't teach, I can learn in advance with you. That way, I won't fall behind. Before, Chen Amin was angry at herself for working hard just to get into school and surpass Chen Xiaoying. But now, that's not the case. After performing 2 surgeries, she realized she truly liked this profession. She wants to help, to give life a chance to continue. Holding the soap with a big smile, Chen Amin said, I will work hard. Keep going, but before that, we have something very important to do.
What is it?
The surgery is over. Han Jiao dressed carefully and patted her hungry stomach. Let's go. Director Tang will treat us to a big meal. Chen Amin smiled and happily got up to join her. Seeing the braised fish on the table, Han Jiao immediately thought of Xin Junshan. He doesn't like fish and is very picky. After going home, she plans to cook fish several times to help him overcome his picky eating habits. Han Jiao learned from Tang Kai that the person hit in the afternoon was because a government car suddenly cut in, causing the cyclist to be thrown 10 meters away. Han Jiao, a government car? Someone from work? Tang Kai smiled and served them both some food. There are many units in the capital and many cars assigned to them. Check with the police station if you want, but it has nothing to do with us. Tang Kai happily added food to their plates. Eat more, eat more. You two have made the hospital director proud. When you go back, I'll ask the director to let you come straight in. How about a permanent position in a year? Director, your back door is wide open. I'm afraid I'll fall and hurt myself. Han Jiao rolled her eyes slightly at her. Tang Kai was very excited. She loved seeing Han Jiao's little eye rolls. Gu Liang's eyes were bloodshot. After waiting all evening, late at night, Yi Changfin finally returned. Gu Liang called out, "Mom, how is it?" "Don't worry, it's all settled." Yi Changfin sighed heavily. "Fortunately, the car wasn't your dad's. The driver used to have a bad background and was re-educated. His family is quite poor. I promised to give him 200 yuan each month to support his son through high school and help him get a good job." He agreed immediately. Gu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He originally planned to surprise Sun Qianqian but didn't expect that after drinking and driving a bit fast, he hit someone. Luckily, he was some distance from the auditorium and was wearing a hat, so no one saw his face. Yi Changfin gently held Gu Liang's face. "You've really been wronged. Look at your eyes, all red. Mom will make you chrysanthemum and goji berry tea. Just wait." Gu Liang sat on the sofa when his phone suddenly rang. He answered, his face changing instantly. "Didn't I tell you not to call the house? Contact me at the office during the day if there's something. I broke a bone. I want some medical expenses. If I don't get the money soon, don't blame me for being rude." Gu Liang lowered his voice. "I told you, it's inconvenient to transfer money. I'll give you cash in the next couple of days. Then you better hurry. I don't have much patience." The other person hung up. Gu Liang felt like killing someone. He had paid someone to go to the countryside to kill that older son, but instead, he was fine while his own person broke ribs and hand bones, almost becoming disabled. If I had known the person named Shun was so ruthless, he should have found someone even tougher. "Hey, I told you not to call me. Liang, it's me." Gu Liang took a deep breath and immediately smiled. "Qian, sorry about that. Some troublemaker kept calling my dad to bother him. I was waiting on the phone to catch him." "Oh, I heard from my parents that they want to invite you to dinner tomorrow. Will you come?" "Sorry, my dad has to go out tomorrow. I'll stay with him this time. When I get back, I'll treat Andy and Uncle to a meal." Sun Qianqian looked disappointed and replied perfunctorily before hanging up. She only wanted Gu Liang to come over because her grandmother was in a good mood today. Her grandmother usually disliked Gu Liang and didn't approve of their relationship. Sun Qianqian stared at her water glass, then remembered Han Jiao's face. Suddenly, she jumped up and smashed the glass. Tang Shuang was carrying a late-night snack upstairs and saw the scene. Sun Qianqian immediately put on a sweet smile. "Mom, why aren't you asleep yet? Your grandmother didn't eat much for dinner and is hungry now." "Qian, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just a bit upset. I'll clean up now." "All right, once you're done, go to bed. Don't stay up late." Sun Qianqian nodded. While cleaning the broken glass on the floor, she looked back at Tang Shuang going upstairs. Maybe it was just her imagination, but she felt her mother's gaze on her had changed recently. Tang Shuang entered her mother's bedroom and locked the door. "Mom, rice wine with eggs." Yan Han took off her reading glasses and placed the report on the bed. "Why do you look so gloomy? Showing it so clearly isn't good for you." After hearing this, Tang Shuang couldn't hold back her tears and started crying loudly. "I don't want to feel this way, but whenever I think that Qian isn't really my child, my heart hurts. And when I think about Xiaowen not having a matching marrow donor, my heart." Tang Shuang suppressed her sobs and bit her finger hard. Yan Han sighed and said, "Xiaowen has leukemia. Besides me, the three of you have matching marrow donors. If it really can't be helped, I'll donate too. Maybe mine will work." "Mom, your health can't handle it. I don't want you to get into trouble." Yan Han shook her head and said, "I don't think I favor boys over girls. When you and your sister were young, I loved you both equally. But every time I saw Chi-Chi, I felt something strange about her. Now I finally understand why." Yan Han continued, "Tomorrow, I will call Xiao Fan to ask how the investigation is going. Our daughter is still alive. No matter where she is, we must find her. Not just because of Xiao Wen's illness, but also because of the years we've owed her. Especially you two as her parents."
Tang Shuang note that repeat then.
When they first joined the army heading north, they had twins, but a flood separated her from her husband. When Tang Shuang woke up, there was a woman with a child beside her. They shared the same hardship and helped each other through those tough times. Now she remembered the look in that woman's eyes. Sun Qiqi was not her child. She was probably the other woman's. The woman was holding her own child in her arms. Tang Shuang felt guilty and hit her chest. They are twins, but I always thought it was because they were fraternal. Now I see she's not. Xiaowen probably doesn't get close to her because of this. Genes are very strong. Qiqi isn't a bad girl. First, let's find the children. We can deal with everything else later. After all, you've been together for 20 years. With her mother's comfort, Tang Shuang calmed down. When she was about to go back to her room, she hurried past Sun Qiqi's door. She didn't know how to face Sun Qiqi now. Han Jiao was too tired and just collapsed onto her bed to sleep. Her mind drifted to the clinic. She saw that the renovations were finished, and Xin Junshan and Zhong Shun were working on the last details late into the night. Suddenly, the entire clinic caught fire. Xin Junshan and Zhong Shun were struggling in the flames. Han Jiao woke up in a cold sweat. Looking at the time, it was 1:30 a.m. Thinking about the frightening scene, she couldn't sleep anymore. In the past, her dreams predicted the future. But this time, she had been out for 2 days. She didn't know which night the incident had happened. She immediately went downstairs to pay and make a call. The security guard, Grandpa Zhang, was awakened by the noise but said nothing. He went upstairs to call Xin Junshan. Han Jiao heard his breathing and exclaimed happily, "Junshan, I miss you so much." Xin Junshan. Calling long distance in the middle of the night for a confession, Jiao was becoming more and more bold. Shun Junshan's face was shy, but his blood was racing. He licked his lips softly and said, "I feel the same way." Then guess, am I missing you more, or are you missing me more? Xin Junshan blurted out, "I miss you, just miss you." Han Jiao was a bit surprised. She didn't expect him to play it straight. Her husband was getting clever. She felt very happy. "I know, I miss you too. I think about you so much I can't sleep at night." There was silence on the other end of the phone. The breathing sound from the receiver seemed to grow warmer and warmer. Xin Junshan had many things he wanted to say. He wanted to tell Han Jiao that since she left, the bed had become so wide and big, but it no longer felt comfortable. Sleep was no longer sweet, and the food also tasted strange. It was clearly her recipe, with the same methods and ingredients, but it just wasn't as delicious as when she made it. Xin Junshan really wanted to ask her if she had done something that made everything feel so odd. Han Jiao smiled and said, "When I get home, I'll cook something tasty for you, change the bed sheets, and hang the quilts out to dry. Wait for me." Okay. Junshan, have you and your friends been helping out at Chengzi's clinic these days? Yes, a bit of carpentry work. We didn't want to entrust it to others, so we did it ourselves. Han Jiao said seriously, "It's good that the clinic is opening, but many people might be jealous. Some might do reckless things that could hurt themselves or others, especially at night. Junshan, be careful. Don't stay alone with Zhong Shun at the clinic at night." Xin Junshan replied, "I understand. Don't worry. All right, I'm hanging up now. Remember, no working alone at the clinic."
Got it.
I also remember to wash the bed sheets and hang the quilts out to dry when you come back. Han Jiao's face turned slightly red. She hung up the phone, playfully scolding, "Oh, the big bad wolf is getting naughty." Xin Junshan stood in the reception area for a while, then immediately called Zhong Shun. Zhong Shun was sleeping in his office today, where there was already a phone. Zhong Shun sleepily answered, "Brother, what's up?" "Ah, Shun, can you help me tomorrow?" After breakfast that morning, Zheng Xiong and Lin Bin had come over, chattering endlessly. Han Jiao didn't sleep well last night. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Xin Junshan, shirtless and holding the quilt, and she couldn't sleep peacefully all night. Early in the morning, despite having dark circles under her eyes, she was too lazy to bother with them. Han Jiao took a bun and quietly slipped back onto the bus, her head hanging out the window, swinging gently. Xing Xiong was very happy. This personality is exactly the same as my master when he was young, free and unruly. It's interesting. Tang Kai patted her forehead. Yes, I always thought he looked easy on the eyes, just like Dad's personality. Speaking of which, you're back now. Why not go home and visit? Tang Kai shook her head silently. Forget it. There's no point going back. Your nephew. Xing Xiong hesitated but didn't say anything. Tang Kai had been away from home for 23 years and hadn't contacted her family all these years. Yesterday, he also forgot to mention Sun Qianqian. Now, telling her about Sun Jiangwan would only add to her worries. Xing Xiong looked at Han Jiao with regret. That girl has grown into a fine young woman. With more effort, she could become a great person. Her achievements won't be less than her master's. Hurry up, don't block the way. If we don't leave soon, Lin Bin will steal Jiao away. Lin Bin was standing on tiptoe at Han Jiao's window, teasing her with various items. Sometimes a windmill, sometimes preserved plums, and he even brought lots of local specialties. He happily handed everything to Han Jiao. Girl, sesame paste smells so good. Dipping your bun in it is delicious. I also brought a jar of bean juice. Drink it while you walk. No. Thank you for your kindness. You keep it and drink it yourself. Don't be polite with me. If you enjoy it, next time I'll take you to a stall to get fresh ones. No need. Director Tang, are we leaving now? Tang Kai immediately ran onto the bus. Lin Bin, next time, prepare something better. Just a bowl of bean juice isn't enough to entertain us. You're so stingy. All right, I'll prepare a nice meal for the girl. You won't regret it. Tang Kai smiled, waved goodbye to her old friend, and the driver started the car, slowly leaving the hotel courtyard. Xing Xiong and Lin Bin followed the car for several meters. Xing Xiong sighed. Both girls are good. The number 163 hospital is in the county town. How come we keep meeting such treasures? 163 hospital. I met their director at the policy meeting last month. I'll call him now. Lin Bin, you want to use connections? Stop right there. The two men, over 100 years old combined, chased each other down the street. The scene was so amusing it was hard to look at directly. Han Jiao looked away, and Chen Amin unscrewed the kettle to give her half a motion sickness pill. Eat this. By the way, what is the bean juice that Vice President Lin mentioned? Is it just a different name for soy milk? Is it tasty?
Good. Ugh.
She remembered the first time she drank bean juice during her graduate studies. Her natural reaction was to stick her head out the window to get some fresh air. There were 3 men standing by the roadside, an old, middle-aged, and young man. Han Jiao felt they looked familiar. She wanted to look at them longer, but the car had already turned and driven away. She muttered to herself, so familiar. Where have I seen them before? Stop mumbling and sleep with a plum candy in your mouth, someone said. Han Jiao took the plum candy, kept it under her tongue, put on her eye mask and neck pillow, and fell asleep. Gu Yoshin was anxious and stomped his foot. Dad, isn't it better to stay at home? Your health isn't good, why bother? What's wrong with my health? You better explain clearly. The old man raised his cane and swung it toward Gu Yoshin. Gu Chen scolded. My granddaughter invited me for tea. Can I go? Grandpa, Dad is just thinking about your health. Shut up. Hearing Gu Liang speak made Gu Chen even angrier. Although he was also a grandson, he didn't like Gu Chen at all. Since he was young, Gu Chen had been sneaky and cowardly, worse than his shameless mother. But still, he was his grandson, so Gu Chen couldn't say anything too harsh. Gu Chen squinted and said, Aoyang, are you going too? Gu Chen waved his hand, tired of listening to Gu Yoshin's nonsense. If Aoyang can go, why can't I? Am I an outsider? Gu Liang clenched his fists silently. The old man's eyes only saw Du Ling and her son. It was just because the Du family was rich and powerful that he thought they matched. They had no money, were lowly, and weren't considered part of the same family. That old man, remember this, if you dare to hurt my eldest grandson, I'll break your legs. Gu Chen got into the car. Gu Yoshin patted Gu Liang's shoulder. Your grandpa is angry with me. Don't take it to heart. I know. Big brother must be happy to see grandpa again. I just worry that Aunt Dushi might not be happy. Besides, he's still a Gu. He shares half my blood. Ling wouldn't be so cruel. Dad, get in the car. Gu Yoshin lowered himself into the car. The moment he turned his back on Gu Liang, his expression turned dark and fierce. That worthless hasn't returned yet and has already caused chaos in the Gu family. When he comes back, will there be any good consequences for him? Gu Liang clenched his fists tightly. This time, he must eliminate that worthless for good. Brother, I'm going to get a glass of water. Shin Junshan was alone in the clinic, chopping wood. The leopard was blocking the door and windows with objects, secretly pouring gasoline. With a match, the clinic immediately caught fire. The leopard hid in the shadows, watching the flames. He sneered coldly, burn bigger, burn that to death, haha. Who are you calling a? The leopard was stunned. 3 shadows covered him. Before he could turn his head, fists wildly struck him. Zhong Shun quickly broke his arm. You little rat. You dare to mess with my brother's plans. You deserve it. Qiangzi said, your legs are broken, and you still won't behave. Serves you right. Zhong Shun added, the oil barrel you hid behind the trash pile has been swapped. The small room is full of water, just waiting for you to light the fire. Shin Junshan walked casually to him, grabbing his hair. Zhang Jingguo.
How do you know that?
Shin Junshan picked up a dagger. Veteran. Unfamiliar face. Do you think it's hard to find out? The team supplies and records all have documentation. He has clues, and with some connections, it won't take long to find out. You've been hanging out in the capital before, then suddenly ran to the county to kill me.
Why?
Zhang Jingguo clenched his teeth and refused to speak. This little even knows where he's been hanging out. Not bad. But he has no evidence, so he can't do anything to him. Zhang Jingguo said, I didn't do anything. You have no proof, so you can't just arrest me. Zhong Shun, let him go. Shin Junshan took out his wallet and placed it on Zhang Jingguo. Zhong Shun let him go. Zhong Shun didn't understand why Shin Junshan was doing this. He even tried to stuff money into the suspect's pocket. Reluctantly, he loosened his grip. Zhang Jingguo hesitated for a moment, but seeing Shin Junshan's cold, icy gaze, he no longer hesitated. He immediately ran off like a wild horse. Shin Junshan picked up a brick and threw it with force. It hit right in the middle of Zhang Jingguo's head. Zhang Jingguo, Zhong Shun, and Qiangzi. Wow, that was a clever trick. Shin Junshan said, that person was robbed with a knife, and my wallet was also taken. He was caught and sent to the secret department. When Zhang Jingguo heard secret department, his calmness disappeared immediately. If it was just the police station, it would be easier to handle. With their limited skills, he wasn't afraid. Plus, the person who hired him could also get him out. But the secret department is different. That place isn't about evidence. It's very powerful. Zhang Jingguo struggled desperately. I didn't steal anything. You're framing me. You have no right to send me to the secret department.
Who saw me framing you?
Everyone nodded obediently. Cheating together felt pretty good. Shin Junshan said, there are your fingerprints on the dagger, and my wallet is on you. I come from the Special Forces and the Air Force. Now I work at the City Construction Bureau, responsible for airport projects. If you attack me, I can send you to the secret department. Let me go. I won't go to the secret department. Shin Junshan, you little brat, if you dare hurt me, you won't get away with it. Just wait. When I get out, I'll kill you. You little punk, you haven't even grown your hair yet, and you're playing tricks on me. I'll kill you. Shin Junshan picked up a brick and threw it at him again. The world went silent. Shin Junshan said, send him away. Zhong Shun tied the person to a truck and hummed a tune as he rode away. Shin Junshan looked at the fire that had been put out and apologized to Qiangzi, saying, sorry, the building just finished. Now it has to be repainted. Forget about that. Without you and your wife, where would the clinic be? Besides, it wasn't burned much. Qiangzi didn't mind and was more curious. Brother Shin, how did you know Zhang Jingguo hid the oil And how did you know he was planning something tonight? Recently, many cars had their paint scratched, and their gas tanks were emptied. Moving so much oil at once was suspicious, so I guessed it might be near the crime scene. As for how I knew it was the clinic, and about tonight's plan. Because Jiao Jiao called him specifically, asking him not to stay at the clinic with Zhong Shun tonight. The first time was for eye surgery, the second was a landslide, and this is the third. Yesterday, he just arranged with everyone to help at the clinic tonight. The time, place, and people all matched. Shen Junshan casually said, "My home and work are not convenient. Recently, I often come to the clinic because it's easier to do things here. Yes, your family's large courtyard is now much more secure than before, so it's not easy to get in." Qiangzi chuckled foolishly. "Brother Shen, you're so clever." Qiangzi picked up a brick from the ground and laughed. "Brother Shen, those 2 shots you took just now were so cool. Aimed perfectly." He mimicked a few moves in the air. Really accurate. Shen Junshan smiled, then suddenly slammed on the brakes. A man rushed out from inside and immediately tackled Qiangzi. Shen Junshan's first reaction was to strike back. He swung his fists and kicked, knocking the man to the ground in 2 moves.
2 more men got out of the car.
Seeing this, they immediately became furious. "Who's that brat? How dare he attack my son?" Shen Junshan frowned. "You were the ones who started it. He was attacking me in the street. I was just trying to help you." Gu Liang got up from the ground, his left cheek swollen, feeling like his jaw was broken. So painful. He had wanted to show off in front of his grandfather, but ended up like this. He was pretty skilled, so how could he get beaten up by country bumpkins? Qiangzi rushed over. "Who's attacking?" "I was just joking with my brother." "Why are you acting like a mad dog and pouncing on me?"
Joking?
Throwing bricks around? Gu Liang felt even more embarrassed. Getting beaten up was one thing, but making a mistake like this was another. Gu Chen shook his head gently. "Don't embarrass yourself. Get in the car, we have things to do." "Dad, even if Liang made a mistake, he shouldn't have been beaten so badly. Look at him. That's what he deserved." Gu Chen rolled his eyes at them. He's tall and strong, but he couldn't even handle a couple of hits. What's there to say? But Liang wasn't ready. Let them fight again. I tell you, Liang would still lose. Gu Chen's sharp eyes immediately saw that Shen Junshan's skills were better than Gu Liang's. He was quick, precise, and fierce, reminding him of his own past strength. Gu Yoxin was unhappy. Even if his son was reckless, he shouldn't be beaten so easily. He frowned. "Comrade, your temper is way too hot." "Yes, I'm furious." Shen Junshan saw that Qiangzi's arms were all injured. His anger flared. His tone turned icy cold, completely ignoring Gu Yoxin. He was a high-ranking leader, and it had been a long time since he felt this kind of frustration. Gu Yoxin, getting angry, pointed at Shen Junshan and shouted, "What's wrong with you, little comrade? Are you too full of yourself?" "Uncle, don't be angry. Let's talk nicely." Qiangzi, clever and perceptive, could tell from the tone that the other person was important. There's no need to offend someone over such a small matter. Gu Yoxin pushed him aside and pointed at Shen Junshan's chest. "I think you have no manners. Someone should teach you politeness. Come on, let's meet your boss."
"Hey,
bald guy, let go of my husband." A familiar voice came from behind Shen Junshan, and he saw a familiar figure leap into the air. A stylish flying kick swept past his eyes and hit Gu Yoxin's chest. Han Jiao Jiao opened her arms, shielding Shen Junshan behind her. "Honey, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Shen Junshan blinked in surprise. It took him a long moment to realize what was happening. "Jiao Jiao.
Sure.
Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let this chubby, bald guy hurt you."
Han Jiao Jiao grittet her til herr Gu Yoxin.
She saw Shen Junshan being bullied as soon as she got out of the car and immediately remembered a dream she had before. She thought, they look familiar. They're the ones who bullied Shen Junshan in her dream. Han Jiao Jiao threw down her backpack and rolled up her sleeves. "Chubby, bald guy, try to lay a hand on my man again, and I'll beat you up." Gu Yoxin, struggling to stand, saw her like a lioness protecting her cub. He was furious. "Who are you, a wild woman, to kick me?" I'm his wife. Shin Junshin's heart was filled with sweetness, like honey, shining in his eyes. Han Jiao instinctively held Shin Junshin's hand. He gently held her small hand back, enjoying her protection. His breath grew warmer. The feeling of passion rising inside him was wonderful. Gu Qin laughed loudly. This girl has a fiery temper. I like her. Girl, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. Don't take it to heart. Gu Liang said, Grandpa, she even hurt Dad.
How can you say that?
Gu Chun snorted coldly. It's because of you. Such an adult, acting without thinking, relying on backing to do wrong, and having others clean up after him. Realizing he was being criticized, Gu Liang didn't dare to speak. Gu Yoshin followed his chest and said, Dad, you can't blame Liang entirely. That little rascal is really no good, and his wife is fierce too.
Truly.
If we're not family, we wouldn't even enter the same door. Shin Junshan squinted his eyes and slowly clenched his fists. Serve him right for getting hit by Jiao.
You.
Little rascal, you ungrateful brat who has a mother, but no father's guidance. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Han Jiao puffed out her chest and scolded, who said I have no father's guidance. You do, but look at what kind of person you've become. I think your father's teaching wasn't very good either. Gu Liang pouted, his little mustache trembling with anger. He felt wronged inside, but what she said was true. If he had been taught well, how could he have turned into someone who steals and eats secretly? Gu Yoshin, furious, forgot his dignity and pointed at Shin Junshin's nose, shouting, I told him. He has a mother but no father's guidance, and so what? I said it. Gu Yoshin, say that again. Du Ling suddenly rushed out from behind Shin Junshan and slapped Gu Yoshin hard across the face. She spat and cursed, say that again. Who do you think has no father's guidance because they have a mother? Gu Yoshin was stunned by the, staring blankly at Du Ling. All his bravado from before was gone. He weakly called out, Ailing, shut up. You have no right to call my name. Du Ling's eyes were red and bloodshot as she stared at him. She had heard everything he said about Shin Junshan just now. Du Ling trembled with anger. How dare you, how can you use such vicious words to curse him? Don't you know why he has no father's guidance? Do you have the nerve to say that? Ailing, what do you mean? Gu Yoshin realized something and looked at Shin Junshan. Shut up. Du Ling slapped him again, as if she wanted to vent all her years of resentment and hurt on his face. With tears in her eyes, she scolded, Gu Yoshin, everyone in the world can curse him, but you have no right. You don't deserve it. He has no father's guidance because his mother raised him. Go ask his father why he abandoned him in the first place. Ask his father now why he dares to show up in front of him and say such things. Du Ling staggered and almost fell. Gu Rua immediately came over to support her. She frowned and scolded, Dad, what did they just say? Gu Yoshin never expected that the person he just scolded was his son. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. He had nowhere to vent his feelings and slapped himself hard. It's my fault. I'm useless. It's all because of my mouth. Son, I am your father. Shin Junshan saw him coming and quickly pulled Jiao back. What are they talking about? He couldn't understand and didn't want to. Han Jiao felt Shin Junshan's hand trembling. She tightly held Shin Junshan's hand. Shin Junshan looked down at Han Jiao and squeezed her hand hard. These people don't matter to him. As long as Jiao is his wife, everything else is unimportant. Shin Junshan said, Jiao, let's go home. Gu Yoshin saw him about to leave and hurried over. Son, I am your father, really, I am your father. My father is dead. Shin Junshan turned around instantly, his cold eyes radiating a terrifying killing intent. My father was named Shin Hao. He was my hero, the person I admired most in this life.
He is dead.
Please don't pretend to be him or tarnish my father's name. Shin Junshan held Han Jiao's hand and hurriedly left. Gu Yoshin was stunned in place, not yet realizing that tears were streaming down her face. Du Ling straightened up and chuckled. His father is his hero. You.
Haha, What kind of person are you?
Mom, Dad feels upset too.
You.
Du Ling angrily slapped Gu Rua's hand away. Traitor. If you hadn't secretly leaked information, wouldn't things have turned out like this? Shut up. Don't call me Mom.
Du Ling s'obède incontrôlablement.
I just found him, and now this is insulting him. How can I face Junshan? How can I face him? Gu Rua also cried like a water spirit. She never imagined she would have to tell her older brother the truth in this way. Gu Liang was even more surprised. He thought he was just meddling, but he ended up involving that. Gu Chen sighed heavily. What a sin, all sins. Ling, you should go back first. I'll go see the eldest grandson tomorrow. He probably won't break my old bones and throw me out of the house. I'll go tomorrow. Han Jiao Jiao, and he returned home. She saw his head covered in dust. She smiled. Where did you get all this dirt like you've been digging coal? Your head's all dusty. Shen Junshan said nothing, appearing very calm, but the trembling of his body betrayed him. Jiao Jiao's fingertips brushed through his hair, gently massaging his temples. I bought a jar of sesame paste. Tomorrow I'll fry a few slices of bread to try it out. Food in the capital is delicious, but I always feel like it lacks flavor. Maybe it's because I haven't eaten with you. Let's take a day off tomorrow. I want to make dumplings with you, just the two of us. Haifang and Sister Shuihua can spend the day with Zhongshan. Pickled cabbage and pork filling, right? It's too late today. I'll wipe you with a towel, and we can wash up tomorrow, okay? Husband, your hair is really nice. Shin Junshan let out a deep breath and suddenly turned around to hug her. In that moment, Jiao Jiao felt Shin Junshan's vulnerability and dependence. She held him tightly, knowing she couldn't let go. She never could in this life. Shin Junshan buried his face in her chest. Jiao Jiao, you won't change, right? What are you talking about? Of course I will change. Shin Junshan tightly grasped her clothes. Jiao Jiao smiled. I will love you more and more. Look, I love you more now than before, and I will love you even more in the future. And I will definitely love you more than you love me. Shin Junshan smiled. He was upset earlier, but now he felt calmer. Haifang and Sun Shuihua were hiding in the room, eavesdropping. They both got goosebumps but also thought Jiao Jiao's words sounded pretty nice. Jiao Jiao cupped his face and saw tears shining in his eyes. Her heart ached painfully, and she lowered her head to kiss his eyes. The warmth from his eyes made his body soft. Shin Junshan sat quietly, letting her kiss his eyes and cheeks. Jiao Jiao pinched his face. Junshan, you're so innocent. Shin Junshan looked at Jiao Jiao with a grievance. His mind went blank. He couldn't understand what she meant. Jiao Jiao hugged him and smiled. You're as innocent as a child. I'm 28. Yes, you're an adult now, a strong man. A man, have you washed the bedsheets? Can we get into bed now? Shin Junshan shyly lowered his head, curled up, and slipped into the room. The bedsheets were changed, the quilt cover was new, and the bedding was fluffed up and aired out by 3 o'clock. Now it was soft and comfortable, not hot on the skin. Han Jiao Jiao took a shower and got into bed. Shin Junshan faced the window with his back to her, as if he had fallen asleep. She touched the bed sheets and said, So, my husband is really looking forward to being intimate. You should have told me earlier. We could do it every day. She hugged Shin Junshan from behind and felt that his back was very tense. Han Jiao Jiao pressed her chest against his back and noticed he straightened even more. She was so happy, her face full of excitement. Shin Junshan seemed to sense her excitement. He took a deep breath and held her hand. Sleep now, don't be naughty. I haven't seen you in a long time. Just a hug, okay? You wouldn't refuse such a small request, right? She stretched the last few words over 7 or 8 syllables. Shin Junshan's body softened, then stiffened again, then softened again, as she teased him until he was exhausted. To protect himself from being overwhelmed, Shin Junshan had to give in. As long as her claws didn't move wildly, he decided to let her do as she pleased. The next morning, before dawn, Han Jiao Jiao tiptoed out of bed to prepare breakfast. It felt like a long time since they last saw each other. She wanted to prepare a hearty meal for her family. Early in the morning, she steamed vegetable and bamboo shoot buns, made soy milk, cooked some pancakes, and cut green onions into sections, placing them with chili peppers and onions in a basket. Han Jiao Jiao took chicken thigh meat, marinated it with spices for half an hour, then fried it until both sides were golden. Haifang sniffed the air and said happily, "It smells so good. Sister has cooked something delicious again. You're drooling over it. Is your brother-in-law starving you?" "No, we had noodles with sauce the day before yesterday and dumplings yesterday. Brother-in-law always finds ways to make us tasty food. Yesterday noon, he even bought braised dishes from the southern city." "Then why are you still so eager?" Haifang chuckled foolishly. "I like the food my sister makes. It smells so good." "You're just sweet-talking. Go wake your brother-in-law so we can eat." Shin Junshan was already awake. Haifang happily grabbed his hand and rushed to the bathroom. She had already squeezed toothpaste onto his brush and called out, "Brother-in-law, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and brush your teeth. Sister cooked chicken thighs today." Haifang, who was shorter, stood on a small stool and only reached Shin Junshan's chest. They brushed their teeth and washed their faces together, making Sun Shuihua laugh. When she helped serve the food, she said with a smile, "Junshan and Fang are almost like father and son. The actions of face washing are always the same." Han Jiao Jiao said, after a long time, "You get used to it." "Shuihua sister, how do you feel physically?" She replied, "I'm recovering well. I'm taking the medicine on time. But my dad is alone in the countryside, and I worry about him for a long time." She added, "In half a month, I will have a follow-up check. If everything is fine, I can go back." Han Jiao Jiao advised, "But you need to rest properly. Don't overwork yourself. Things like farming, fertilizing, and washing sheets should be done less." She continued, "Every year I want to take you for a checkup. It's best to have Uncle San join us. He's older and probably has some health issues. Early detection and treatment are important." Shuihua's family just got electricity, so she suggested, "Maybe we should buy a washing machine? It would be more convenient." Sun Shuihua immediately opposed. "A washing machine? Your family doesn't have many people and my family only has 2, so we don't need one." Han Jiao Jiao knew she was reluctant, so she didn't insist on her agreeing now. Later, they would install the washing machine whether she wanted it or not. Shin Junshan held Haifang's hand and walked to the dining table. Seeing the breakfast she made, he smiled faintly. Han Jiao Jiao opened the door. The breeze from the balcony was very comfortable, refreshing even without a fan. The 4 of them were eating when a head suddenly peeked in from the doorway. Sun Shuihua was the first to see and screamed, "Mom, a zombie!" Gu Chen's face twitched. Seeing Shin Junshan, he grinned and apologized, "I'm eating now. Looks like I arrived late and missed it." He carried a lot of breakfast, his hands turning purple from holding so much. Han Jiao Jiao looked at Shin Junshan. He had no expression, his eyes coldly fixed on Gu Chen, but he wasn't really looking at him. Han Jiao Jiao knew he held a grudge. What the bald man said yesterday crossed Shin Junshan's bottom line. He was watching to see if the bald man came along. Gu Chen said, "I came alone. I just wanted to see my grandson's house, so I slipped in." "I'm not your grandson." "Hee, just to see a talented young man, isn't that okay?" Shin Junshan didn't reply. Gu Chen took it as a yes and quickly stepped inside, bringing a stool to sit next to Han Jiao Jiao. He clearly understood that the grandson was a bit stubborn. His daughter-in-law protected him, so the grandson wouldn't push him away. Gu Chen looked at the table and smiled. Such a feast. Nothing outside tastes as good as this. Shin Junshan gave Haifang a piece of chicken leg. The chicken leg is prepared per person, 1 piece each. Shin Junshan habitually gave a share to Haifang. Gu Chen secretly observed Haifang. He looked small and thin, probably not even 11 years old. He didn't resemble his grandfather much, but there was a faint family resemblance in his features. Most importantly, both of them held their chopsticks in a very awkward way. Gu Chen nodded thoughtfully. He took all the meat from his meat bun and handed it to Haifang. "Eat more meat so you can grow up quickly, just like your dad, tall and strong." "Yes, look at how healthy your dad is. You need to work hard too." Gu Chun patted Shen Junshan's biceps. You should aim to be like your dad. Shen Junshan. What kind of joke is this? Sun Shuihua laughed loudly. Haifang is Jiao Jiao's younger brother, not Junshan's son. Gu Chun looked from side to side. The way you hold your chopsticks is just as ugly as mine. How can you say you're not family? We are family. Haifang is my younger brother. Shen Junshan frowned as he looked at Gu Chun. Suddenly, he got up, went to the kitchen to pour soy milk, and brought back a set of bowls and chopsticks to set on the table. Gu Chun was so excited, he almost fell off his small stool. Jiao Jiao almost couldn't bear to watch anymore. Old people have a hard life too. Jiao Jiao, Mr. Gu.
Call me Grandpa.
Shen Junshan shot him a cold look. Gu Chun chuckled happily. I'm already 70, so I should be Grandpa. I haven't taken advantage of you guys. Jiao Jiao looked at his sitting posture and walking style, knowing he was a former soldier. He must have been through several wars, and his rank was not low. An old man like that, acting like a mischievous kid in front of Shen Junshan, isn't easy either. Jiao Jiao saw that Shen Junshan didn't seem to reject this old man, so she tried to chat more. Grandpa, it's all your son's fault. He made my husband sleep poorly last night, and now he has dark circles. Shen Junshan nodded.
He didn't sleep well.
He was held tightly by her, afraid to turn over or move, trying to suppress his restlessness. It's a miracle he slept at all.
Gu Chun was quite happy about that.
Not sleeping well meant he still cared. As long as the grandson cared, they would have something to talk about. Your mother has been through a lot, enduring over 20 years. If you don't call her mom, I'm worried something might happen to her. She might even pass away suddenly. Han Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement with her eyes. She doesn't dislike Du Ling and understands her difficulties. When chatting in the village, Han Jiao Jiao learned about Du Ling's helplessness and pain. Du Ling said she was looking for someone, probably her son. At that time, she also realized that Shen Junshan was her lost son, but she didn't know how to speak up, so she kept following them to the county town. Gu Ruo also knew about this, which is why she deliberately got close to Shen Junshan. Han Jiao Jiao remembered that she once thought Gu Ruo was her rival, which made her feel awkward. I know Auntie Du is a victim. She hasn't given up looking for Junshan all these years, even while abroad. As a woman, I can understand her feelings.
Girl. But.
Han Jiao Jiao turned her tone sharply. I can't forgive that bald guy. Gu Chun instinctively reached up to touch his head. He still has quite a lot of hair. Han Jiao Jiao coldly said, last night, I hadn't talked to Junshan about this. If you want to discuss it yourself, or let that bald guy say it himself. Gu Chun sighed deeply. This is a stain on his and the old Gu family's reputation. He really feels ashamed to speak about it. Gu Chun, it's my fault. I didn't teach my son well, which caused Junshan to suffer so much. It's okay, if you don't recognize that fool. Just talk to Du Ling first. She's really having a hard time. Shen Junshan said nothing. Du Ling's situation is more difficult than Gu Yoshin's, because he doesn't dislike Du Ling. At first, he thought she was overly familiar, but now he understands the reason, and he can't dislike her anymore. Gu Chun, showing his old face, almost begged, come to dinner at Ma Changsho's house tonight. Sit with us. Ling hasn't slept all night. She doesn't know how to face you. Shen Junshan didn't answer him. Gu Chun had said everything he wanted to, and Shen Junshan couldn't make a decision right now. He stood up and said, my old Gu family is sorry to you, and sorry to Ling. Have dinner with us. After that, no matter what you decide, I will support you. You're my grandson, and I want to treat you well. Others have no right to interfere. Shen Junshan didn't get up to see him off. After the man left, Han Jiao Jiao said, the old man's meaning is that, regardless of whether you want to acknowledge your family or not, he will support you. I understand, but you should also know that some things are already yours. Even if you don't fight for them, others will still be wary. Han Jiao Jiao sighed. This is like Chen Xiaoying's secret crush. You can control yourself from bothering others, but they might still like you. What can you do? The old man just wants to be nice to you. Can you hit him? This metaphor is silly, but also clear. Shun Junshan said, Jiao Jiao, tell me what you know. Han Jiao Jiao wanted the person involved to tell him, but worried Shun Junshan might get upset, so she carefully explained what had happened before. After hearing her, Shun Junshan stayed silent. Sun Shuihua was trembling with anger. How can there be someone like that? How is he fit to be Shun Junshan's father? Haifang was also angry. He had been cheating, causing his son to disappear, and still had the nerve to remarry and have children. Haifang cursed, brother-in-law, don't acknowledge him. Stay with us and don't go back. Shun Junshan looked down, lost in thought. Zhang Jiangua, Yi Changfen Gu Liang, veterans from the capital, the Gu family from the capital. Junshan, where are you going? Han Jiao Jiao ran after him. He pedaled his bike quickly and sped away. He arrived somewhere, showing his work badge, and no one stopped him. Shun Junshan rushed in and called out, Old Zhao, where is Zhang Jiangua who was sent here yesterday? I want to see him. He's dead. Zhao Tianyu shut the door. He was found dead in his cell this morning. They said it was an allergic reaction that caused shock. They found him too late. Shun Junshan angrily punched the table.
Han Jiao Jiao said, Yunshan, Lis.
Zhao Tianyu smiled. This is our first time meeting. I used to be Junshan's squad leader in the field army. I was assigned here these past 2 years. Your sister-in-law is really pretty. Thanks. Junshan never mentioned you before. Our work is special, and our relationships are also special, so we usually don't keep in touch. It's for safety. Han Jiao Jiao wisely avoided this topic and asked, has Zhang Jiangua's body been autopsied? Do the forensic reports say anything? No, the forensic doctor examined him and made a conclusion. Can I perform an autopsy? That's my hobby. When I see a corpse, I want to examine it. But I don't usually get the chance. Today, I finally did. Let me do it. Zhao Tianyu blinked and watched Han Jiao Jiao excitedly rubbing her fists, feeling a bit confused. She was a cute girl with quite a unique hobby. Zhao Tianyu took her to a basement room, which used to be a jail cell but had now been turned into a medical room. As soon as they entered, it felt cold and chilly. Han Jiao Jiao dressed up and said, I'm starting now. If you find it gross, just look away. No problem, go ahead, they replied. Han Jiao Jiao cut open Zhang Jianguo's chest and, upon seeing his internal organs, immediately frowned. Zhao Tianyu and Shun Junshan watched her cut, then remove the organs and place them into containers before sewing up Zhang Jianguo's body. Zhao Tianyu whistled softly. Junshan, your wife is amazing. She's definitely not afraid of doing tough jobs. Shun Junshan smiled faintly. No, she's afraid of killing pigs, but not afraid of killing people. Han Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes at them. Stop with all this nonsense. Don't call me a murderer, okay? Did you find anything? The liver surface is rough and grainy, and the inside is black. He has cirrhosis, so he would have died soon anyway. Shun Junshan said, that's natural death. Han Jiao Jiao took out the kidneys and lungs, pointing out the alveoli and kidneys are blackened, poisoned. Zhao Tianyu looked in disbelief. Our unit isn't open to just anyone. How could someone have poisoned him? External poisoning is unlikely. But what about inside? Who was that forensic doctor you mentioned? The criminal in the bureau died, and they didn't even need an autopsy to make a verdict. That forensic doctor is quite interesting. Zhao Tianyu exchanged a glance with Shun Junshan, then slapped his thigh and exclaimed, oh no. He hurriedly led the others out. Han Jiao Jiao took off her clothes and gloves, saying, it's been several hours since the incident. I'm afraid everyone has already run away. The team leader can catch them, they said. I just hope we catch the culprit alive, she replied. Hope was good, but reality was harsh. When Zhao Tianyu returned, he told them that the forensic doctor had died. He hadn't run away but hanged himself at home. Definitely a suicide this time. Shun Junshan radiated coldness, his icy gaze filled with killing intent and anger. Zhao Tianyu had somehow received the news and knew everything about Shun Junshan's situation. He poured him a glass of hot water and said, the Gu family has 3 generations of meritorious service. The old master is still a hero now. With him as your backing, no one will dare to bother you in the future. What are these two bodies? Zhao Tianyu chuckled. You get what you pay for. The older generation will help you. Shin Junshan isn't interested in the Gu family's power. He cares about Jiao Jiao. 2 people died in one night and one day. His instinct tells him the killer's surname is Gu, but he has no proof. Now, the 2 dead are insignificant people. What if someone gets hurt later? Shin Junshan looked at Han Jiao Jiao and said, Let's go to Ma Ju's house for dinner tonight. Okay, I'll buy some fruit. It's not polite to visit empty-handed the first time. Han Jiao Jiao felt they had something to talk about. She jumped down from the table, happily ran out the door, and casually closed it. Zhao Tianyu asked, Does she know your true identity? Shin Junshan took off his glasses and shook his head. It's a secret. No one knows, not even Zhong Shun. They transferred you to work at the capital headquarters and arranged a cover identity. But in the past half-month, someone kept trying to interfere, and they suppressed your transfer order. We checked, and it was Yi Chongfen. Zhao Tianyu almost laughed at the name. His image, accurate. No wonder Shin Junshan is so impressive. Zhao Tianyu took some documents from a drawer and combined them with earlier information into one file. Yi Chongfen, relying on being Gu Yoshin's wife, meddles in others' work. Ordinary people wouldn't dare offend Gu Yoshin, but Gu Qin does. I just hope the old man's blood pressure doesn't spike when he sees this. Zhao Tianyu personally delivered the file to Ma Changshuo's house. When Gu Qin saw the file, he slapped it down in anger and said, Look at what kind of wife you chose and what she's done. Gu Yoshin knelt on the ground, unable to believe it, and said, This isn't true. Not at all. Look at the stamp on the document. Do you think they forged it? Do you think they have that much face? Gu Qin grabbed a cigarette holder and smashed it down. Fortunately, Gu Yoshin was quick and dodged. But the ashtray left a dent in the floor. Gu Yoshin said, Dad, I am your son. Why are you so harsh? You still have the nerve to call yourself my son. I don't have a son like you. Gu Qin pointed his cane at his face and cursed. That woman knew about Junshan half a month ago and even used the Gu family's name to block Junshan's transfer. Was it because of your usual indulgence? Does she dare to do that? Gu Yoshin didn't dare to speak. I give you 2 choices. First, send Gu Liang to the west to support development. Second, make that woman leave the house, whether to the countryside or somewhere far away, anywhere she chooses. Gu Qin desperately poked his forehead. She's a woman alone outside, which isn't convenient. She's the mother of the child, and Al Yang is your grandson. You can't be biased, ugh. I tell you, my only grandson is Junshan. Anyone who dares to hurt my grandson, I will take their life.
Same goes for you.
You have 3 days to handle this. If not, I will cut ties with you and remove your family from the family tree. Gu Yoshin dared not speak anymore. If his father cut ties with him, not only would it be embarrassing and shameful, but it would also be a stain on his reputation. Even if he didn't care about his future, his children still had a long way to go. Gu Yoshin got up and left the room, running into Du Ling. Ling, Mr. Gu. Please call me Mrs. Due Ling, do we really have to be so distant? Du Ling sneered. I didn't kill you too, because I don't want people to say that my children's mother is a murderer.
But
Du Ling grabbed his collar. If anyone hurts my child again, I will cut her first, then in front of her, I will cut her child too. Understand? She forcefully pushed Gu Yoshin away. He owed Du Ling too much in this matter and had no face to argue with her. Gu Yoshin lowered his head. I was drunk back then and made a big mistake. I regret it deeply and have been trying to make things right. Du Ling scolded him. Trying to fix things? Want me to be Gu Liang's mother? Sorry, I'm not that generous. Once something's dirty, it stays dirty. Once it's disgusting, it's disgusting. The longer you endure it, the harder it is to remove, and it might turn rotten and fester. I, Du Ling, am strong and tough. I won't just cluck like a mother hen following a man. Tonight, my son will come for dinner. If you want to be sensible, you should know how to behave. Don't make Junshan and Jiao Jiao unhappy. Otherwise, I'll make sure you and your precious son are unhappy.
Duling glanced at Gu Liang downstairs.
At this moment, Gu Liang also looked up at her. When their eyes met, Du Ling felt a wave of nausea and acid reflux in her stomach. Previously, Du Ling believed children were innocent. In the future, she wouldn't hold prejudices against Yi Chongfin's children either. But now her thoughts have changed. No matter how she tried to convince herself, she still disliked Gu Liang. Not at all like the Gu family. Gu Yoshin thought she was talking about personality. He knew he and the old master didn't share the same traits, and Gu Liang also didn't resemble either of them. Gu Liang went upstairs. "Dad, what did Grandpa say to you?" "Nothing much, just wanted your mom to go out and relax." "Don't ask, get ready. Your brother is coming for dinner tonight." "Okay, I will behave well and try to be accepted by my older brother." The more Gu Liang acted humble, the more uncomfortable Gu Yoshin felt. He cared about both his sons. He felt guilty about the eldest, but didn't want to upset the second either. Why can't Dad and Ah Ling understand him? Han Jiao didn't want to waste money. She took some apples and bananas from her space, brought out a watermelon, and packed a roasted chicken. Shin Junshan said calmly, "We don't need that. For our first visit, we should show good manners. We can't let others say we're stingy." Shin Junshan frowned slightly, but still took the items from her. They rode their bikes to Ma Changsho's house. Just as they arrived at the door, Li Ziki rushed out and threw herself at them. Han Jiao supported her waist. "Little Annie, luckily my back is okay." "Is a healthy back really that important?" Yes, very important." Han Jiao smiled and winked at Shin Junshan. He couldn't see or hear anything. "Junshan is here. Haifang is here too."
"Hello, Oncle Ma."
Haifang is so sensible. "Here, take this. Don't eat before dinner." Qin Kai held a handful of chocolates and tried to put some into Shin Junshan's pocket, leaving a few for herself. Ma Changsho took the fruit, patted Shin Junshan on the back, and said, "Eat slowly later, talk slowly. We're all on your side, don't be afraid." Shin Junshan wasn't afraid, just a bit annoyed. He walked into the house. Everyone stood up. Du Ling approached him hesitantly, extended her hand, then withdrew it worriedly. Han Jiao said, "It smells so good." "Aunt Du cooked the dishes, right?" "I can tell just by the smell." "Yes, I made a few dishes and also stewed chicken soup. I don't know if it will suit everyone's taste." Du Ling eagerly watched Shin Junshan, suddenly feeling as if someone was grabbing his bottom. Shin Junshan pursed his lips and said, "I don't mind trying different foods." Du Ling looked at him with big, teary eyes and a kind smile. Gu Yoshin saw Han Jiao and felt his face and stomach hurt, everywhere hurt, nothing felt good. Han Jiao lifted her chin and glared at him angrily. Although he was her biological father, he looked much more humble than Shin Junshan.
His head.
TSK. Her dad was 70 and still had thick black hair. He was young but already like that. Maybe it was genetic changes or overindulgence that caused this. "Is this your sister-in-law's brother? I didn't expect him to come. I didn't prepare a gift, but if you don't mind, please accept this." Gu Liang squinted his eyes into a smile and handed Haifang a doll. They carefully figured out the relationships in Han Jiao's family. Gu Liang knew that his father didn't like relatives who came just to eat and drink, and he also had a very bad impression of Han Jiao. He was just pretending to be polite, going through the motions. Li Ziki shouted, "Wow, Haifang, your doll matches mine. Mine is bigger, so I'm the older sister, and you're the younger sister." "Ziki, I'm the younger brother." No, it's a girl. She's wearing a bow." "Oh, then I'll keep it for Nyo. She'll like it." Han Jiao saw the rabbit doll and felt upset. Although the town wasn't as big as the city, and the choices weren't fancy, there were plenty of things suitable for boys. Marbles, slingshots, toy cars, if not, a box of candies or a chocolate bar would do. But they gave her a rabbit doll she couldn't use. What made Han Jiao angrier was that the tag on the rabbit's foot was in a foreign language, probably brought from the capital. They had time to prepare a gift for Li Ziki, but no time to buy candy in the town. Gu Liang felt uncomfortable under Han Jiao's cold stare. According to his information, she was a simple girl. Why did he feel so scared? Everyone come inside quickly. The food will get cold. Xiao Rua, don't forget, come in quickly. Last time, you ate 3 pieces of braised pork. I specially made a big plate for you today. Du Ling hurried to seat everyone, first giving Haifang a bowl of chicken soup with vermicelli. Haifang ate noodles for the first time and happily exclaimed, "So delicious." "Really? I want to try too." "Ziqi, take your time eating. It's hot." Haifang blew on the noodles and fed them to Li Ziqi. Gu Liang handed over a pair of chopsticks. "Ziqi, use these. Sharing a pair of chopsticks with a country person is dirty." Li Ziqi looked at Gu Liang, suddenly stopped eating, pouted, and hugged Haifang's neck, hiding behind him as if trying to hide. Gu Liang awkwardly put down his chopsticks and turned to say, "Big brother, it's so good to see you. Yesterday's things were all a misunderstanding. I hope you don't hold it against me." "It doesn't matter." Shen Junshan didn't take Gu Liang seriously. A man so big and reckless, with no judgment, is hard to deal with. Guiyoshin said, "Junshan, both your brother and I were wrong about yesterday. We apologize. But isn't your wife a bit too fierce?" "Fierce? If it were me, I would just give you a slap with a brick." Du Ling glared at him angrily. If Grandpa Gu hadn't been sitting between them, Han Jiao believed Du Ling would have already hit Guiyoshin. Han Jiao sighed softly. Shen Junshan looked at her, seeming to enjoy the show, so he stuffed a piece of braised meat into her mouth to shut her up. Gu Liang smiled and said, "Big brother and sister-in-law have such a good relationship. I really envy you. Big brother was in the army before. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful and gentle. Big sister-in-law is really lucky. I heard that the sister-in-law also has a younger sister with a congenital disability. It must be hard for her. It's okay with big brother around to help out. TSK, such a green tea girl. Pulling and stepping on others, really impressive." Han Jiao linked her arm with Shen Junshan and leaned on him. "I'm just lucky. It's all thanks to you guys. I'm grateful." "Thanks to us?" Gu Liang was confused. "I'm so naive. My brother is young, my sister has a congenital disability, and my parents are gone. In an ordinary family, 2 bags of rice could be enough to warm the bed and have children. Who made me meet Junshan? Who made us get married? But if Junshan had stayed in the capital all this time, I wouldn't have had the chance to marry him. So I still want to thank Officer Gu with a heart full of gratitude." Han Jiao made a heart shape with her hands over her chest. Gu Liang's face turned disgusted and dark. Guiyoshin didn't look much better. Yesterday, Han Jiao hit him. Today, she mocked him. Guiyoshin has a strong pride and has always held a high position, so no one has ever dared to slap his face like this. Guiyoshin is growing more and more annoyed with her. "Guiyoshin, by the way, among the families that are friendly with us, there are many good girls. I think Sun Qianjian's cousin is quite nice, kind, decent, understanding. I'll introduce her to Junshan later." Du Ling couldn't believe he said such things. Whether her son recognizes them or not is not settled, yet as a biological mother, he's thinking of breaking her son's marriage. She never wants to sit at the same table with this scoundrel again. Du Ling sneered angrily. "Are you trying to introduce more women to Junshan? Want him to follow your path? Back then, your reckless behavior was only kept quiet because Uncle helped cover it up. If not, you'd have been ruined by a scandal. Junshan hasn't even said he wants to acknowledge you, and you want to turn him into a second version of yourself? Thank goodness he didn't grow up with you." Guiyoshin frowned. "Aling, it was really an accident back then." "Yes, an accident that created the first son, then another accident that produced the second. If you can't control yourself, then what's the point of making so many excuses?" Du Ling coldly turned her head away. She didn't care how awkward Guiyoshin was. She only cared about her son. Her son had already suffered so much. Now that he finally met someone he liked, anyone who dares to ruin her son's happiness, she would fight to the end. If she got so angry that she could kill her ex-husband, so be it, 1 life for 1 life. Guiyoshin hurriedly said, "Aling, can you be reasonable?" "I didn't say those things. I just want Junshan to meet more people, get to know them well. Childhood friends are useless. Knowing someone well doesn't change anything. Gu Yoshin felt like a stone was stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow it, nor could he spit it out. Han Jiao saw it clearly. Gu Yoshin didn't care how much hardship Shin Junshan had endured or how he had been living all these years. He didn't care about what had happened before. What mattered to him was the honor of the Gu family. So he was eager to acknowledge Shin Junshan, to shut others' mouths, and to show everyone what a good father he was. He wanted to introduce other women to Shin Junshan because her family was too poor and simple, which could bring trouble to the Gu family. Gu Yoshin needed reputation and honor, not a son. Han Jiao sneered, Sun Qianqian. Is she the Sun Qianqian from the capital central hospital? You know her? Gu Yoshin said, you're quite insightful for a girl to actually know Qianqian. Just a little. She's quite a notable person among the younger generation. Han Jiao nodded. She cut off a patient's artery with a knife and splattered Professor Zheng's face with blood. She's definitely a character. Gu Yoshin was speechless, and Gu Liang looked stunned. Shin Junshan asked, is she the one you mentioned earlier today, who is very proud and has poor skills? Very proud, only half as skilled. If I were her mentor, I wouldn't let her graduate. Gu Liang frowned, sister-in-law, you can't talk nonsense. Qianqian has always been top of her class. She was first in the final exams this time. If it were just about theory when treating patients or performing surgeries, I could be in the top 3 worldwide. Gu Yoshin said, girl, stop bragging. Bragging doesn't help. Being a doctor isn't just about written exams. Being first globally doesn't mean much. Sun Qianqian's sense of superiority in her eyes was nothing. Han Jiao spoke casually, making the two Gu men feel more complicated. But even if practical skills matter, what's she proud of? A girl from the countryside. What does she know? Li Ziki clapped. Jiao is amazing. She saved me in just a few moves. Ma Changsho nodded. Jiao is our benefactor. If we had met her, I might have been sent away with asthma. Ma Changsho raised his glass. Yoshin, Jiao is my lifesaver. Don't bully her. Gu Yoshin was shocked, opening his mouth wide. He and Ma Changsho had known each other for decades and knew his character well. With Ma Changsho protecting her, no wonder Han Jiao dared to kick him. So that's how it is. Gu Chen patted the table. You keep talking and talking. What's your skill? I'm just a decoration. Grandpa, Dad didn't mean that. Shut up. It's all your fault for stirring things up. If you can't chat, don't talk. Just eat. Gu Liang lowered his head, looking wronged, and made a small gesture that made Han Jiao feel sick. Gu Yoshin was even more annoyed. This rude and unkind country girl would be laughed at if taken out, and she would hurt the pride of the Gu family. For the sake of the Gu family, he couldn't let Han Jiao do whatever she wanted. The meal was very uncomfortable. After eating, a few people sat in a circle, and Ma Changsho took the children to play nearby. The old man said, Liang, you also go play with the kids for a while.
We need to talk about something.
Gu Liang replied, Grandpa, I know about what Big Brother is dealing with. It's none of your business. Don't interfere in adult matters.
Okay.
Gu Liang pursed his lips and got up to leave. It's none of his business, huh? Old man, you've never really treated him as part of the Gu family. Before leaving, Gu Liang secretly glared at Shin Junshan. Suddenly, Shin Junshan turned around. Gu Liang was so scared he immediately looked away, but Shin Junshan still caught the anger in his eyes. Shin Junshan asked, Gu Liang, is that your child secretly fathered with Yi Changfen? Gu Yoshin was silent. Shin Junshan said, he looks like his mother. Gu Yoshin. Shin Junshan continued, no wonder I don't get along with him. Han Jiao felt very regretful. If she had known Shin Junshan was so good at confronting people, she would have brought him here this morning. Seeing her father-in-law's face turn pale from being criticized, she couldn't help but feel happy. Gu Ruo softly said, Brother, Dad made a mistake. But he shows no sign of admitting it or feeling sorry. Shin Junshan interrupted Gu Ruo. Dinner is over, and I didn't hear a single apology. Everyone except Han Jiao was stunned. Du Ling was afraid Shin Junshan wouldn't acknowledge her, Gu Chen was worried about his grandson leaving, and Gu Yoxin was afraid that not only would this matter cause trouble, but the old wounds from the past might be exposed. No one expected that Shin Junshan cared about only one thing, his attitude. Gu Yoxin frowned and asked, "Are you saying I, as the father, should apologize to you? You're the father, but I don't want to acknowledge you as my dad." Another cold shower poured over Gu Yoxin's heart. His only blemish in life was that incident from back then. Gu Yoxin nervously rubbed his leg, saying, "Yes, it's my fault. I drank too much and did something wrong. I couldn't control myself. I'm no good." Du Ling was angry when she heard this. What kind of attitude? What kind of tone? Gu Yoxin, but it's been over 20 years. I've endured many years of pain. Isn't that enough? Can't we just look forward and stop holding on to the past? Everyone remained silent. Gu Yoxin was right, but it was hard not to feel upset. Feeling upset and powerless, wishing he could just hit him. Feeling frustrated and helpless. Du Ling, Junshan, I know Shun Hao and his wife see you as their own. No one can replace their place in your heart. Thinking of his parents, Shun Junshan's expression softened a bit. Du Ling smiled. I don't expect to replace them. You don't even have to call me mom. Just treat me as someone you know, like Qiangzi, Dongzi, or even a colleague. Is that okay? Du Ling was humble to the point of insignificance, which made Shin Junshan unsure what to say. It felt like a part of his heart, which had been empty, was filled and sweetened. It was different from the feeling he had with Han Jiao Jiao. Du Ling felt gentle, warm, and accepting. Shin Junshan looked away, but didn't let go of Du Ling's hand. I'm not ready to call you mom yet. I know.
No rules.
I'm not in a hurry at all. Shin Junshan didn't refuse, and that made her very happy. His son was alive and back. That was more important than the title. Gu Chen said, "A Ling and your grandfather are not easy to deal with. They don't know you're safe yet. When you have time, call them to check in." Shin Junshan paused for a moment but nodded. Okay.
Han Jia admired Gu Tian.
If he had forced Shin Junshan to acknowledge the Gu family, Shin Junshan would definitely have been angry. But Du Ling was a victim and treated Shin Junshan well. His attitude toward the Du family was much gentler. Accepting the Du family might lead to accepting the Gu family over time. Old Jiang was still Old Jiang, very clever. Gu Chen smiled. I remember your parents' grave was moved to the county town. Arrange a time to go with us and burn some incense. Shin Junshan nodded. The day after tomorrow, I have a day off. All right, then the day after tomorrow. I heard Jiao Jiao's younger brother is top of his class and has been admitted to a prestigious high school in the capital. That's impressive.
Haifang like studying.
First Middle School has trained many talented people. Many students have been classmates since kindergarten, through high school, and some even through university. Their relationships are closer than those of other students. Gu Yoxin, Dad, why are you talking about this nonsense? What do you mean by nonsense? Gu Chen coldly kicked him. A family sitting together chatting. What else to talk about? Am I wrong? Han Jiao smiled. Old master means that a Fong school is full of prestigious families, mostly childhood friends who grew up together. They might be exclusive. If we can return to the capital to live with the Gu family, a Fong will be a relative of the Gu family, so he won't be bullied at school. Gu Chen was not angry or embarrassed because his thoughts were exposed. Instead, he admired Han Jiao. He didn't expect this girl to be so thoughtful. Unlike his son, who is rough and straightforward, good at work but otherwise a mess. Shin Junshan also understood the old master's meaning. I will go to the capital.
But not now.
Gu Chen was a bit disappointed. Shin Junshan said frankly, I know returning to the Gu family means strong support, but I also understand not everyone welcomes us. Gu Yoxin, you're still biased against us. Shut up. Gu Chen's calm and composed words carried a natural authority that demanded respect. Gu Chen, Junshan, whether you want to return to the Gu family or not, I will publicly declare you as my eldest grandson. It's like someone liking another person. No need for others' approval. If they like each other, that's enough. Shin Junshan. Just like what Jiao said. Gu Chen, After the relationship is announced publicly, your life will change. To make up for it, I will transfer all my assets to your name. Shut up. Gu Chen frowned. I've already decided. If Junshan doesn't want me, I will donate everything to establish 2 foundations managed by Junshan and Jiao Jiao. It's not much money, so you and your wife shouldn't feel pressured. I drafted everything last night and even asked Lao Ma to be a witness, just in case something happens and it's not properly handled. Han Jiao Jiao was stunned. In this era, establishing 2 family heritage foundations must be extremely expensive. She never expected that she would become a wealthy 3rd-generation person just because of her husband. Gu Yoxin frowned and said, I don't agree. My assets are not your concern. Whether you agree or not doesn't matter. Dad, you can't do this. Gu Chen, I'm happy to do it. If you have the ability, hit me. The proud and stubborn person raised his chin and pushed the limits of being a troublemaker. Gu Yoxin was almost furious. It wasn't because he cared about Gu Chen's assets, nor was he greedy for money. But he had children. They all shared the Gu surname and should enjoy the benefits of the Gu family. Even more, there was a younger sister and her children. How could he ignore them all and give everything to Shin Junshan alone? This compensation was too big and heavy. Gu Yoxin's face darkened as he coldly said, Junshan, your grandfather has already said this. When do you plan to change your surname back? I don't plan to change it. Shin Junshan. My surname is Shun, and I don't intend to change it. Gu Yoxin jumped up and shouted angrily, You've gained so much and still complain. Does it hurt to have the Gu surname? Han Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes and said, What's the big deal? Changing back to Gu won't give you an inheritance of the throne. Your dad didn't say anything, so why are you whining? Did I say something wrong? Han Jiao Jiao smiled and said, Old master, Junshan has been Shun for over 20 years. In his heart, Shun Hao is like his real father, more than his own dad. She coldly looked at Gu Yoxin and said, Junshan doesn't want to change his surname. Are you forcing him, old master? No, I just hope my eldest grandson can see me as his grandfather. I'm old now. I hope that when my children and grandchildren have free time, they can come back often to eat with me, call me to tell me how they're doing, whether they're warm enough, and play chess with me. It would be best if they could make a few mistakes. Gu Chen smiled, showing a set of unattractive teeth, with eyes full of the hardships and wisdom of life's storms. Gu Yoxin. Dad, don't say that. Ailiang and Changfin still respect you. Gu Chen sneered. Every time they come, it's to ask me to use my connections or because they're short of money and cause trouble. Not once without an agenda. Last month, they came again, asking me to find Lao Xiao and have his son-in-law help get your daughter into school. Xiao Ro got an upset stomach that day and performed poorly. Every exam she took, she performed poorly. If I went to the battlefield, I would also perform poorly. I might even lose my life. Thank you for your kindness, but please don't come again. I want to live a bit longer. After saying this, Gu Chun patted Gu Rua's head. Don't worry, Grandpa still kept your dowry. Grandpa, what are you talking about? We're talking about Big Brother. Gu Rua's face turned red, and her ears also blushed when she felt shy. Gu Chen was happy inside, and his ears also turned red with a smile.
Han Yia.
The power of genetics is truly impressive. Only Gu Yoxin was sulking in the corner. He didn't understand why everyone was so biased against Changfun and her children. Is it because they didn't come from Du Ling's belly? No matter how well or how much they did, they still aren't recognized? Gu Yoxin was so angry he was about to explode. Seeing Shun Junshan's cold face made him even angrier. Suddenly, he felt that his son and daughter in front of him didn't seem appealing anymore. Shin Junshan spent most of the evening listening, only responding a few times, which was already a good reaction. Around 9 o'clock, he got up to go to the backyard to find Haifang, planning to pack up and go home. Gu Yoxin secretly followed and blocked Shin Junshan in the small corridor leading to the backyard. Shin Junshan faced him alone, still with a cold expression. Gu Yoxin was furious. I admit I was wrong back then. You're my son. Do I have to kneel and kowtow to you to finish? Do you know Zhang Jingguo? Gu Yoxin hesitated for 2 seconds, and Shen Junshan already had the answer. He must have seen the information Zhao Tianyu sent and knew what Yi Changfan and the others had done. Since he knew, why did he still choose to cover up or even favor them? Shen Junshan was very disappointed. Gu Yoxin frowned. It's all suspicion, no proof. Shen Junshan. Oh, then I will continue investigating. Once I find evidence, I will report it to the authorities. Gu Yoxin roared. He's your brother too. Are you willing to do this and let him die? He was just confused for a moment and he didn't succeed. If you let him go, will you die? Han Jiao followed behind and heard the sentence just right. She was so angry she just wanted to laugh. Gu Yoxin looked at Shen Junshan's deadly stare, feeling both angry and ashamed. He lost his temper and said, I knew you were so ruthless. I shouldn't have come here to find you. Shen Junshan's cold eyes flickered slightly. I didn't want you to come either. He refused to admit that he shared half of Gu Yoxin's blood. This made him feel ashamed. Shen Junshan turned around without looking back and went to the backyard to find Haifang. Gu Yoxin followed, but before he took 2 steps, a slender, slightly rough hand reached out from behind and covered his mouth. By the time Gu Yoxin reacted, he had already been pulled into a nearby storage room. Why did you lock the door? You little brat, what are you trying to do?
Han Yao clenched her fists.
You allow your son to hire someone to kill, but you won't let my husband resist. You old bald man, you're good at manipulation and double standards. She smiled slightly, and then the storage room was filled with Gu Yoxin's screams. Let go.
Ah!
Little brat, where are you kicking me? Don't hit the face. Han Jiao came out of the storage room, casually locked the door, and went to the next door bathroom to turn the key. Gu Ruo. Jiao. Gu Liang is also his son. Both sides are family. He can't just choose. You're mistaken. It's not about him choosing whether to have a son, but his son choosing whether to acknowledge him. Clearly, Officer Gu failed. Gu Ruo sighed. He just doesn't know how to express himself. I think he expressed himself pretty well when he scolded Junshan. Han Jiao puffed her fists and exhaled. I also express myself pretty well with my fists. Shen Junshan brought Haifang back. What are you two doing here? From the storage room, Gu Yoxin's voice came out. Let me out. Han Jiao, I am your father-in-law. If you dare hit me, wait until I get out and teach you a lesson. Let me out. Han Jiao. Threatening to teach her a lesson and expecting to be let out. She must be crazy. Shen Junshan asked, what's wrong? Officer Gu says this room has good feng shui and should be used to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Oh, then we won't disturb his rest. Let's go back. Gu Ruo was about to cry. The storage room was right next to the bathroom. Good feng shui? More like good fertilizer. Shen Junshan didn't know why, but hearing the banging from Gu Yoxin's door made him feel so happy. On the way back, Shen Junshan asked Haifang to sit in the car. He pushed his bicycle and walked slowly with Han Jiao. Han Jiao, are you planning to accept the old man's inheritance? Shen Junshan nodded. The old man has passed away, and his property will be donated to the foundation as inheritance. But when he was alive, they could always get things from him. I'm different. I have nothing to do with them. That's true. Yi Changfan usually doesn't come to ask you for money or things. She's quite clever. Jiao didn't expect that while talking, Shen Junshan had already thought of a way to cut off Yi Changfan's options. But the most impressive was the old man himself. He had already considered this, which is why he secretly worked with Ma Changshou to handle things. Even Yi Changfan, no matter how sharp, wouldn't dare involve Ma Changshou. Shen Junshan said, also, if something happens to me unexpectedly, you are the first heir. I can leave you some things. What are you talking about? Saying this late at night. It's the truth. Jiao obviously knew it was true, but she didn't like it. She frowned. I can also tell that Gu Yoxin wants to acknowledge you, but he's too cautious. He's emotionally confused and doesn't know what to do. To him, you're too unfamiliar. Gu Liang and the others are more straightforward. Shen Junshan admitted it, but he missed one important factor. It was also because of Jiao Jiao's scolding yesterday that Gu Yoshin's temper was brought out. Now he looked at everyone with a bit of annoyance. Fortunately, this allowed him to see Gu Yoshin clearly. He was far different from his father, Shun Hao. Jiao Jiao leaned on his shoulder. Even if you don't change your surname or acknowledge him, he will still come to find you. What do you think? Shun Junshan said, as long as they don't cause trouble and need to save face, I'll consider cooperating. If you cooperate, I will too. After all, the old man left all his property to us. I can see he truly wanted to protect you. Jiao Jiao tightly held his arm. Shun Junshan didn't speak outwardly, but his thoughts couldn't be hidden from her. Blood ties are amazing. Naturally, they become closer. Take Gu Yoshin, for example. If ordinary people had been through what he did, Shen Junshan would have beaten him so badly he wouldn't recognize himself. The reason he could endure was because of blood relations. Jiao Jiao exhaled. You said, if you suddenly became part of the third generation, Chen Xiaoying would be furious if she found out. Why would she be angry? It has nothing to do with her. Exactly, it has nothing to do with her. My husband is from a wealthy family and a military family, and it only concerns me. Do you think I still study? Can I support us for 10 generations? Never mind, I should just study. Sitting around waiting to die is pretty boring, and I might gain weight. Hee, do you think I can open an Hermes box every day in the future? Live streaming with Hermes, that would definitely make money. Han Jiao Jiao keeps bouncing around happily, but the more Shen Junshan listens, the more confused he gets. However, her quirky moments are quite charming. Han Jiao Jiao sleeps very soundly at night, but Gu Yoshin feels very uncomfortable. The old man is furious with him and doesn't allow anyone to open the door for him. No food, drinks, or bedding are provided, and he has to solve his own needs inside. The door was locked all night, and only the next day did they call a locksmith to open it. When Ma Changshou helped him out, Gu Yoshin almost cried. Old Ma, you're the best. You're a true friend. Just a reminder, be nice to Jiao Jiao. If you upset her, she might shave your head. Gu Yoshin touched his thinning hair, feeling worried. That girl is really tough. Yi Chongfen hung up the phone and sat on the sofa for a long time before getting up. Zhang Sa, help me pack my luggage. Are you going out? How many days will you be gone? I'll prepare for you. Quite a while. Maybe after autumn. That long?
Zhang Shao hesita.
Does your husband know you're leaving for so long? He's used to your taking care of his daily needs. Without you, he might have trouble eating. Yi Chongfen, I haven't been back to my parents' house for a long time. My husband already agreed. Please watch over him more. I won't forget your work. I'm not doing it just for the money. It's just sudden, so I'll start packing now. When Zhang Sa went upstairs, she passed by Gu Rou. She hurried down and shouted, Mom, didn't you say no one was at home? Why are you back for no reason? Is it because of Gu Rua? Don't mind her. Xiao Rou, I didn't do well on the exam. Luckily, Grandpa managed to get me in through connections. I need to cherish this. I don't want him to manage me. Gu Rou really doesn't like that old man. He looks down on me and I look down on him too. We don't need him. Well, maybe you won't be able to ask for help in the future. That's fine. Mom, are you leaving because they came back? You don't owe them anything. Don't be afraid. Yi Chongfen shook her head, thinking about Gu Chen's wealth. It felt like a needle was stabbing her chest constantly. Even the household servants knew that Gu Yoshin couldn't live without her, so her efforts in the Gu family were clear. Even as a servant, she thought she should get some benefits after working so long. That old man, he didn't show any kindness and didn't leave them a single cent. Yi Chongfen clenched her fists and said, Xiao Rou, Mom is counting on you to give us some hope. It's really them. I can't stand Gu Rua. I'll tell Dad about her. Gu Rou picked up the phone without checking the time and was about to call. Yi Chongfen immediately stopped her. This is what your dad wants.
Impossible.
It's what your dad means. He wants me to relax. Your brother will come back to be with you, don't worry. Gu Rou pouted. Big brother is so busy with work, he doesn't have time to care for me. Mom, can't you leave? She didn't leave because Gu Liang would be transferred to the western region for work. It was hard to get him into the steel factory as a leader before the new year, and such a good position couldn't be lost. For her son, she had to endure. Yi Chongfin held Gu Ruo's hand. You need to work hard and win some honors for Mom to be proud of you. Okay, I got it. Gu Ruo secretly cursed Gu Ruo harshly in her mind. It was all her fault. If she hadn't appeared, the family wouldn't have so many problems. Next time she saw Gu Ruo, she would teach her a good lesson. On the day of the grave visit, it suddenly started to rain lightly. Burning paper money was slow, but the flames were strong. This conflicting scene made people's feelings complicated. Gu Chen knelt down and burned a copy of the obituary in front of Shen Hao's grave, bowing 3 times fiercely. Today, Gu Yoxin also behaved unusually sensible. Han Jiao thought that when he didn't speak, he still looked quite like a person. But in this kind of situation, Gu Liang being present felt very strange. The more perfect he acted, the more uncomfortable it was. It was like a wolf, sometimes pretending to be a dog before striking, just to hide among the sheep before attacking. This wolf, walking with the scoundrel father, made Han Jiao want to clap her hands. Before getting into the car, Gu Chen said, "When you send off Fong to school, come and see this old man. I don't have many days left." "I understand. All right, I'm leaving. Next time I come, I hope my daughter-in-law has good news." Gu Chen playfully looked at Han Jiao's belly. The young couple exchanged glances, then turned their heads to the sides, blushing shyly. Ma Changshou also prepared a car for Du Ling. Du Ling tentatively hooked her finger around Shen Junshin's hand. Shen Junshin's finger trembled. Seeing Du Ling's careful expression, he instinctively moved his hand forward. Du Ling happily held his hand and said, "I have a lot of work to do. I can't delay anymore. I promise to finish everything quickly and not cause any trouble." "It's nothing. It's more than that. I need to tidy up the room for you, take you out to eat and walk around, and buy lots of new supplies for Haifang. Leave these things to me. I won't let you worry." Shen Junshan felt that his home already had many things, so he didn't want Du Ling to spend more. But when he saw Du Ling's hopeful eyes, he unconsciously nodded. Ma Changshou said, "Let's get moving soon, or it will be dark before we arrive." "You're so talkative, Junshan. I left you my phone number, remember to call me." Du Ling kept blowing kisses at Shin Junshan through the car window. His enthusiasm made Shin Junshan a bit flustered, and he awkwardly tapped his shoe with his big toe. Han Jiao asked, "Do you think Auntie will prepare some special drink to treat you?" Shin Junshan actually drank it before. The first time was strange, the second time he felt a bit dizzy, and the third time he thought it was okay. Shin Junshan said, "I haven't drunk it in many years." Zhong Shun clicked his tongue and said, "I still feel like I'm dreaming. How did my brother become such an important person?" Li Ziki replied, "Brother Zhong Shun, Junshan just has more money now, and a very impressive family." "That's already impressive. My brother is really amazing. Why is he so impressive?" "Ah, he's too amazing." Exactly. Junshan is really impressive."
Don Ziki Medin.
Changzi also sighed, "I never expected this." "Junshan, how are you so capable?" Chinamin said, "I've always thought Brother Junshan was impressive. Too bad Jiao beat me to it." "Oh well, I regret it." "Why do you regret?" Han Jiao hooked her arms around Shin Junshin's neck, pressing her small chest against his arm. Suddenly, she tiptoed and kissed his face, saying, "This is my man." Shin Junshan was speechless. He slowly pressed his toes, thinking about just escaping to a courtyard. Han Jiao was very happy, holding his hand tightly, fingers intertwined. Shin Junshan looked at her hands for a moment and said seriously, "If all this effort ends up being pointless, will you be disappointed?"
Disappointed about what?
Han Jiao touched his red, hot ears. Shin Junshan looked at her with suspicion. "In front of everyone, you need to be modest and careful." Han Jiao glared at him, and Shin Junshan softened and didn't dare speak. Suddenly, she nudged the back of his head hard. "Did I marry you just for money?" Shin Junshan dared not answer. At first, the Han family married her off for money, and she married him to take care of her younger siblings. Han Jiao Jiao snorted, "You don't have much money now. Do you think I dislike you?" Shen Junshan shook his head. Now, Han Jiao Jiao was the main support of the family. Their family relied on her to make a living. Han Jiao Jiao saw he understood and patted Shen Junshan's shoulder happily. "Good, I'm glad you understand. You seem to have stomach issues lately. I cooked softer food for lunch. Eat more." Shen Junshan. Everyone went together to the clinic. Sun Xuehua and Qiangzi's father were sitting inside, picking vegetables. The clinic wasn't open yet, and there was nothing inside. The room was big and empty. In the middle, they set up a folding table, covered with 2 wooden boards to make a large table. Sun Xuehua carried a basket of lettuce leaves to the door. "City folks are really interesting. These leaves are usually used as fertilizer here. Even animals don't eat them. Yet they still charge money for them. That's about 70% of the problem." She shook the water off the leaves, her heart aching.
Han ger smiled.
The county town is still okay. The city's prices are even higher. Oh, just buying vegetable leaves costs a lot all year round. Jiao Jiao, when you go to a big city, you'll have to budget carefully. There are many things to spend money on. Sister Xuehua, Brother Shen won't let her go hungry. You two talk so much. Han Jiao Jiao changed the subject. "Chenamin, is your stove ready? I'm waiting to cook pig fat." Han Jiao Jiao was terrible at making coal stoves, but Chenamin was very good. Finally, she could show off in front of Han Jiao Jiao, puffing up her chest proudly, even hanging a small oil pot. Seeing her proud attitude, Han Jiao Jiao got annoyed and decided to take away one of her fried chicken legs later. The fire was ready. Han Jiao Jiao added some lard, and when the aroma appeared, she poured in a basket of lettuce leaves. Sun Xuehua couldn't help but comment, "Just a handful of leaves cooked like this costs 7 cents. Such a waste." After cooking a few small green vegetables, Han Jiao Jiao finished the main dishes. Today's main dish was simple. The small lobsters from the pond were caught by Dongzi. One basket was steamed, and another was braised in oil. They used salt, soy sauce, sugar, oyster sauce, and some secret spices. Finally, they drizzled a mixture of sesame paste and crushed peanuts and sesame seeds over the cold noodles, which were ready. Han Jiao Jiao said, "Cucumber shreds and other toppings are on the side. Help yourselves." Han Jiao Jiao, you're quite particular about food. You can make new dishes from pond ingredients. Impressive. Pond ingredients are the best. In a few days, help me catch some loaches. I'll make soup with them. Is it tasty? Of course. If it wasn't good, would your brother like it? He loves loach tofu soup, especially with fresh, live loaches. He'll like it even more if you catch them. Zhong Shun opened his eyes wide and stared eagerly at Shen Junshan. Han Jiao Jiao secretly pinched his thigh. Shen Junshan pursed his lips and nodded slowly. Zhong Shun cheered, "Great. Tomorrow morning, I'll change into different shoes and go catch some. I'll keep a few baskets of them. When we want to eat, we kill them." Sun Xuehua laughed loudly. "Junshan, your little brother is better than Jin Bao." Everyone happily gathered around the table to eat. Next to them, a basin with ice cubes was placed. Shen Junshan had queued to buy a fan and brought it over. Now it was working. The fan swayed side to side, blowing cool air. Chen Xiaoying and Shen Jinbao squatted at the alley entrance diagonally across. Both were sweaty. Under the scorching sun, her face had a few spots. Smelling the sour smell from Shen Jinbao, Chen Xiaoying frowned. "Didn't I tell you to take a shower? Why do you still smell?" Shen Jinbao raised his arm to sniff his armpit. "There's no smell. Are you imagining things?" As soon as he opened his mouth, the smell hit her. Chen Xiaoying turned her head in disgust. She had planned to do a few more things before Shen Junshan acknowledged her as family, but she didn't expect the Gu family to arrive so soon. She also didn't expect Shen Jinbao to appear. This crazy guy actually wanted to force himself on her. Luckily, she was smart and managed to keep Shen Jinbao calm. Chen Xiaoying gently said, "Jinbao, look at how proud they are now. Just look at yourself." Shun Jinbao touched his injured leg and stared angrily toward the clinic. Chen Xiaoying, Jinbao, Shin Junshan wasn't like this before. It was Han Jiao who influenced him with her words. That's why he's become so cruel. Shen Junshan's real parents have come, and he's about to go back to live a high-status life. He would have taken you all with him, but because of Han Jiao, his good life has nothing to do with you anymore. Look at how they are laughing and talking.
And you?
Oh, in the future, when baby sees you, he will dislike you. Shun Jinbao trembled with anger. Chen Xiaoying smiled. Seeing her plan worked, she held Shin Jinbao's hand with a look of disgust. She is a wicked person who broke our family. We can't let her get away with it. Before they go to the city, you must help me handle the matter with baby. Only then can I feel safe marrying you. Hearing that she could marry, Shin Jinbao quickly nodded. Xiaoying, don't worry. I will definitely deal with Han Jiao. Remember what I told you. She caused us so much suffering. We can't let her get away easily. I understand. Break her hands and feet, and then toss her into the square. I know what to do. Don't worry. Chen Xiaoying handed him a black bag. The tools are inside. Don't let me down. Shun Jinbao chuckled as he took the bag, his words almost making Chen Xiaoying suffocate from disgust. She turned to look coldly at the clinic, just in time to see Han Jiao and Shin Junshan through the window. She was pregnant and had been moved to the storage room at the hospital, becoming the joke of everyone. And Shin Jinbao still came from the countryside to force marriage. This useless person, once good for nothing, now turned into this, neither human nor ghost, still dreaming. It was even more disgusting. Chen Xiaoying sneered. Perfect. This time she would use Shin Jinbao to ruin Han Jiao's reputation. She didn't believe that turning Han Jiao into a fallen woman, stripping her and throwing her into the square for everyone to see, Shin Junshan would still want this trash.
Han Yao skiver inexplicably, skin crawling.
Shin Junshan, cold? I'll go turn off the fan. I'm sweating so much. Where's it cold? I just feel some malice. Do you feel it too? Shin Junshan shook his head. Let's not talk about that now. Are you interested in what Ma Ju said? No, I won't. I plan to work part-time at the clinic, promised Tang Kai I'd go to the hospital, and I also need to prepare for college entrance exams. There's no time for studying in third year. Besides, if you go to the city, I will definitely go with you. Han Jiao pushed him gently. Isn't that called following your husband's lead? Shin Junshan's face looked like it was plugged into an electric heater. Han Jiao was like a switch, always ready to turn him on and control him. Shin Junshan nodded. Okay. Ma Changshou looked worried. Junshan, what are you saying? Whatever she says, you agree. If she told you to eat dirt, you do it? Shin Junshan replied seriously, Jiao wouldn't make me eat dirt. I was just using a metaphor, Ma Changshou explained. Shin Junshan thought for a moment and corrected himself. That's not a metaphor. Ma Changshou was annoyed and tried to wave his chopsticks at him. You just need to understand your wife. You're so stubborn about everything else. Hope our future kids aren't like you. Han Jiao pouted and said, I think the Gu family genes are passed down through generations. This time, I think Junshan's genes are safer. I don't want my son to lose his hairline.